Ontario, and also all of you listening to Sirius XM. I'm going to the main set. Number one pick back in 1983, Brian Lawton, also former agent and GM of the Tampa Bay Lightning. And Dave Ray.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Buck Drops here. That was a little weird intro, so you guys can see it. Wow, 4 people already. Thank you for the support. We were ready for the second to 7th round. It's going to be a really long stream. I'm going to try to truck it through. Probably going to end around 7 Eastern time. It's going to be a long stream. I will find a way to go through, though, because we've got the 2nd and the 7th round, all of the last rounds of the NHL draft coming up here. They haven't started yet, but the Rangers will be picking first in the 2nd round again. Obviously, we saw last night they were able to get Lafreniere. They traded one of their picks in the 1st round and the 3rd round selection to move up and go get Schneider, one of the Canadian defensemen. So they go take the next star center. They get a defenseman. So now you get the first pick here in the 2nd round for New York. And here you got to go wing, in my opinion. There's a few centers that can play wing. There's a few wingers out there. If you're the Rangers, got to go wing here. Got to draft according in that way.
They've got a lot of work to do. They've got lots of picks and lots of moves to make. Our draft team here did a phenomenal job. Our research department did a great job of looking at the picks.
Today's going to be a lot of water today. A lot of drinking water.
Available players for round 2. Well, Noel Grumer, we had it ranked 20th. Where's he going to go?
Noel Gunler, yeah. Noel Gunler is still available. That's another Swede that we were talking about. Paterka was that German kid we thought was going to go 1st round. He did not. Wallander, another Swedish hockey player, defenseman. Jan Mychek, the Czech. A lot of European players on the board for the Rangers. If I'm the Rangers, I'm taking Paterka. So you take a French Canadian, you take an Ontario Canadian, then I go take a German. This is perfect for the Rangers to go set it up. Draft is not underway yet. They are just prepping everything. Should be underway in a few minutes.
But maybe he creeps into there. Igor Sokolov, who just played the last couple.
Or wait, did the Rangers just trade down?
Because he's had 76 goals in each of the last 2
I thought I just saw something about the Red Wings. I got to check this out, guys. I think the Rangers might have just traded down.
It didn't quite work out, so he went back and had an outstanding year.
Or was that just, or the Rangers never even had the 1st pick? I was completely, probably just not even paying any attention. Probably not.
But this guy is a beast. He's down to 207.
So look at this guy, Igor Sokolov. Russian kid. He is a fluid skater and really well shooting the puck. This guy's going to play in the KHL for a few years, no matter who he gets drafted by. But this is one of those dark horses that if you're able to go draft this player, he would work well. I think if the Devils could get Sokolov, it would be nice. He's very a la Gusev, and he could play with him in a few years. But Sokolov's not a guy who's going to jump into the league immediately, obviously.
32 games with an arm injury, sliced by a skate. A terrible injury. He's a good, smooth skating defenseman. He's a left.
Now we got to look at as well that I did not know. Damian Hunt. Brandon Manitoba guy. He was injured last year with a skate blade leg. Not a fun time, but he's very steady defenseman. He can stay back there, power play type guy. 18-year-old kid, 6'1", 198, and a left-handed shot. And left-handed defensemen are very rare in the National Hockey League, so Damian Hunt is going to be of large calamity, of large capacity. You want a guy like that. I think Detroit may want another defenseman to go along, as they did draft Sider last year with the 4th overall selection. Here they took Raymond, 4th overall. Now another prospect, an American, Ty Smilanic from Denver, who played for the United States National Development Team. He's a center. He's got a good shot. Another 18-year-old. This one's 6'1", a little lighter, 175, and another left-handed shot. Although I think the center position has kind of it lapsed off. I think if you're a center, you're not going to be taken quite quickly in this draft anymore. Most teams have gotten the centers they want, and they have other needs like wingers, defensemen. Wingers and defensemen, to me, are going to be the big-time players that will get picked. Also, there are some goaltenders coming up that may find new homes. As they're going to commercial, still waiting for this full draft to start. But tell me, guys, what you think. I'd love for some comments. I'd love to hear some outreach as this draft is going to start. What your expectations are for the second round.
Greatness at EA Sports NHL 21.
Rating 10 ready to stand up.
So, there you go. Let's take a look. Yesterday, obviously, we had this draft. We got to do the NBA. That was cool. I just wanted to let you guys know there is baseball tomorrow. I'll try to do that, but I just remembered the NBA game is not going to be tomorrow. I will actually be able to do a majority of Buccaneers Bears broadcast. So tomorrow, if you're excited for that. But today, obviously, there will be baseball later. Also, during the draft, as we roll along through this draft, stream a little bit later. I believe the first game starts at around 2 o'clock. But it is not going to be.
Trying to nourish and wake up your eyes.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. I think we got a trade alert here. I didn't know about this. Apparently, the Penguins are doing some very interesting things. I thought I don't see it finalized here, but there are rumors.
Finding local pros takes forever.
Pittsburgh just traded Matt Murray, reports are saying, to Ottawa for Jonathan Gruden and a 2020 second overall selection, 52nd overall. Okay, so the 52nd overall selection that previously belonged to Ottawa is now Penguins property, as well as prospect Jonathan Gruden. And Ottawa gets Matt Murray. So in Pittsburgh, unequivocally, the starter is going to be Tristan Jarry. There's the trade. Matt Murray to the Senators. Yep, it's official. Matt Murray to the Senators for Jonathan Gruden and the 52nd pick in the draft. So I don't know. I mean, this is interesting. I mean, I know Jarry's played well, but he hasn't been that super guy. But obviously, Murray, they'll never forget him. He won 2 Stanley Cups with the Pittsburgh Penguins. He was up for the Calder multiple times. Hey, Thomas Dierix. I hope I said that name right. But yeah, here we go. So that's a big trade that is just made by the Pittsburgh Penguins. So Jarry's the guy they go with. Finally, Murray does leave, and he goes to the Senators. The team, of course, that Murray eliminated in the Eastern Conference the last time they were in the playoffs. But the thing is, it's interesting here because Craig Anderson's at the end of his run. I believe he will play for this year, but they didn't like some of the rookies that they did have. They didn't believe in any of these guys in the draft. They had more needs, so they didn't want to go get Yaroslav. So they wanted a player, that could play goal, that was young but not too young, and had the playoff experience. They get Matt Murray. This is another trade that works pretty well for both teams. I think Ottawa is going to benefit on it a little more than Pittsburgh will, because we don't know what Gruden is, and the Senators have a lot of prospects and picks, but they do trade the second round pick. So I don't believe Ottawa has a pick here, but I want to follow the draft because there is a guy that I played with that's getting drafted. I have no idea where I can see it because I'm from Belgium. Okay. I would love to show you every time they get drafted, but since this is the whole round, this is the whole draft round, like 2 to 7, I'm not going to be able to constantly walk up to the television with the TV constantly. So I won't be able to show you exactly the draft, but I will tell you. Can you tell me the guy's name, man? Yeah, if you could tell me his name, though, I'll definitely look out for you. Senna Peters. Okay.
My feet were so sweaty. The general sports bra area.
My upper lip and my forehead.
Is he Belgian? Is he from Belgium?
Really been a tremendous struggle.
Like most people.
That'd be really cool. Belgium is obviously a soccer country first, but they've got a lot of good hockey prospects and players and good programs out there that
Honestly,
people don't really know about. It's not Finland, it's not Sweden, but you guys are getting up there in hockey. It's decent. I like to see you guys win some Olympic games possibly. Hopefully not beat the Americans, of course, but play well. So you're already still Peters. Yeah, we'll see where Peters will go. That'll be really cool if the Devils draft Peters. I believe the Devils have somewhere around the 37th pick overall. I got to go back. I was going to check the order for everyone, but that Matt Murray trade caught me off guard completely. The Blackhawks actually were thinking of trading for him, but now that the trade is done, he's not. The Blackhawks are going back. So I could see the Blackhawks potentially making a trade. Oh no, never mind. I was going to say a trade for Jimmy Howard, but no, they won't trade for an older goalie. They would want a goalie in his prime, kind of like Matt Murray, or in his prime, as you can say. Although he's let on some questionable goals and plays, but he's had a tough year. I want to really blame him.
I'm Doug Hirsch. You may already know that GoodRx can help you save up to 80% on your prescriptions. Unfortunately, many Americans can't get to a doctor right now. The good news is that for many health issues, you can see a doctor online. It's easy. Just go to GoodRx.com, and with a few clicks, you'll be treated by a licensed medical professional, all from the comfort of your own home. Visits are confidential and affordable. Need a prescription? Your doctor can send it to your pharmacy or have it mailed to you. Get the healthcare you deserve at GoodRx.com.
All right.
Rounds 2 through 7 coming up on the NHL Network on Sportsnet. And you're listening to SiriusXM. Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly with the first pick of round 2. Good morning and welcome to day 2.
Here we go. Second round's about to start.
Which will comprise rounds 2 through 7. We again are coming to you from the studios of the NHL Network in Secaucus, New Jersey.
Detroit is on the clock now. They'll be on the clock once he officially announces it.
Over the past 2 decades, day 2 of the
Ottawa actually does have a second overall, 101st overall. In the rankings. Okay, it probably won't be second, maybe third, but we'll see. I will look on that.
The most respected and beloved men in the history of our game. The 2020 NHL draft is
Ottawa actually does have a pick. It's interesting. The pick that they traded actually isn't their own pick. It's a pick that they got from I believe the Duchesne deal with the Columbus Blue Jackets.
As Mr. Gregory always did at this point, let me say good luck to our clubs and to the young men around the world waiting to hear their names called. And with that, let's begin. The first pick in the second round of the 2020 NHL draft belongs to the Detroit Red Wings. Detroit, you're on the clock.
Okay. Red Wings on the clock right now. Obviously, Chris Draper and the rest of that staff know Yzerman because he's still at his home trying not to be with a lot of people. He does not have COVID, but he was by people who did test positive for the disease. So Detroit here, where do you go? You go for the other German? I don't know. So specifically, right now on the prospects here, I would frankly go probably
the next best strategy
Patera, maybe.
And they've got plenty of that for the rest of this draft.
Maybe also Wallander as a defenseman.
Players, when you look at scouting reports and you talk to scouts, it's players with hockey.
I will announce the pick like they do. Just so you don't, just so I'll be able to, you can hear it.
A very smart player, sees the ice extremely well. I think we'll be looking to add that, especially with the 3 picks the Red Wings have. It's going to be very interesting how they move forward and the positional player.
3 picks I think Detroit has in this second round.
We'll be looking at taking the goaltender, even if they decide that the goaltender is a player that they may be looking to in this draft.
A lot of players available still out there, a lot of Europeans, a couple of Swedes certainly of interest, a couple of Russian players as well. We'll see what direction Steve Yzerman takes this team in, but he's got a really rich history. Obviously, when you look at Kucherov and Mesnikov, he was a later pick, first round, of course. that shows you that he's not afraid to take players from anywhere in the world. He just wants the best guys.
Yeah, certainly has that pedigree, what he was able to accomplish with the Tampa Bay Lightning. It's interesting. You look at notable players who've been drafted in the second round. Among active players, Watts has mentioned.
Looking at second round players, of course they do this every year, but it's always interesting to see that were notable. Aho, Kucherov, Yossi, Bergeron, Weber, and Ryan O'Reilly all selected in the second round. And also 3 of those players, Bergeron, O'Reilly, and Kucherov, are Stanley Cup champions. And Norris Trophy last season, also Roman Yossi.
It's incredible, yes. It's not necessarily where you're drafted, it's what you do after you're drafted. And that's what you try to tell young players coming into the game. Getting drafted is just your first step. It's what you do after that. It's an opportunity to go to an organization and start showing what you can do. And this draft, as we've heard, is a very deep draft. We're going down into the 40s and 50s. So these second round picks are going to be just as important. There's no reason why some of these players drafted today couldn't have easily been drafted in yesterday's first round. And that's the big thing. I know there's a lot of disappointment in being that number. This is the 32 pick in the second round. It doesn't matter. It's all in the eyes of the beholder, but you have to change those eyes, and that's what these guys are going to do. But that group of
so here, still, it's weird because on the second round, they don't show the prospects, to show these guys talking. I would like to see how much time is left on the clock for Detroit, and also what they're looking at here on prospects.
What's going on over there? That's what we're driving the bus. We're about to find out here.
Let's see if there's a few more trades coming up. Because they had that trade with Matt Murray. There's a few trades last night with the Calgary Flames. Oh, here's the pick.
And the pick is in. Go ahead, Detroit.
The Detroit Red Wings are proud to select from Moto defenseman William Wallander.
Detroit selects William Wallander. I was thinking like defenseman. They go with the second Swede.
We thought he would potentially go end of first round.
So Wallander, who was a potential about 26th pick, he goes the first pick in the second round.
Travis Sanheim, some were saying, good skater, wins.
And so William Wallander goes to Detroit.
Wallander slipped a little bit, Raider, with this.
And they thought he was a bit, a bit penalty prone, but this guy's a big player, and he plays that simple game of getting the puck out. So he will help for Detroit, who needs a lot of help defensively, and also they need scorers. So they patched that up in the first round. They patched that up in the second round with 2 Swedish-born hockey players. Ottawa is now on the clock. Ottawa Senators, and just like with Detroit, you drafted a Swede, want to get another one. Ottawa drafted Stutzel, the offensive scorer from Germany, the second highest German ever drafted, number 3, tied with Leon Draisaitl, just behind Danny Heatley. For them. Now, Ottawa can go draft another one, Peterka. And Peterka is a winger that, he's good, he's big, he can score goals, he can do these things.
191 defensive from Ottawa. Let's go back to Sam Cosentino. Cos, what can you tell us about William Wallander?
So, the thought is here.
From the Ken Holland era to the Steve Yzerman era, it was Håkan Andersson. And obviously he's had a lot of success there when you go and look at the Red Wings' history in Sweden. So no doubt they've leaned on him here very early when it comes to Raymond.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that the Red Wings still have Håkan Andersson as a scout.
But there's a lot of upside there. There's some immaturity to his game.
Håkan Andersson used to play in the NHL, and then obviously he was a scout out with Jim Nill when they drafted guys like Johan Franzen, Henrik Zetterberg, Pavel Datsyuk. Nill obviously left at the end of the streak to the Dallas Stars to become the general manager and was able to lead. Thank you for the like, guys. And was able to lead that team to the Stanley Cup final this year and get 2 wins out of it as well. But they still have him, and he's a great scout. He's really the European scout, and he understands Swedish hockey more than anybody else in the National Hockey League. So they felt Holtz, I believe the player was, last night, and they really felt this defenseman Wallander.
First day for them, obviously. I think they have an opportunity to have it be just as equally fruitful on this day with the number of picks that they have. I think we're going to see a continuation of European players come down the pike early here.
Let's go back to Bill Daly.
So here's Ottawa. Their pick is in.
Pick is in. Go ahead, Ottawa.
With pick 33, the Ottawa Senators are proud to select from Elvis, Finland, Roby Järventie.
Roby Järventie. Roby Järventie.
Ottawa with the second pick in the second round. Pick
I guess.
Roby Järventie from Kuvi in Finland.
I guess
We have a trade to announce.
there's Mr. Trade.
The Nashville Predators
Trade.
have traded Nick Bonino and draft picks number 37 and number 70 in the 2020 draft to the Minnesota Wild in exchange for Luke Kunin and pick number 101 in the 2020 draft.
We have a
Jose, you're on the clock.
gigantic trade. We're at the 34th pick. Roby Järventie goes to Ottawa, but none of that. We have a gigantic trade. Nick Bonino is playing now for the Minnesota Wild. He just got traded with a flurry of picks to the Nashville Predators, who also swap a flurry of picks and trade Luke Kunin to Nashville. So there's your big trade. Bonino to Minnesota, Kunin to Nashville, and a few other picks. This is a good trade for Nashville. It's kind of a stupid one for Minnesota. Looks like they took a step backwards. They swap picks, but they get older when they already got rid of Stahl. They wanted to get younger, but Bonino, it doesn't make sense that Bonino, like the spot where he'll fill in, it is not. What does Minnesota want to do with that? It's Bill Guerin doing. Luke Kunin has been a great prospect, a great young player, and he had a good playoff series, or at least qualifier series, against the Vancouver Canucks. So here is the full trade. Luke Kunin and the 101st pick go to Nashville. Minnesota takes the 37th pick, the 70th selection, and Nick Bonino. So they get picks, but they have to take on the salary of Bonino. So the Predators give away selections, but they get a good young player, they get younger, and they don't have to deal with the awful contract of Nick Bonino.
Leadership to your group is an interesting move, but again, I think this is all about the selections and the draft picks for Minnesota.
Nick Bonino played so great.
This to me though is a big acquisition. I usually said, both teams really they benefit well on this trade. This is a Nashville slam dunk win. Nashville at the end of this draft might have Nashville. I didn't know if they were kind of going behind. They might have the best draft in a long time. The way this is going for the Nashville Predators, they get a guy who's going to be one of the top players in the league in the few years when he develops, and a goaltender. So UC Saros can be traded if they want to.
Yeah, certainly looking to make moves. Like I said,
They dump the Bonino contract and they go get a good young player in Luke Kunin.
I love their pick yesterday of Weiss brought. Listen, this kid's Baxter is amazing. The fact that
This Nashville team right now, I thought they were going backwards. They might have righted the ship here. This looks like a great draft. We'll see what they do in free agency. We know Yossi's not going anywhere.
What do you think about this?
Duchesne's not going anywhere.
You gotta remember
They don't have great cap space. They won't be really active. We'll see Nashville. Okay, enough with the Predators. Yeah, Volender goes to Detroit. Roby Järventie goes to Ottawa. The Sharks are on the clock.
So this is a team that is working from goaltender on out.
That's right. The Sharks also got a goalie. I forgot about that. They got Devon Dubnyk from the Minnesota Wild. Wild have made a ton of trades. Yzerman is building some. Oh yeah, he is. Absolutely. He's working through a team that will be there, will contend for a Stanley Cup. I believe will win the Stanley Cup, but not soon. But he's building something. It's a la Joe Sakic in Colorado. It's very similar.
The general manager's responsibility to look down the road, look for years in advance. That's what we're looking for in the draft.
So San Jose got Ozzy Weisblatt, a right winger that was supposed to go around now, but he went in the first round, as the last pick of the first round, to San Jose. So now they've got the 34th selection in this draft. We'll see, obviously, what they do with
the last pick of the first round in yesterday's first at the end of the round. We'll see how they do moving forward now.
Yeah, pretty good pivot by Doug Wilson. Last year didn't go the way they wanted. He was somehow able to accumulate another second round pick and a first round late in the first round. And Tim Burke has done an excellent job throughout his career scouting for the San Jose Sharks. He's the man in charge. You can rest assured he was excited when I talked to him just about the prospects of having a few kicks at the can in the top 60. That's what he was most excited about. We're going to see what that ends up being. But Tim,
So prospect big on San Jose. You got Sasha Chmelevski.
that way.
I got Ryan Merkley. Got some good, decent prospects. The Sharks, they've always really worked on a prospect pool of speed and just great shots. But they had, after going to the Western Conference Final, where it was almost like it was depending, they had to win the Stanley Cup or bust. They busted against the Blues. Their last win in the playoffs, coming up on a controversial hand pass. And they had one of the worst seasons in franchise history last year. They completely missed the playoff by a long shot. Sharks still kind of could pull something out of a hat and make the playoffs next year. It's possible, but if this season or the next season they can't get in, they have to tear everything down and start a rebuild. And that's pretty crazy too, because the Sharks have just been a contender for some time. Here's a pick.
And we have another trade to announce.
And another trade.
The San Jose Sharks trade pick number 34 in the 2020 draft to the Buffalo Sabres in exchange for picks number 38 and number 100 in the 2020 draft. Buffalo, you're on the clock.
The Sharks trade down for the 38th selection and the 100th selection to Buffalo. So the Sabres are now on the clock, and the Sabres, you got to go with Peterka here if you're the Sabres. If you're the Sabres, you got to go with Peterka, an offensive presence to go through and grab a score here.
Calgary yesterday did an excellent job in the first round, moving down twice. Yes, to acquire a couple of third rounders. That strategy appears to be here at play for Doug Wilson and the San Jose Sharks. Kevin Adams, on the other hand, he's identified somebody that he's nervous about not being able to get. So
he's on the phone immediately. It looks like to me, I see Peterka all the way.
I don't know. Let's think of guys drafted in this range. Ryan O'Reilly, as we said earlier. That would be well worth it. Now, does that always happen? No, of course not. The Buffalo Sabres.
So that prospect Buffalo's have is Dylan Cousins, who was off of a trade. Ugo Pekka Luukkonen, Ryan Johnson, Jacob Bryson, and R2 Rutisalainen.
A lot of excitement about him in Buffalo. He should be
a center, a goaltender, two defensemen in the left wing, and Buffalo has not had the answer since Ryan Miller in goal. They really haven't. Ullmark has played some good games. Lehner had played when he was there well, but you really have not had that guy. But I don't think they're going goalie here. In my opinion, this has to be Peterka. It's got to be.
To announce the 34th selection in the 2020 NHL draft, I'll turn it over to Jeremiah Crow, the director of scouting for the Buffalo Sabres.
From Red Bull of the DEL, JJ Peterka.
Yep. They go with Peterka. That's exactly expected.
JJ Peterka gets selected. So we were looking
So the third German guy goes. He goes to Buffalo. And when Buffalo made that trade, I was like, oh, they got to get some. They saw him out there. He was available. They knew that he was a guy that could come and win for Germany. Not for Germany, for Buffalo. A big time scorer. You know what I mean? Like they needed a guy to shoot the puck and get it in the net. And so here you go.
Also, the World Juniors for Germany in 7 games with 4 goals and a couple assists. Back to our draft viewer, Sam Cosentino. What do you have on Peterka?
Well, I know there were a couple of scouts communicating to me this morning and just kind of a friendly wager and who might be one of those early guys to go. And Peterka came back on about 3 or 4 of those text messages. So no surprise here that Kevin Adams felt that he needed
John Jason Peterka,
those 4 spots. So an interesting scenario presented.
Who played in 42 games and scored 7 goals and 4 assists with Munich last year and also had a decent World Juniors with Team Germany. He goes to Buffalo. And this guy's just hustle all day long. And so Buffalo gets a scorer that can play that forecheck type type
happening,
game,
put
if you
your
will.
attention on him. What I find interesting also about this pick is guys a lot like where the research department had him on my Sportsnet list. I had him up at 23 as well. So again, you're looking at a guy that no doubt, and we're going to see this year for a little while, that teams would have had them in their first round, and you're going to see these aggressive little bump ups similar to what Kevin Adams did here to try and get into this probably 43 and earlier range in order to get the player that they want and had on their first round list. So nice move.
So Paterka goes. So on the clock now, which you didn't announce, are the Los Angeles Kings.
Oh my gosh, thank you, James.
So they have the 35th pick
18 scores
right now. Then the 36th belongs to Anaheim. Then Nashville with 37, or excuse me, Minnesota with 37, and San Jose with the pick that Buffalo would have had, but obviously they traded up, costing this pick and a third rounder for Paterka.
And then you think about, obviously, Tim Stützle. This guy also, when you have kids that grow up together in a country like Germany, where maybe they haven't had as many top-end kids, they each push each other along. That's what I saw with this guy. He's got a high hockey IQ. He can play along with elite players. I think he's going to fit in nicely. Not next year, but potentially the year after. And that's pretty quick for a guy picked in this range. But I say that based off of his experience already playing against men, bigger, stronger, a lot of former NHL players. This guy's going to transition a lot more quickly than anybody would realize.
Definitely big news in the Deutschland, and I can speak a little German. Ich kann spielen means I can play. That's about all I can give you. But there never been even multiple German players selected in the first round. So, I mean, listen, Reader, huge news. I was going to say, you cover hockey overseas better than anybody. I mean, to see that.
They're looking at Paterka still talking about German hockey right now, and
first round. Almost all in the first round. They were excellent. All the three players played at the World Junior Championship this past year. They were all fantastic young players. And the key is, if you look back at the World Championship when Germany was hosting with France, and this was a situation where Germany was pretty much relegated. They couldn't relegate them because they were hosting the following year. So that just shows you where German hockey was. And it has gone leaps and bounds through the minor system. These young players coming up, they're setting a new standard along with Leon Draisaitl.
That's a heck of a way to avoid relegation. If you don't pick it up, you're out. Actually, you're hosting it. You know what? You're in next year. After that, we'll find out. The pick is in for the LA Kings.
Kings just made their pick while you're listening to them ramble about German hockey.
Fifth selection in the 2020 NHL draft. Go ahead, Los Angeles.
The LA Kings are proud to select from Malmo of the Swedish Hockey League, Helge Grans.
Helge Grans.
This is on the all-name team, okay? Helge Grans. This is an absolute beauty. This sounds like a hockey player, doesn't he? Dad and brothers are all.
Helge Grans, another Swedish defenseman. He is the second Swedish defenseman to go in the last four selections in the second round. This guy, though, is a right-handed defenseman as opposed to Wallander, who shoots from the left. Obviously, Detroit took him, so he at some point will be able to go play for the LA Kings.
Move backwards, turning ability is sensational. That's what we see with Helge Grans.
Lungeby, native in Sweden. So Helge Grans will help them on the back end, LA Kings, which have had a lot of needs on the back end. They're going in a good direction, but the Kings, they need a lot of defensive help. This is a guy that at some point could step in and really do well.
Los Angeles Kings.
Yeah, certainly. You've seen this right away here lots as far as overseas scouting, right? It's so critical when it comes to look at these players and identify not only your needs, but what these skills and how they're going to translate over to North American game.
Yeah, there are some advantages. Let's call it what it is when you're playing against men, when you're playing in some of these higher leagues. And clearly scouts are taking that into account. We said before we opened the show, get ready for a lot of European players. I think we're going to continue to see that theme heavily throughout the second round. In terms of the LA Kings and Rob Blake, it's been obviously a tough while for this organization, a rich history, proud organization, 2 Stanley Cups, 12 and 14. But now they're in that phase where they're going to climb back up the mountain.
So here's Anaheim now on the clock as Grants goes to the Kings. See where Anaheim goes.
Juniors last year. I want to say they had their top 6 picks from the year before last. All
possibly maybe St. Peter's.
Unheard of. This organization is absolutely loaded.
That would be nice.
Future, and good times are not that far away for the LA Kings. That's for sure.
Well, certainly it's interesting the way that this is going down. As far as the reactions here of some of these players, the pick is coming up here momentarily when it comes to the Anaheim Ducks. And Tony Granado, by the way, is going to be a part of also our selections here as he has been breaking down some of these players for us. Tony, University of Wisconsin 2020 U.S. Hockey Hall of Fame inductee, his thoughts on Sam Colangelo. With the 36th selection.
Anaheim selecting now.
NHL draft. I'm going to throw it to Anaheim and Martin Madden, the assistant general manager for the Ducks.
Anaheim selects from the Chicago Steel of USHL, Sam Colangelo.
Sam Colangelo from the USHL, the first USHL player drafted not from the United States National Development Team.
Clearly, exciting news there, players. I jumped the gun there. It's clearly good news there as Sam Colangelo gets selected, right winger in Chicago. He finished first in the USHL in points per game in 2019-2020. 1.32 was the PPA.
Sam Colangelo, the top point scorer last year, and he goes to Anaheim. So the Ducks will take him. The 37th selection belongs to Minnesota. It's funny, Minnesota has 2 picks in the next 3 because of the trade with the Nashville Predators. So they'll have the pick next. Then it will be San Jose, and then they'll get their pick after that. And they're on the clock right now are the Wild.
Big body, good shot, uses his teammates well. And one thing that I think
Dawes is going round 3. Doesn't seem to have a chance for a goalie to be picked in second. Oh, yeah, we'll see.
Season last year. That's one of the parts of his game that I think as he gets older and gets into college, you'll see him be a more physical, gritty player because I think he's got that nastiness to his game as well. So a real good pick.
All right, thanks to Tony Granado there. And certainly the reaction here is Sam Colangelo getting drafted. Oh, yes. A whoop and a holler there.
That's great to see. It's always tough. You know, the way the draft is played out now, the first night is tough if you don't get picked, especially when you go so early the next day. I've seen it many, many times, but at the end, it all smooths out. It's amazing.
Time to bring in our friend E.J. Raddick for the first time today. E.J., what can you tell us?
Right now, Minnesota's still on the clock there. Looking at Colangelo, Massachusetts native. You know, for this guy.
Big kid, played for that Chicago Steel team in the USHL. That's a team that's been put together by the GM there, Ryan Hart. He's done a great job.
And he is definitely big time.
They call him Golangelo around around Chicago because he's someone that can make it look easy. Talking to scouts,
this guy apparently goal scorer,
we think if
and he shoots quickly. So tee this guy up one time or boom, shoot the puck, get it in the net. That's it. That's Colangelo.
So really, really helpful player for the Anaheim Ducks moving forward. Big player.
All right, appreciate the insight. We'll check back to you later as we go through more of these prospects and the guys that you're honing in on. Let's hone in now on the Deputy Commissioner, Bill Daly.
Minnesota's pick is in, guys.
The 37th selection in the 2020 NHL draft. I'll throw to Minnesota Wild Director of Amateur Scouting, Judd Brackett.
Minnesota selects from St. Petersburg, Marat Kuznetsov.
Marat Kuznetsov.
Listen, a Russian
Another Russian guy.
Got 3 assists, 5 games played at SK St. Petersburg.
This guy's a center.
Right here. This is a guy also.
And he's
season over in the KHL. This is a theme. You're going to continue to hear this.
His thing is finding ways to get the puck in the net, through it. Just versatile guy. Fast player. So he works for the Wild. You know that Kirill Kravtsov is going to be playing there. Marat Kuznetsov is another player just like that. He plays for SK St. Petersburg. He's a Moscow native.
But this will fit down the road. Don't forget, Kirill Kaprizov also going to make his debut for the Minnesota Wild this season. I love this pick for the Minnesota Wild.
So the Wild go and get a fast player, and this is also from a pick that is this is their own pick, but they also will have another pick coming up soon as well. Bill Guerin's got to get ready because of the trade, the Nick Bonino trade with the Nashville Predators with the 39th selection. Right now, though, the Sharks are on the clock. again, although they didn't pick the last time. Al Doug, Super, I'm a Red Wings fan. Awesome, man. That's my third favorite team. I love the Red Wings. We got a lot of stuff that's, problematic right now with the team, but Steve Yzerman is leading this hockey club in the right direction. Hopefully we can get back to the glory days. That would be great, but he's drafting well. What do you think about the Lucas Raymond, the fourth overall selection in the Wallander picks? I like it. Those are good decisions. What do you think, man?
You see it, right? Lots you see, okay, centers and defensemen. That's why they're always so coveted when it comes to the draft. You can move a guy to the wing. It's hard to go from the wing to center position.
No, absolutely. I love what Billy Garrett is doing, quite frankly, with the Minnesota Wild. That's an organization we've talked about forever. That's always good enough to be in the playoffs, but didn't seem to have the right mix to make it to the Stanley Cup Finals. They're kind of starting over in some ways without completely starting over. It's a little bit more of a retool.
Pick is in.
San Jose's pick is in, guys.
38th selection in the 2020 NHL draft. I'm going to throw it to San Jose Sharks Director of Scouting, Doug Wilson Jr. Doug.
So this is the Sharks' first pick in the
With the
second
38th
round.
pick, San Jose is proud to select from the U.S. national team Thomas Bordeleau.
Tomas Bordeleau goes to the Sharks.
Led the NTDP team in assists and points and shots on goal. His dad, Sebastian, played 251 games in the National Hockey League. Each a great moment for the Bordeleau family. Yeah, no question about it. It's odd circumstance. I mean, born in Houston with his dad playing in the NHL. Born in Houston, grew up in Montreal, ends up with the NTDP team in the U.S. So he's kind of had some travels there.
So this guy was born and raised in Houston, Texas, but then he left over and lived and played in Montreal, and then obviously he was able to go in and play in the United States National Development Team. Not a first-round talent, but a good player, and so he goes at 38 to the Sharks, the second pick in this draft by San Jose. The first of this round.
The other thing too is
So Thomas Bordeleau, he's a left shot guy, a center. So he's got that shot from far out. He can shoot it there, but obviously the guy's got to be a playmaker, face-off type, smart player. He is going to be playing for University of Michigan this season. He'll play probably a year or two in college, and then maybe he'll be ready to be called up to either the Barracuda or the Sharks. But he'll be playing in Michigan this year, which will be good. He can play some college hockey, learn to mature, get better.
Just to comment on the
He's got a great program there, of course.
People are really shying away from players that particularly were 5'10" and under, but I don't know, there was this guy by the name of Braden Point running a rough shot in the finals, and nobody really minded his size so much, really.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be as big an issue in the way the game's played. It's about speed. If you can't skate and you're not up to speed, you can't think the game. These are things that everybody's talking about now. The smaller player is as coveted and skilled smaller players as coveted as the taller skilled player. There was a day when it wasn't.
Minnesota on the clock right now as we discuss the Bordeleau pick. Smaller guys, not huge, but he gets the job done. Hey, what's up, Campbell?
They're not the
They are young.
Right now, though, the Wild on the clock.
They're getting younger.
Youth is a virtue here, okay? AJ nothing but a number. Let's go back to Bill Daly. The 39th selection in the 2020 NHL draft. I'm going to throw it back to Judd Brackett for the Minnesota Wild.
From the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, Ryan O'Rourke.
Ryan O'Rourke goes to Minnesota, and I apologize. This is Minnesota's actual pick. I was wondering what was going on with the Devils selection, but actually the Devils don't have a second-round pick because that pick, interestingly enough, was the PK Subban trade pick that Nashville owns, but Nashville traded it in the Bonino deal to Minnesota, and that was obviously the Russian that they get. But here, the Wild take O'Rourke.
Isn't what you're seeing there? It's the character. This guy's a future captain in the National Hockey League. He is as serious as you can get.
And the other thing I really like about him,
O'Rourke, a defenseman that's just he's a leader. That's what I like about him.
he recognizes that he's better
He
than
leads.
most of the other defensemen in the league. So he's a guy who supports and
He plays the way that's had to be played. At 17 years old, he was named the captain of Sault Ste. Marie in the Quebec Major Juniors. He's for real, man. He is for real. Pickering, Ontario, Canadian native. Hey, I like the guy. He's a good defenseman. I like Subban. He's a good defenseman. He gets the job done. He's just an older player, and they forced him to do too much. There was way too much ups and lows for him. Like there was one section thought he was going to make the All-Star team, and then the other section thought he was going to completely fall off a cliff and get like, I don't know, 10 points. That was the thought. He didn't do either. He was kind of in the middle. A little towards regressing, but still more in the middle. Once he gets better with this system and, it kind of just let him, grow and shoot the puck more, but he doesn't have to go back and, have to make every play and be a superstar. He should have a better season this year. It was just a really weird situation for him. So Winnipeg is now on the clock.
Everybody's saying it's a deep draft. So remember these names. I'm sure we'll see them sooner than later. Give them a couple more years of growth to get into their 20s, early 20s. Well, we'll see them in the National Hockey League.
Yeah, they got a great D now, but it's a little bit crowded back there when you think of the veterans in terms of them aging. It's not that long before Brian Suter, who's done an amazing job forever. They did just sign Jared Spurgeon. Of course, they signed.
I live in Quebec. I saw him play for Montreal when he was in Montreal. I saw him play for the Devils a few times. I actually met PK Subban as well. He's a great guy. My brother met him too. Awesome person. And a good player too. So.
Entry draft. I'm going to throw to Kevin Cheveldayoff, the general manager of the Winnipeg Jets.
Jets have selected.
The Winnipeg Jets are proud to select from Frölunda, Sweden, Daniel Torgersson.
Another Swede, Daniel Torgersson.
So Daniel Torgersson. That's
Torgersson.
From Frölunda. Off to a good start in the National.
He's from Hono, and guess where he played? Frölunda Indians.
This is a guy who had a good season last year.
Big.
Building off of this year.
He had a great season. He played in the Super League.
He played
in Sweden.
He played in Frölunda Junior. He played up there, and he's got the goals. He's a scorer.
Frölunda is a storied franchise. There are plenty of players who come out of Frölunda. They are one of the top teams at the senior level in Sweden. This young player is 6'3". One of the things mentioned about
also, guy is a big time.
I mean, you've got skill. You put up 44 points in 39 games, 26 of these being goals. Then guess what? The Winnipeg Jets have just got some size. They've got a goal scorer. I like Ferguson. This is a good pick. He's a big player who's mobile, who can skate, and you can't have.
Morales like Bobby, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna put you in timeout right now because you're just spamming, and that doesn't really help the stream.
This was a draft that Winnipeg was going to really focus.
Nothing against you, man. Though. I hope you can enjoy the stream though. Anyway, Daniel Torgersson, huge guy, huge hockey player. He's gonna stay there in Sweden. He's gonna play with Frölunda. He may even make it to the top senior team out there. He plays junior right now, one of the top scorers there.
They were probably shocked.
At some point, probably.
But there's another big European winger I'd rather talk about with the Winnipeg Jets, because that's what everybody wants.
The Jets, and now of course they're going to.
Sweet, but it doesn't matter.
They're going to switch off of Daniel Torgersson, the Swede drafted by the Jets, and talk about the Finnish hockey players drafted a few years overall, with the second overall selection in 2016 by Winnipeg. That, of course, is Patrick Laine. Does Laine get traded? A lot of people think that Laine will get traded before the season starts. Obviously, nothing can happen until Friday. Friday, of course, being a free agency. I'll have a stream on that as well.
I think they're still going to be looking to win games 6-5.
Well, yeah, well, listen, so their defense a season ago, we all know the fact, why they revamped, and they're missing 5 blue runners from the season ago loss. So it's interesting. They have such turnover defense. Obviously, they have a sensation. Yeah, Morris it though.
But,
yeah,
that's exactly. Take the best player available.
Take your best player, and your GM will tell you time and time again, we'll figure out what to do with them at the appropriate time. Just give us the best player you can find.
Of course, we'll see how that ends up.
Hell of a as well to show up the back end. All right. So those are the top 40 picks in so far. Back to Bill Dale.
Carolina's made the pick.
The 41st selection in the 2020 NHL Draft will be announced by Darren York, the Director of Player Personnel for the Carolina Hurricanes. Darren?
Carolina is proud to select from Luleå, Sweden, Noel Gunler.
Noel Gunler finally goes another Swede.
Number 20, the
A defenseman.
NHL comparison to Jake Gensley led all
Or no, excuse me, winger. Why did I say defenseman? Winger. Right shot, 176, 6'2" player, and also, interestingly, it's his 19th birthday. Happy birthday, Noel Gunler. Happy birthday, Noel. You are a Carolina Hurricane. And he goes to them. They want this European speed game, very similar to the Detroit Red Wings of the 2000s. That's Carolina wants this Euro puck possession type game, and Noel Gunler will help that. Again, he's going to stay there, and he will play his hockey. But on his 19th birthday, he gets drafted by Carolina. What a 19th birthday. At some point, maybe he can go to Carolina. Good pickup for them. I mean, really, you're not going to see too many bad pickups until we can see later on. Nashville right now is on the clock. And then behind them in picks is Florida, Toronto, and Detroit.
In this young man's game. What there is some concern, however, is the fact that when you look at a guy who's this good, who's this big, who's this talented, has been on the outskirts of the national team, it raises some questions. You wonder why that is the case. In the scouting that I've done of this player, there's some inconsistencies in his game. Yet when he puts the whole thing together, and let's not forget, we're still talking about kids here, a lot of room to mature and to grow. If this guy puts it all together, he's going to be a guy who's very effective on the wing, scoring goals down the road in the National Hockey League.
Interesting. We'll see if he can score those goals. As you said, led the Super League goals per game of .87 during the 2018-2019 season. So this happens sometimes, Lots. You have a guy that you think is going to go in the top 20. Instead, he goes 40th. Perhaps he'll use this as motivation. As you guys said earlier, it doesn't matter where you get drafted. Exactly. You're going to go to the Carolina Hurricanes, and you're playing for Rod Brindamore. That's good news.
Yeah, that's all you need to know. And they've got a great organization. And the fact of the matter is that they have a tremendous need. They're looking to strengthen offensively. That's all. And you got a great coach. Nothing else to worry about. Continue to ply your trade until you're ready to go, and then show up, and you'll get a great opportunity with that organization. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting as we take a look at the big picture. All the guys
right now,
actually going in the first round. Kluber was the
still waiting on Nashville. I believe that they have made their selection.
This is where it gets interesting now when it comes to projections and such. We look at who we think could be going in the second round. Everybody who we thought was going to go in the first round, all those guys are at least now gone. We take a look further at the second round and go further. Back to Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly is at the podium, the latest pick.
So Nashville has made their selection. Here we go, guys.
Throw it to Jeff Keelty, the Assistant General Manager for the Nashville Predators.
From the London Knights, Luke Evangelista.
Luke Evangelista.
Hall of Famer and Leafs president Brendan Shanahan. I know all those watching on sports are like, really? That's right. Both played for London. Little known fact, he also has 2 metal plates in his left arm, and an even strength Sam Cosentino. He was an absolute beast for the London Knights.
Man, I love this pick. This is the guy that
So Luke Evangelista, a superstar for the London Knights of the Ontario Hockey League.
This guy was slight afraid, man. He was so
Oakville, Ontario native. He's just, he doesn't turn the puck over. He moves it well. Smart guy. He goes to Nashville. Kind of fits their game. Oakville kid.
62 games, he had 61 points.
Again, not an incredibly tall guy, 5'11", but he gets the job done. And you're going to see a lot of small, fast players drafted in the NHL. And so he gets drafted by Nashville with the 42nd pick overall. Nashville could have drafted earlier, but they ended up trading down with the Cunning deal. If they go get that player, then they go look at Evangelista. So now Florida will be on the clock now.
To get regular time on the penalty kill. You look at the
We'll see how that
sure,
goes.
They don't dazzle you. 61 points, 62 games. But you look at this year when he gets power play time. Look for an additional 20 to 25 points added on to that total. And the last thing I'll say about this young man, in the last couple of years of all the people I've interviewed, this guy'd be top 5 on my list in terms of character.
That's interesting. Good stuff there, Cos. We were talking right to you yesterday. We said, is there a guy you're really excited to see? He goes, you know what? Watch him for Evangelista. Mike did a great job with the Kings for many years, so he'll like that pick. Back to Bill Deal.
Oh, here we go. Florida's pick is in.
The 43rd selection in the 2020 NHL draft. Here is Billy Ryan, an amateur scout for the Florida Panthers.
Florida Panthers are proud to select from Leksand of the Swedish Hockey League, Emil Heineman.
Another Swede.
Emil Heineman of the left.
Emil Heineman.
Sweden tied for first in the Super League in goals.
This guy,
1920 season at .90.
the left winger. I told you the wingers are big commodities. 6'1", he goes to Florida. Leksand native. Very good defensive.
So what does that mean? A little bit older, but it's afforded a kid like this, the guy that I
Very good defensive player, but he's
smaller version of Chris Kreider. A little bit of a man child, plays an up and down physical game, but he's opportunistic.
You know, he's fast.
He skates really well.
But he plays that defensive game, and he can skate up and down and make the play. Joe Quenneville really getting a good pick there to move along and get it there. Still looking for the first Belgian off the board, Senna Peters. But right now, nothing on him yet.
Because a lot of these young men haven't started playing. A lot of these young men, season ended quickly, and now they're put into the leagues and they're still teenagers playing against men. So this is going to be a very interesting transition in the next 6 months as we move forward with these guys and their development. And I'm sure the National Hockey League teams drafting are going to be keeping a very close eye on them and are going to have a lot more say in the development than they might have had in the past just because of the break we've had.
For all the scouts I talked to, this is a guy's name that came up time and time again. But everybody just had one little twist that they just weren't completely sold on him. And that's how you end up being selected here. You start really getting nitpicked to death by scouts. That's what they do so well. But in my opinion, this is a really strong pick.
All right, so Heineman is the selection there. By the way, he's got 3 older brothers, Carl, Andreas, and Lars. They're all playing in Sweden. Got to be Swedish with a name like Lars. The best available players, by the way, when it comes to those.
Young Myshik's still available, obviously.
Now, theoretically, but here's some big names still. Actually, as I say,
He was 24th overall. The center from the Czech Republic, Jeremy Poirier, another great defenseman who I thought maybe would have gotten drafted late last night. In fact, I believe I had him getting drafted by the Maple Leafs all the way at 16. And he's
being there just because of the injuries.
Sure. So you have a
basic that's a surprise for me. Just for Czech hockey, I'd like to see him get picked pretty soon here.
Now, those are a couple names there you would think at this point.
Cormier, another good defenseman. Vasily Ponomarov. Toronto now on the clock. So interestingly, I said that Poirier, Toronto would pick at 16. They do not get him, but they are able to pick Poirier here if they want. They're on the clock right now.
Canada and also for all who's listening on Sirius XM. The draft continues. We're just getting warmed up.
Trailing behind them is Detroit, Chicago, Montreal. They have to go to commercial because they haven't in like feels like decades. But Toronto is right now on the clock. They'll probably make the pick soon.
Proven on the ice. Gatorade Thirst Quencher, the proven sports fuel of the NHL. Have you heard of nuts.com? It's the best kept secret of savvy snackers all over the country. Incredible nuts, dried fruits, organic snacks, and gluten-free treats. There's something for everyone to love, including free shipping with your first order.
Best pistachios ever.
Love the dried peaches.
White chocolate toffee cashews are awesome.
The holy grail of honey sesame sticks. The quality has made me a customer for life. With so much to love and free shipping with your first order, check out nuts.com.
Toronto, nothing yet. Just waiting for this pick to come in.
JG Wentworth, how can I help you get cash? I want to pay off my debt and move into my own place, but I need cash now to do it.
Let's see if we can help. Do you get regular payments from an insurance company? For example, from a personal injury settlement or a car accident?
Yes, monthly, and it's been working out okay. The thing is, it's my money and I need it now.
Right. So how does this sound? In exchange for some or all of your future payments, we give you a lump sum of cash now. And since this isn't a personal loan, there's no credit check. What would you do with more cash? Buy a car, get an apartment, go to school? After all, it's your money. Use it when you need it. Call now and you'll also get $25 for receiving a quote. Call 877-CASH-NOW for your free Cash Now quote. That's 877-CASH-NOW. Call
Thanks, JG Wentworth.
Selling
I'm still
your house
waiting.
is hard.
It's kind
From
of boring,
prep
but
to open houses to hoping for offers.
guys, have any thoughts here at the draft?
In just a few days,
I can't believe we've already hit an hour and there's so much more to go. We're not even hit halfway through the second round, and we've got
Just answer a few quick
round 3, round
questions
4,
about
round
your
5, round 6, round 7.
We'll collect offers from our network of cash buyers and introduce you to the highest bidder. Now, selling is simple. To see your simple sale price, go to homelight.com/simple today.
Stand up if you are first generation college student. Stand up if you're a mother. If you are actively deployed, a veteran, or you're in a military family, please stand. The world in which we live equally distributes talent, but it doesn't equally distribute opportunity, and paths are not always the same. I will tell you this, Southern New Hampshire University can change the whole trajectory of your life. This year's free agent pool.
Oh, a Devils stream. Kind of. I'm a Devils fan. It's my first team. But can you see the Devils making a move for goalie? Well, they're not going to trade up because that would cost more picks. That's the big thing for me. They're not going to trade, in my opinion. They won't trade. They have no second-round picks as already. They only have 1 third-round selection, and it's not their own. It's via Carolina off the Vatanen trade. So there's no way they're going to go up for one. Will they draft one later on? Probably later in the draft, but they're not going to move up here.
Rounds 2 through 7 continue. Not only here in the
No
NHL,
reason to do so. My thing is, there's no reason they would draft a goalie, go up and get a goalie if they had the chance last night.
Thoughts a second. First back to Bill Dale.
Toronto is selected,
And we have a trade to announce.
and there's a trade.
The Toronto Maple Leafs have traded pick number 44 in the 2020 draft to the Ottawa Senators in exchange for picks number 59 and number 64 in the 2020 draft. Means the Ottawa Senators are now on the clock.
A Battle of Ontario trade. Toronto trades to Ottawa, who's been dealing a lot. Ottawa trades their 59th selection and their 64th selection, the second pick of the third round, and the 59th selection to Toronto, and Ottawa gets this pick, so they have someone they want. With Niskanen gone, does Philly goes to the lineup or trade him? I think they try to look to trade him, but they probably don't have a better option. Right now, they're going to have to go for a defenseman. I think Pietrangelo would work with them, but they probably don't have the cap space for him.
Yeah, great trades by Ottawa. They acquired Matt Murray, protecting a second-round pick. That's a fantastic pickup. The goaltending void is now filled, and the Ottawa Senators.
Look at their picks so far.
I mean, this is fantastic. They got 4 picks already, plus they've acquired a goaltender. Yeah, Stanley Cup winning goaltender.
There's a lot of things happening right now. Rumors leaking out about Kyle Turris potential, and we're doing the draft here, and then we're listening to all the other news that's happening because of the situation the pandemic has put us in this year. It's going to be wild. You guys, I can't wait.
Oh, yeah. It's amazing. The fact that you've got Stützle, you got Sanderson, you got Gregg. Those are your first 2 picks. And you had your Venti. And as you said, you have a goalie as well for Ottawa. You have 9 picks.
And you got a 2-time Stanley Cup champion goalie. That's going to take you to arbitration, I might add.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah, hopefully it'll work out.
I think it's safe to trade some picks for that arm. Get less.
What about free agency? Did Devils make a move for a goalie in free agency? Probably not. Devils won't do too much of free agency. They already have a restricted free agent goalie they got to worry about. They have, Mackenzie Blackwell.
No, I can never recall that.
I could see the Devils maybe going for a forward though,
For this trade.
Right. Amazing.
or possibly Pietrangelo, but that would cost a lot of money.
Right. So there's a little math for you. I told you there wouldn't be any math.
I was told that
Now
no
we're in
math.
some
I'm
math.
gonna have to get my abacus out here. Okay, 6 and 4 and 7, 71. Okay, that makes sense. Bottom line is this: it's interesting looking at your reader, the pace of the draft, because the first one obviously takes time. Guys make moves here, but here it's very deliberate. Everyone's kind of making their moves, and we'll get more of your opinions in a second. First, we go back to Deputy Commissioner Bill Dale.
The 44th selection.
Ottawa's made their selection, guys.
Will be announced by Trent Mann, Chief Amateur Scout for the Ottawa Senators.
With pick 44, the Ottawa Senators are proud to select from the United States National Development Team Program and University of North Dakota, Tyler Clevin.
Tyler Clement?
Tyler Clevin, defenseman.
Tyler Clevin.
DP, the USHL. He's from
Defenseman.
Oh, yeah, you betcha, yeah. From North Dakota, expected to play. I'm sorry, lots of sorry. Canadian jokes, yeah. Expected to play for the University of North Dakota this year. It's hockey here. There's a delayed reaction.
A defenseman from North Dakota. Yeah, Tyler Clevin. He's a defenseman from North Dakota. He plays. He's going to play in North Dakota, and so Ottawa takes him. This is a big defenseman. He's a large guy, and he shoots the puck well. He is Tom Wilson if Tom Wilson played defense. He's that way. You know, he's that type of player.
Clearly going about this the right way, probably from the back end of the acquisition of Murray. If you look at Jake Sanderson yesterday from the program, obviously a lot of eyes on him, so surely they would have seen a lot of Tyler Clevin. So the point totals aren't going to dabble here, but this is a big, mean, nasty, physical, stay-at-home defenseman. Josh Brown, the guy they just acquired in a trade and signed from Florida, he's very much like that. He played for DJ Smith on a Memorial Cup winning team. Thomas Chabot, big guy. Sanderson, big guy. Clevin, big guy. So what are they doing? Go get the big goaltender in Murray, get a whole bunch of trees to put in front of him, find some skill up front, and then let DJ Smith work his magic. So I love what Pierre Dorion is doing here. When it comes to Clevin, though, I had a chance to talk to him at the BioSteel All-American game, and this guy was super serious. And again, really good in terms of self-identifying.
So Clevin goes to Ottawa. Now Detroit will have their second selection of the second round, which will probably be the first player of non-Swedish descent to go to the Red Wings in this draft. The 45th selection following them is two more original six teams. Chicago has the 46th pick, and then 47th and 48th are both owned by Montreal. We can see if they want to trade down. I do not think they need to trade up to get this guy. He's good, but yeah, I don't think they would have had to trade up. They could have kept him where he was, but they do trade up. Toronto gets a late second round selection, and they get the second pick in the third round.
What are you doing here? Well, guess what? The plan is in place. He kept telling everybody there's a plan. Everybody's like, no, we don't want, the plan has been too long. Let's get this plan going. Well, you can see the plan coming to fruition. You will see a couple of these players could be in the lineup as soon as we start playing once again.
So yeah, Detroit right now is on the clock.
Players coming in. Plus, they got plenty of players still in the system. We haven't even seen Branson touch the. Well, we've seen him touch it. We haven't seen him touch the ceiling yet. With Ottawa, he came over from the San Jose or the Vegas trade was.
What's interesting too is Clevin, by the way, Jake Sanderson's roommates. How about that? We can look for connections with these guys.
Yeah, in North Dakota, can you turn up your internet a little bit? Don't turn up the speed. Yesterday, Sanderson, the same thing was a little bit of delay before the celebration. We saw yesterday with the Sanderson sitting there waiting. No, it was. So
He's on this Clevin guy. He's a big player, 6'4". You have to understand that. That's what they went for. They went for height. This guy's a 6'4", 200 defenseman, huge. They wanted a monster in the back end. They got another big guy last night too. So they're building a team. They're building a good playoff team. And obviously the trade earlier with Pittsburgh for the goaltender for a prospect that they didn't even believe in and a pick that they were okay with expending.
Obviously now, big hockey donor and former fan of North Dakota.
Jonathan Taves.
Yes, lots of rich history there. You go back to Dave Tippett.
Way back. There we go.
James Patrick. We could go on and name players from there.
And at the Ottawa Senators, you've got a couple on the back end who we'll probably see in the National Hockey League soon. But let's let them finish their some sort of career in North Dakota. We don't want to be pulling them out there too soon. Bring them into the National Hockey League.
That's a good point. It's still percolating. By the way, speaking of simmering, right now there could be some moves here as we're waiting. The Detroit Red Wings. Theoretically, are up next with the pick, but it's interesting. Some of the trades we've seen so far today, lots. It's been mainly, kind of organizing picks here and there, but the Wings are technically still on the clock here. But I'm curious to see what might happen here.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, Reader was just pointing it out at the break there. This second round is going incredibly slow right now.
No question.
Why? Because people are looking at all their options more than ever. We haven't seen this much action.
I was gonna say, they're looking at how slow this draft is going. This draft is
Very long time. The draft
really just
that range
lugging.
added to another.
Looks like finally the Red Wings have made their pick. We shall see.
Does this change everything? You know, now, technology-wise, I think we're doing really well so far.
Oh, it's incredible.
Place. Be able to pull this together, get players on. It's amazing.
It's the depth of the draft. That's why we're taking our time here. This will pick up. Trust me.
Will it?
We've done it. Yes. And then you're a rookie in this situation.
Are you sure?
And you know what?
I was misinformed.
After our second hour, the rookies take over. Me and Lots, we're on it. See you later.
I didn't really mean to go
This
out of
will
your
pick up.
This guy said to me,
This will pick
they're
up.
going to be barely on camera.
Depth of the draft, the depth of these players, and the talent level of these young players.
In at 11:30 and be out the door at 2:30. Maybe 2:30 on Thursday morning. We got more coming up after this.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by EA.
Got any hot take opinions? On what? Like, I'm trying to think of big time NHL stuff that I would have a hot take opinion on.
Recognize greatness in EA Sports NHL 21.
So since you're talking about Ottawa, I will say I think Ottawa is going to be a much more surprising team next year. I could see them being top 5 in their division, but I'm trying to think like draft wise. This is kind of like the depth, you know. There's not too many huge big time players. This Myshik guy's got to go soon, though. Or John Myshik, if I said that name incorrectly.
Hi, Linda. Looks like you've got a prescription fill. Any idea how much that's going to cost in there? The exact same.
You know, at some point, this guy has to.
Is $150 at this one. GoodRx finds prices and discount coupons on every prescription. Just input the drug name and instantly find savings in virtually every pharmacy in America.
Next. What can I do for you? Here's my prescription, and I have a coupon from GoodRx. Nice price.
Stop paying too much for your prescriptions with GoodRx.
I have a plan for retirement.
For college savings.
For investing, I can see all of my accounts and my investments, all my investments and more in one place.
I feel good about my finances. Get free financial tools or talk to an advisor. Personal Capital.
Every customer has their own Safe Flight story. This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got chipped. They drove to Safe Flight for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, it was no cost to them. That's service you can trust.
Still waiting here for Detroit with this pick. They've really taken a long time. I'm thinking they might be trading this pick.
Wish I could try these glasses on first.
Here, step into the future where everything is possible. Welcome. Here you can try on Warby Parker glasses using only your phone.
Really? Wow. I like it here.
And I like these. You can stay, but I'll need my phone.
Okay.
Just shop prescription glasses starting at $95 and virtually try them on in the Warby Parker app.
Every player who enters this league has one goal. To raise the Stanley Cup.
They're still waiting on this. It's taking like literally forever.
Experience over 4 years of cup-clinching games. Featuring the biggest names in the sport. In your most triumphant moment. Raising the Cup. Tuesdays on NHL Network Daytime.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by EA Sports NHL 21. This year, you'll be able to pull off new deeds and moves inspired by the league's most groundbreaking innovators. Recognize greatness in EA Sports NHL 21.
With the first pick in the 2020 NHL Draft, New York Rangers are proud to select Alexei.
They're back here. Detroit's still on the clock, and they're doing more montages. This is insane.
In the biggest moments. I don't see anything but success for Alexei Lafreniere with the New York Rangers.
Growing up, you dream of being drafted in the
NHL, and just being able to have an NHL jersey, and especially a New York jersey, it's really unreal for me.
It's unreal not only for Alexis Lafreniere and also for Rangers fans, but also if you're a gamer. NHL 21, look at Lafreniere's profile. We're ready to go here. 82 ranking right now, and that's fantastic. He's gonna hit
NHL 21 has already given Alexis Lafreniere an 82 overall.
Reasonable resemblance there. That's
It's
pretty
like
good.
kind of a little too
Did
much.
you find that out yet for him? Rangers?
We haven't. No, we haven't. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, can't wait. I thought for a second when you showed me 82.
You thought that was a number?
Yeah, it's like a beast in the game. It looks awful big in the game. Looks like a beast.
He's going to be great. Let me tell you that. Whether that's a game or on the ice. Also great, Bill Daly, Deputy Commissioner.
Here's the pick, guys.
And we have a trade.
A trade, of course. I told you it's a trade.
A traded pick number 45 in the 2020 draft to the Los Angeles Kings in exchange for picks number 51 and number 97 in the 2020 draft. The Los Angeles Kings are on the clock.
The Kings trade up for
Okay, so
the pick with Detroit. The Red Wings get the 51st pick, so they still will have 3 picks in the second round, and they get a pick number 97 in the third round. So the Kings now are on the clock. We'll see who they want.
They're saying, I can't believe a guy we had, and literally, folks, you won't believe this, but a player we have in the top 10 on our list is still available at 45. It's crazy, Reed.
That's it, and that's why we're seeing so many trades right now. Yeah. It's a deep draft, and it's amazing how you put 5 scouts together in a room and watch a game. They're all going to come up with a different angle on players. Now, you look at a game, you see the top 2 players, let's say. So the top 2 players are gone in the draft so far. Now we're in that position where you're looking for your mid-tier players. You're looking for that second, third line players, and there's plenty of them still to be had in this draft, and that's why everybody feels. Remember the Rangers yesterday. They had to get ahead of the New Jersey Devils to take a pick, and that's what you want. I think this guy is going to take our guy. Let's make these deals. Very interesting how this is coming to shape in a very deep draft in 2020.
And again, to reiterate, those are the names still available. Jan Mysak, Jeremy Poirier, Mark Chromiak, Lucas
The
Roman.
Kings, still on the clock. They have not taken, and not said they will take Jan Mysak or what they will do.
We mentioned Centerman's always important. A guy like Poirier could be one of those two.
Hey, whoever it is, it's somebody, like I said, that the team is sitting there and the director of their scouting is sitting there and telling their GM, this is a guy I can't believe is available. We got to move up. You got to do something, and we're seeing that constant jockeying right now back and forth. Does it pay off all the time? No. Are you used to hearing those types of things? Yes. Generally, it's in the first round, though. Generally, it's, oh, my gosh, I can't believe every GM says that after the draft. This is a little bit different than that. This is, I can't believe this player is still here, and it's more believable.
And we heard that this draft was going to be deep for more than just a couple of weeks. It's been deep draft for a couple of years.
Let's go back to Bill Daly.
Here's the Kings pick, everybody.
With the 45th selection. Go ahead, Los Angeles.
The Los Angeles Kings are proud to select from the U.S. National Team Development Program and Minnesota, Brock Faber.
Brock Faber
Faber's a guy
from Minnesota.
Age of 4, outdoor rinks in Maple Grove, Minnesota.
And he's from Maple Grove. He's going to play with the Minnesota Golden Gophers this year as a freshman. Doesn't really look like a hockey player, but boy, is he a hockey player. He's
Brock Faber, another U.S. development player that is one of those players that's a little bit under the radar.
He's good with skating. He's got a good stick. He's that type of player, and he goes to the Kings. Kings are just just getting this like workmanship type players, and so he comes over to play.
He's going to be one of those kids that continues to blossom. I'm going to put a big name next to him, and Charlie McAvoy. I don't know that he'll ever get that offensive capabilities as McAvoy, but he's one of those guys at the back end that reminds me a lot of him because of the poise, the way he gets.
So Brock Faber goes to the Kings at 45. At 46 now, here come the Blackhawks on the clock for their first pick of the second round.
Hall of Fame inductee for the U.S. of 2020, Brock Faber going to Los Angeles Kings, the 45th pick overall. EJ Raddick, what else do you have on Faber?
Yeah, it's interesting, and that when Tony said he's a coachable kid, talking to people around the program, they said, they wanted him to commit to a more complete game. And sometimes when they ask, you know, a good skater or a talented young guy, because these guys get to that program, they're already really talented kids, to commit to the little things, to commit to other parts of the game, they're maybe not as excited about hearing that. But in Brock Faber's case, he is somebody that is committed to that.
So I just watched some of Faber highlights. This guy, he'll do little things, but this guy will, he'll help plays develop. He'll make plays develop. He'll do the things that you have to do to win hockey games. So King's got a good player in Faber.
Troy Stetcher on the upside. Troy Stetcher took some time and has become a good defenseman in this league. So for Brock Faber, give him the time, let him develop, as is the case with all these guys. But that is the upside on Faber. They like his skating ability a lot, and obviously the LA Kings did too. They wanted to trade up to get him, so we'll see how that plays out down the road.
All right, AJ, thank you. We'll check back in a second. 2 straight national development picks. Maybe Smolenic will make it a hat trick here.
Well, let's hope so. That certainly would be a nice pick for whoever eventually takes him, that's for sure. He's got first-round ability. He really does. I think the injuries have knocked him down. It's not overly surprising. Does it really matter to him in his career? No, he'll still get an opportunity.
Chicago Blackhawks are currently on the clock as Brock Faber goes that 45th pick to the Kings. So
here's Chicago in their locker room. You see players like Bachvis, DeBrink, Taves, Kane, Duff, Keith. You know, they've been able to draft well.
You know what that really is? Having been a general manager and a member of the Board of Governors of the National Hockey League, it's almost the same setup. You see at those meetings.
Really? It's just this
caverns everywhere around. Yeah, it was set up.
They definitely have a lot of space and kind of just breathe in the whole air.
United Center's big enough to do that.
Exactly. Everyone's
Have larger facilities.
Yeah.
The National Hockey League.
Chicago spares no expense.
Yes.
They handle things. It's no surprise they won 3 cups in the last 11 years.
Chicago Blackhawks right now about to make their selection.
The Blackhawks right now have made their pick. Let's see who it is.
Bill Daly with the selection. With the 46th selection in the 2020 NHL draft, go ahead, Chicago.
The Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select from the U.S. National Development Team, Drew Comesso.
It's a U.S. hat trick, 3rd American taken in 3 straight picks. It's Drew Comesso. Drew Comesso, a goaltender. Oh wow! I didn't realize who this guy was. I wasn't sure. A goaltender goes to Chicago. They were thinking about going and trading the goalies. They were looking at Matt Murray, and nothing was open. So they go and get Drew Comesso, the second goaltender pick, the first North American goaltender pick, Norwell, Massachusetts native, American goalie, and so he will go and play with Boston University this year. He'll be the goaltender there. But at some point, obviously, if he can make his way over to the Chicago Blackhawks, where he goes at 46 in the second round to Chicago. 18-7-1, a 205 goalie average, and a .920 save percentage. 3 shutouts this season in the National Development Team for Drew Comesso. But the second goalie in the draft gets taken in the second round, and it gets taken by Chicago.
The next tier of guys. So they decide to go jump in on him here, the Chicago Blackhawks. We will see if other teams now decide that they need to grab a goalie if they like one moving forward.
And to continue that point, EJ, about goalies, that is very apt. This was Chicago's pick for trading Robin Leonard, because Leonard just signed that deal with the Vegas Golden Knights. So maybe this is the point where we start to see some goalies falling off the board.
We may. I'm not sure in this draft the goaltenders are as high as we have seen in the past, so I'm not sure that this is going to start a trend of goaltenders. And it usually does. CJ's absolutely right. When a goaltender goes, it's usually somewhere in the second round, or right in the middle of the second round. Other teams say, oh, I got to get my guy, I'm not sure if goaltenders are ranked as high as some of the forwards and some of the defensemen that we've still got available. So we'll see how this plays out. It would surprise me a little if it did play out in that regard with the talented forwards and skaters that we still got available.
A lot of good names out there. I expect a guy like Joel Bloomquist, though, to be one of the first goalies selected in the second tier, if we do, in fact, go that way.
So Drew Comesso there for the Chicago Blackhawks. And it's interesting. Just in the story is.
All right, right now, obviously, still waiting Now for Montreal, who is on the clock right now.
These kids get innovative, man. They're a lot more passionate. I feel like they really kind of show their identity. That's one of the great things about the draft lodge. You get to see the identities.
Yeah, it is, and he's going to be at Boston University, so that's going to be great for him, great for them. It's such a strange year. I can't tell you how many college players I've talked to in just the last couple of months. And in Minnesota, we have what's called the Beauty League. Generally goes over the summer, and there's been a lot of kids. Hey, you're going to have that Beauty League again? Ben Hankinson runs that. They're looking for places to play and continue to stay sharp. Training is great. It's not the same thing.
Kick Saban and Beauty back to Bill Dale to announce the.
And here's the pick for the Canadiens.
2020 NHL draft. Here's Trevor Timmins, the assistant general manager for the Montreal Canadiens.
From the U.S. National Development Program, NDU, Luke Tuck.
Fourth guy to get taken, and it's Alex Tuck's, I think, younger brother, Luke Tuck. He goes to the Canadiens.
Luke Tuck. I mean, the storyline here again. You like the bloodline? His brother Alex currently plays for the Vegas Golden Knights. Alex went to Boston College.
Luke Tuck, obviously, you may have seen him on TV with he was at some of the Vancouver. Well, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, actually, he was at because they allowed family members later on in the playoffs. He was at some of the series with Vancouver and Vegas. As his brother Alex Tuck plays for Vegas. Well, now Luke Tuck is a Montreal Canadian.
What else do you have on Mr. Luke Tuck?
Yeah, they're all smiling today, but when BC and BU get together, there probably won't be too many smiles in that household. But again, very, similar from the standpoint of the physical nature. Big, strong guy, just like his brother Luke is the same way, 6'2", over 200 pounds. He's a left shot. Alex is a right shot. But the difference
here's
Alex Tuck, if you watch him play in the NHL,
a left shot.
He's a big, strong, skilled guy. Luke Tuck is not as skilled as his brother, but he's meaner.
A forward. I was looking at and listening to some of the stuff. Luke Tuck is not like an offensive presence, even though he plays forward. But he's a physical guy. He's going to hit you in the mouth. He's going to play that physical game where Tuck kind of got into it a little bit in the series against the Canucks and the Stars. But he really isn't that guy usually. He just kind of stays to what he is, forechecks, dumps the puck, and shoots it. Not really too much of any of that crazy stuff.
Chippier player. I did reach out to a couple of kids that play in that league that have cross paths with Luke Tuck, and they say the same thing. They said, boy, he's a chirper. He's in the battle. He's in the net. He's got the glove in your face. So the Montreal Canadiens are getting someone that's going to add a little sandpaper to their group down the road.
All right, AJ, thanks. He credits lacrosse for holding his footwork in his hands. Not sure where the main streak and the chippy just comes, so maybe it's just from being a brother. But and for Luke Tuck, it's an interesting selection. Montreal now back-to-back picks.
Yeah, back-to-back picks. It'd be interesting to see where they go with this next one. But you see,
So New York could go Rangers? Okay, not a Rangers fan, but yeah, you guys have had a good draft. So as you're saying, Luke Tuck goes to the Canadiens, and the Canadiens are getting ready for their next pick at pick number 48.
Technically, via the expansion draft transaction that transpired along with Eric Hall when they went there. So this family knows the business. They understand what's in front of them. Now, for Luke, he's just got to get down to continue to work on his game, build it up, and hopefully he'll get a chance one day. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get a chance to be a professional player at some point, not necessarily this year or next year, but after that.
Yeah, Canadians sticking with their theme this week. They trade for Josh Anderson for Columbus, a bigger, more physical player. They're answering, I wouldn't say the critics, but the noise out there that's saying we're not a big enough team. We need to be bigger, especially on the wings. So this is a team that is.
So Tuck gets drafted, big wing guy. They go get Josh Anderson, another big wing player.
Yeah, well, Josh Anderson.
And so there you go, right there for
that's for sure.
for the
as we saw a couple years ago.
Montreal Canadiens. But we'll see what they go with this pick. Maybe they'll trade down.
So Mark Bergeron doing a nice job there. He's already built a monstrous D. Why not get to work on forwards now? Of course, for Columbus and Max Domi, they get some desperately needed skill down the middle here.
Well, Luke Tuck's favorite non-hockey activity is fishing, also apparently a professional juggler. So we'll keep juggling all the activity now. Back to Bill Dale.
With the 48th selection, here's Trevor Timmins again.
Here's Montreal's next pick. Rangers doesn't need more players in this draft. There are a few that could help them. Canadians' mics are off for some reason.
Montreal has selected Jan Mysak from.
Wow! So they didn't get the mic to work, but they finally get the check. Jan Myshak. What a turnaround this has been in the draft for the Canadians. They take Luke Tuck and now Jan Myshak, who was ranked 24th overall. And finally, he goes, an 18-year-old player, the captain of his team, and he goes to the Canadians.
The Montreal Canadiens. You go back a couple
Big,
of years,
strong player, very like Kotkaniemi when they drafted him a few years ago.
All of a sudden, now they go back to a guy in a slanted frame who fits that skill mold. A really good skater.
A big winger that can push the puck, and so he's North American hockey player. He plays North America. He's from Litvinov, from the Czech Republic. Played with the Hamilton Bulldogs. In 22 games, 15 goals and 10 assists. He had a really good season, but his just stock went down really, really low. Where do I think William Eklund will go? I think he'll probably go to the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Because he'd only played in 22 games. So 25 points in 22 games for this guy. Speed, skill guy, no problem going to the net. He, like many of these players, when you start to get into these rounds, a guy that I projected to be a little bit closer to the first, just needs to build on that frame, work on his strength. But there's no question there's a lot to work with there. And I like this kind of ebb and flow we're seeing from Marc Bergevin. You get Edmondson, you already got Weber, you draft, a big defenseman in Gooley, you get Josh Anderson. Now all of a sudden you can allow for these.
So now Calgary Flames are on the clock with the 50th selection. Obviously, Tuck was picked. Myshak was picked. And now Calgary.
175, but clearly he'll fill out a little bit. And this is a guy that led all the way to rookie shorthanded goals this past season. Played only 22 games to score those 3 goals. And Reader, this was the biggest name we had as far as on our rank. We had him at 24th, so he falls. Good sign here from Montreal Canadiens. They get a good player.
It is a good sign. I like exactly what Stan said. You build size, and then you bring your skill in.
Good balance of both is always the key. Let's go back to Bill Daly.
To announce the 50th selection.
Here's the Calgary pick, which is in.
Director of Amateur Scouting for the Calgary Flames.
Calgary Flames are proud to select from the University of Connecticut, Yad Kuznetsov.
Yad Kuznetsov goes to the Flames.
According to college hockey, and Kuznetsov, who turned 18 in March, was the youngest player to play NCAA D1 hockey since Zach Werenski back in 2014-15 at the University of Michigan. EJ, what do you have for us?
There's a guy, a defenseman, 18-year-old college player, the freshman last year, and he, a Russian kid, but he played with the UConn with the Huskies there. 2 goals, 9 assists in 34 games for an 18-year-old kid. He goes to Calgary. He's going to help their wing strength there, their wing depth.
Win a Clark Cup championship a couple years back. Also,
so quite an interesting
team for Russia
pick up and move around for him and for them.
Connecticut, as you mentioned, one of the younger guys in college hockey. And scouts tell me he's kind of like a Jake Muzzin type defender. He's just really solid at little things in the game. Defends really well. He's kind of looked at as maybe a 3 or 4 defenseman. But again, it's that size, and we're seeing more of that this league. It's kind of follows trends over the years. We saw smaller guys were out and smaller guys were in. And now it seems like those longer defensemen are in again because of the fact that they are just able to defend well in the zone, hard to get around. Reader and Lotz can talk about that, how some guys, these long defensemen are just a handful. So the Calgary Flames, who haven't drafted a lot of defensemen when you go back over the last couple of years, and a guy like this who, again, slated in as kind of a second pair guy, but someone who has obviously had some success early on.
So Jan Kuznetsov to Calgary, big pickup there. I like that Leo Luft is ranked to go before Eklund. Yeah, another player we're looking at also. Thomas Jurjeks is looking for Senna Peters from Belgium. See where he would end up going.
With the 51st selection, here is Chris Draper.
Here's Detroit to make their pick. And now Draper's mic is off. This is insane. This is nuts.
Who's next pick? The Detroit Red Wings are proud to select
now his mic's on.
Theodore Niederbach from Frölunda.
Another swing. Theodore Niederbach
Theodore Niederbach
from Ormskov, Sweden. 15 goals, 33 assists for him.
What else can you tell us about him?
This guy is a wall player. He understands how to move the puck off the wall.
Hockey IQ is all over.
And this guy is so smart. So Theodore Niederbach goes to the Detroit Red Wings.
Season with a knee injury, a growing injury, so it didn't set his pace of play back whatsoever. He was still able to play in the Super Elite League this past season after missing a full season. Had 48 points in those 40 games, and the Super Elite is similar to the Ontario leagues and the junior leagues. And for a young man, a teenager, to step up and be over point a game player is remarkable.
Number one, I'm not going to make my bed. I really don't care. I'll do that later. It's just a blanket, man. It's not the sheets. Number two, I'm not going to show the TV because that means that I'm literally going to have to walk every 5 seconds.
I already mentioned the hockey IQ. That's something that we talked about earlier. We talked about it yesterday, the Detroit Red Wings and Steve Yzerman. They are looking for those cerebral players, the players who can play a complete game, who think the game possibly on top or ahead of most players. So for Niederbach, I think this is another smart pick by the Detroit Red Wings. And a player, you miss a year when you're 16 years old of hockey completely, you're wondering if you're ever actually going to get back and to be able to play the game. Then you come back and you step right in, and he has started off extremely fast. He took off. He had a fantastic season, and now he's a second-round draft pick of the Detroit Red Wings. The upside is huge for Niederbach. I think it's a very good pick. And I think it just fits right in again with the Red Wings mold.
That's very key as well here for Detroit.
Right now, Niederbach, he gets picked by Detroit. Yeah, no, there's been a ton of Swedes in this draft, especially this round.
Second selection in the 2020 NHL
But,
draft. Here's Patrick Ballman, Director of Amateur Scouting for the Pittsburgh Penguins.
But it should be noted now, a Pittsburgh pick is in.
From Finland, Kärpät, Joel Lundqvist.
Well, as AJ suggested earlier, sometimes when one goalie goes, maybe some more goalies go.
Another goalie. Now, Pittsburgh gets their backup. They needed one because Murray got traded. Joel Blomqvist, Finnish goaltender, goes to Pittsburgh.
The number one note I have.
6'1" guy.
Here, I had him about 80th on our list, but after doing more due diligence, it was clear to me that he wouldn't get selected higher. Why? Because he started the season.
Yeah, well, there was a bunch in this draft, but now you got a Finn, Joel Blomqvist, to Pittsburgh, and he'll back up Tristan Jarry.
Percentage, and again, the environment has changed. He's playing on the junior team last year. Now he's up with the big team. He's getting an opportunity. He's making the most of it, and I'm certain that would have caught Pittsburgh's eye. This is a little bit of a surprise in the overall ranking of where goaltenders were. And it's not a surprise to me that he goes this early, though.
He's really good in his glove side, so you're really looking at for this guy Blomqvist. But Joel Blomqvist goes 52nd to Pittsburgh. Carolina is on the clock now.
He was selected just a few picks ago. So Jeremy Poirier, we got the defenseman there at 28. Mark Kobiak, Lucas Poirier as well. So there's a few guys here that, at least by our projections, slept a little bit here. So I'm curious where Poirier might go, the defenseman.
That is a very good question. I think that he should go at any moment here, Reader. I just don't see why he hasn't gone yet, but that happens every year. You don't know what the individual draft lists look like. There's always something, though. And I could not get to the bottom of anything negative on him.
No, I agree with you, and it's all personal preference. And again, we've seen 3 goaltenders go. That to me is a little bit of a surprise. You always look at different things in the draft. Poirier not going yet. I mean, again, we're still close. The difference of the end of the first round to halfway through the second round is not that big a difference when you look at the grand scheme of things. So for the goaltenders, so that to me, we talked about it earlier. I just did not expect goaltenders of the Askarov to go in the second round. I thought they might be pushed back this year to the third round. So interesting trends as we move along.
I thought someone would jump on Blomqvist just because of the start and that they could.
So he Blomqvist goes. Do I think Lafreniere is NHL ready? I really don't. I don't think he's ready yet. He's going to have to be, but I don't think he is yet. Carolina right now getting ready to pick.
Right now on the clock. So take a look there in Raleigh, North Carolina. Invisalign clearly a big hit as they're looking at who they could select here with their next selection. So maybe Poirier might go here, and you're looking for an offensive defenseman. Try to beef up that area of their department. Once again, rounds 2 through 7, we have coming for for you here right now on NHL Network on Sportsnet in Canada for all those listening on Sirius XM with Dave Reed, Ryan Lawton. I'm Adnan Brooke, AJ Raddick, Sam Cosentino, Elliot Craven, Jamie Hirsch, all along for the ride today. And seriously, thanks to all of our technical team behind the scenes doing a phenomenal job. The fact that we're bringing this to all of you right now, a virtual draft, I mean, it's been pretty skimless so far, Lots.
Yeah, it really has. There's all kinds of machinations you can go through in your mind of things that could go wrong.
Oh, yeah.
So far, we've been very fortunate. Let's hope that continues. But it's amazing to think of the reach that this draft is having around the world. I know the NFL did a great job in their draft.
Yeah.
First one to say that. They did not go around the world.
Yes.
The way we are literally.
Yeah, I just saw Kako. Okay.
We're being broadcast in a couple of countries and players from all over. Let's go back to Bill Dill.
Oh, here we go. Here's the pick for the Hurricanes.
53rd selection here is Darren York for the Carolina Hurricanes.
Carolina is proud to select from Shawinigan the QMJHL Vasily Ponomarenov.
Vasily Pomeranov goes to the Hurricanes.
The guy who says he enjoys walking in the woods. That's right, going in the forest. His inspiration to work hard, it comes from Facebook founder Marcus Zuckerberg. That's right, the center from Shawinigan out of the queue. Cause, what do you have?
49 points in 57 games last year and came over to complement Maverick Bork, who we saw go in the first round.
And this guy's explosive. Vasily Pomeranov. Phenomenal. And they're going just Euro possession. I'm telling you. Puck possession. I love this play, this type of hockey. It's one of my favorite types of hockey. Just puck possession, European, specifically Baltic state, Swedes, Finns, just boom, 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 puck there. And this guy's not either of those nationalities, but he's that type of player. And he played in the Quebec Major Juniors with Shawinigan. Played in 57 games, got 31 assists and 18 goals. He works for the Hurricanes. They get the guy. Now, on to the next pick. It's the 54th selection currently on the clock are the Philadelphia Flyers.
I like the fact that this player's got a high skill set. He's built. You know the physical part of his game is going to be there without any issues, whatever. When I watch him, though, it just seems like there's that one thing missing. But Ponomarev, I think, will develop into that really good player down the road.
We'll see if that development continues. This is a guy who was third in the queue last week in terms of points by a rookie defenseman.
I've never heard of a small beer fridge as all the beer fridges I've ever had in large.
And this guy's got experience.
Yeah, you're Canadian. The fridges are larger in Canada with their beer fridges. I don't know about you, man. You can back me up. You know that. Sammy, a small beer fridge? Really?
It's not even like a wine cellar. It's just
Philadelphia is still on the clock as they're gearing up here, of course.
With the 54th selection here, Brent Flair of the Philadelphia Flyers.
From HV71, Emil Andre.
Andrea is indeed the pick for the Philadelphia Flyers. He led all Super Elite defensemen scoring in 2019-20. This was after Matt Niskanen, by the way, just announced his retirement.
Philadelphia made their pick. I just missed it. Emil Andre.
This time we've seen a lot of defensemen go. This guy's not a big
Swedish
defenseman at 5'9".
Defenseman, a small defenseman, but he moves well. Lateral mover. So the Flyers are going on this type of just quick hockey, not big time, size out there.
Is now officially playing with men. He's played 4 games already this year for Chopin. That's pretty darn good. Now you're going to see where he.
They got the guy that they got a guy that works for the Flyers. Matt Niskanen just retired. They're going to need some replacement. He's not the immediate replacement. He worked with them. 54th selection, Emil Andre, Swedish defenseman, goes to who had 11 goals, 27 assists in Sweden. He goes to Philadelphia. Detroit is on the clock.
You can never, absolutely, all teams that win, and that's the Tampa Bay Lightning, you need defensemen. They go out and pick up Bogosian and shit. And you may not be saying that those two guys are top 4 defensemen, but they're depth defensemen. They turn out to be extremely important for a Stanley Cup win. Well, you need to start with those players somewhere. You start with them in your depth of your draft. You start drafting players. That's why you commented about Calgary not having a first-round pick as a defenseman for 15 years. Yeah, extremely surprising, especially with the depth of defense that they've acquired through trades and growth of players through the draft. But and in my mind, if you're going to win, you have to start goaltending and defense. That's where it starts. And I think we're seeing it in Philadelphia. We've seen some tremendous upside for young defensemen in Philadelphia, and there's even more to come.
Jimmy McCallum, by the way, would not be happy with the fact Calgary defensemen have not been picked that much over the years. There's a list of Flyers prospects, how they're doing so far. The pick is in. Back to the podium. Deputy Commissioner.
There's Detroit ready to pick guys now. Here we go.
55th selection here is Chris Draper from the Detroit Red Wings.
The Detroit Red Wings select from the Portland Winterhawks, Cross Hannes.
So Cross
Cross
This is a guy
Hannes.
Star fan growing up. He lived about a half hour north of Dallas, slept with a mini stick as a kid, and while in his stroller played hockey fetch with his dog. He was ready to go as a kid, Let's go.
This guy, he's from this guy's not from Sweden. He looks like a Swede, but he's from Highland Village in Texas. A Texan that is a really good hockey player and a left winger for the Red Wings to go score some goals.
That's to me, when I think about players, always trying to put it in perspective.
Here he's just the big play guy. He's gonna get that. He's gonna give you the spark. So the Red Wings get a score. When you go to the Red Wings, you're gonna have a chance to jump in almost immediately. Cross Hannes won't be there yet, but soon.
Can be in your top six. That's a long way off right now, though.
It's a long way off. Nice to see the state of Texas being represented.
This is quite a big jump for Cross, I might add, in terms of where certainly our research had. Okay.
We have it 94th, so this is a big jump. You're right, Alex. And to Reader's point about Texas, I mean, listen.
And the interesting thing here with the Detroit Red Wings saying with a jump on Hannes is that the Red Wings have picked players that have not been projected to where they were supposed to be, and just get guys that Steve Yzerman believes can be players that will win for his Red Wings. So, at that point, it's like whatever works for you kind of thing.
Diversity for the Red Wings there.
Yeah, they're definitely mixing it up. They like to go all over the globe as we continue. Go back to our Deputy Commissioner, Bill Dilly, at the podium. The pick is it.
San Jose's on the clock. San Jose just picked. Here we go.
The 56th selection of the 2020 NHL draft. Here is Doug Wilson Jr.
56th pick. We're nearing the end of the second round here, guys.
From the Western Hockey League, Tristan Robbins.
Tristan Robbins from the WHL. He is a San Jose Shark.
In the early 1990s, could have backed
right wing, right-handed.
His grandfather, Don,
shot 5'10" guy. Speedy, and he's got that snapshot. The Sharks like players that have really powerful shots. That's a guy that does. Clear Lake, Manitoba, Canadian. He's just skill. That's all he is. He's big time skill. 33 goals, 40 assists with Saskatoon in the Western Hockey League, which is it's pretty big for him.
Unbelievable player. He gets drafted 3rd overall by Chicago. He goes to Chicago, and he'll probably be back in Saskatoon. Mitch Love expecting him to get him back in the lineup. Well, he starts to play pretty good, big body guy. The pause happens. Now it looks like he's on his way to stardom. So in Saskatoon, they had that number 1 center spot open. Guess who filled it? This guy right here. And he scores 33 goals and plays a physical game. He gets in your face a little bit. He's got that smile, but meanwhile, he wants to choke you out. And here's the type of guy who has no problem going to the net, going to the dirty areas, fun-loving character guy.
So Tristan Robbins to the Sharks, interestingly enough. Montreal will have another pick. They've had a really good second round. They're on the clock right now, 57th behind them. Was Boston, Toronto, and the LA Kings. Toronto obviously getting that pick from the trade with the
and a guy that maybe others don't.
Ottawa Senators.
Yeah, it's just great to see that type of improvement from a player. Not as big as Jack Quinn, albeit, who went from 12 goals up to 52. Pretty sounds like plus 40. Yes, exactly. But for Robbins, pretty big jump for him as well. Yeah, really special and unique.
Mm-hmm. And as far as a team that's busy right now, the Montreal Canadiens, as we take a look at what they're going to be about to doing as the pick is in, we take a look at the big board here again and just recap where some of these selections have been. The Montreal Canadiens, we're looking at earlier here, Readers, as part of the fact that getting some strength, getting some size, and they went with a smallish player.
So let's take a look at
so you need a little bit of yin and yang here. That could be the approach for Mark.
How this works for.
You just can't have the same type of players. You just can't have all skilled players. You just can't have all size on the defense. You have to have
Montreal, I think they went nasty. They went with the skilled guy.
This is a league that loves.
This sounds weird because it's early, but I wouldn't put it past the Canadiens, and I actually would kind of like the Canadiens to go in and take a goaltender here.
Jan Mysak, a very nice, skilled player playing the OHL. be interested to see where they go with this. I'm not sure that they're worrying about goaltending. I don't think we're going to see goaltenders in Montreal for a few years. Saying that, they'll probably take a goaltender with this pick. But
He says no goaltenders. I'm saying goaltender all the way. I think it would make the sense. Not goaltender all the way, but it just would make a lot of
When are these
sense.
players going to be able to come in? Who are they going to be able to step in and replace? And if you take the best players available, not only do you have players ready to step in, you have also assets that you might be able to switch and trade and manipulate your lineup with as you move forward. So we'll see. This is great. This is a big draft for Montreal with this many picks in the second.
All right, we know we're live in Canada. We have to talk about the Toronto Maple Leafs at least for a second for all our fans. And you're talking about the transition of the Tampa Bay Lightning, who were certainly a quick strike, smaller offensive team. They make the transition to be heavier, harder to play against. And what do we hear about the Toronto Maple Leafs now? They want to be harder to play against. So they're trailing them just a little bit. They have kind of the same or similar skill set for all you Toronto fans. If they can pull that off, they could be your next Stanley Cup champions. But it's very interesting to see cyclically how things go. That's what was old is now in and vice versa. There's no doubt that what Tampa Bay was able to accomplish this year, and you have to credit Julian Brisebois. He did an incredible job. That took a lot of guts and a lot of gumption to step up, trade first-round picks for guys that traditionally didn't get traded in an era where first-round picks are more valuable than ever. But without making those moves, I'm not sure the Lightning would have won this year. When you think about certainly Blake Coleman and Barclay.
Let's see, this stuff talking about Lightning, talking about the Leafs, just talking about prospect. Montreal's still on the clock. They've been on the clock forever. I'm feeling this is a trade.
That's the way the game is trending, and the game goes like that. It goes in spurts. It's like, hey, Tampa Bay had all the skill in the world, but they lost to Columbus in 4. We need to make changes. We just cannot continue.
Toronto do that? No, Reader, that's the question. Can the Toronto Maple Leafs?
That's a huge question. There's a few teams in that situation.
I bring that up because as we sit here, people are texting about William Nylander's name out there floating around.
Well, you'd have to ask Kyle Dubas on that one.
Right.
But for the Toronto Maple Leafs,
surprising.
will they make changes? That's up to the general manager and Kyle Dubas. But you have seen changes go around. The Boston Bruins kind of got that going. And you see the Montreal Canadiens. They're now changing from skill. They're bringing in some size that they need to address.
Here, still waiting on Montreal. I know this has kind of been a little boring, but they've been just talking. There's nothing to really go through. These prospects just trying to wind their way through.
Different type of players. They're not going to find it in the draft right now. You're not going to find players right now to step into your lineup. But moving forward, teams are going to have to make those changes. When you look at the West, Colorado, speed, size, skill. Dallas gets the Stanley Cup final. They were stricken with injuries, depth that you talk about from the draft, depth of players coming in again, solid defense, speed and size up front. So we'll see how it works out. But for the Toronto Maple Leafs, they are a work in progress. And you mentioned Stanley Cup with the Toronto Maple Leafs. I wouldn't quite put them in the same sentence right now with Stanley Cup. They're still a ways away in my mind to get to the Stanley Cup. I think the competition, especially in the East, is ramping itself up, and the Leafs are going to have to try to keep up.
Montreal's still, as I said, on the clock.
We talked about the Toronto Maple Leafs.
You did. You brought it up.
Check the box. From Etobicoke to Mississauga. They're going wild right now. They're very trying to hurry. I can guarantee that. Well, and to this part,
Ottawa is the team in Ontario right now to talk about. It's serious in this draft. Ottawa is the team to talk about.
Again, with the cap, and you know this. Listen, $11.6 million is going to Matthews, right? $11 million is Tavares. Mitch Marner's $10.9 million. Nylander, you mentioned, that's about 6.7.
Highest paid forward.
Yeah, so that's where the Nylander name. Listen, I'm not trading one of these guys. Marner, you might want to move, but it's too much money. So Nylander could be in play. When you look at the money.
So looking at still a trading, just some trades that could be made possibly. You don't know, but some trades that could potentially be, used and dealt around. With Toronto, William Nylander's name has been. What do you guys think about that? Nylander potentially being traded. It's absolutely been just insane how.
Look at a flat tax. $81.5 million or so. That's a salary cap because there's no fans. It's not going to increase at least for next season. Back to Bill Daly.
Finally, something. Probably a trade.
The Montreal Canadiens have traded pick number 57 in the 2020 NHL draft to the Tampa Bay Lightning in exchange for pick number 124 in the 2020 draft and Tampa's second-round pick in the 2021 draft. That means Tampa Bay is now on the clock.
Tampa Bay trades up to Montreal. Montreal trades down. They'll have the last pick in the second round. Montreal gets a. Also, they get a second-round selection next season. So Tampa now moving up. Actually, not the second-round pick that the Tampa has. They're going to retain their second-round pick, but they trade a third-rounder this year, and they trade a second-round selection next year. So the Stanley Cup champions. This is the Stanley Cup champions' first selection this year. They traded both. They had their picks obviously traded. They were going to pick at some point at the end of this draft. They will as well, unless they trade that pick. But right now, or they trade that pick. But right now, of course, right now we're gonna have a pick earlier.
Reorganize, reallocate your salary cap dollars. The Tampa Bay Lightning are an embarrassment of riches when it comes to quality of players. They have what we call good problems to have. This will be a challenging time. Now they jump into the draft because no matter what happens through this time for them, the world will continue on. The National Hockey League is going to continue on. They're going to need to get back to restocking their cupboards so that they can continue with a long run and not be a one and done as a Stanley Cup champion.
Interesting what's going to happen with the Tampa Bay Lightning. They decided to make that move. That was obviously the key. So the Lightning decide that they found a guy they identified, wanted to select him. Who is that person? Let's go back to the podium.
Here we go. Tampa's going to make their pick, everybody.
Al Murray, the assistant general manager of amateur scouting for the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Tampa Bay Lightning select from Spokane of the Western Hockey League, Jack Finley.
Jack Finley from Spokane in the Western Hockey League, the WHL. He goes to. He now is headed to the Tampa Bay Lightning, their first selection of the draft, and it's Jack Finley.
You know what, Adnan? I do it a little weight vest, so no problem there.
Jack Finley, a center, a plus 32 rating, 19 goals, 38 assists with Spokane in the Western Hockey League. And he goes to the Stanley Cup champions, to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Obviously, he's not even going to be close to going there, but Finley, the Kelowna, BC native, will be able to play in the Western Hockey League some more and maybe make his way to the Syracuse Crunch and the Tampa Bay Lightning. So now on the clock is the team that the Lightning beat in the second round, the Boston Bruins. They are on the clock for their first selection all day, all draft long. The first one, and that is
when you look at what's happening with the Big
the 58th selection that the Bruins hold.
Yesterday, no doubt that's coveted. Al Murray, who lives in Regina, the assistant general manager for the Tampa Bay Lightning, who of course loves to be out on the road and do his scouting, identified Finley as being that guy, that big centerman down the middle of the ice. They did pretty good with the guy in the back end in Tampa Bay, raising the cup, and Victor Hedman. So the next pick here, Jack Finley. Gotta love the NHL bloodlines with his dad, Jeff.
No doubt about it, Cos. Well said. Younger brother Mason playing minor midget also for Okanagan. So good stuff there for the Finleys as they get the selection there, the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Yeah, one of the youngest players in the draft, too. It's amazing with that size. Now, quick, you're naming one center who's been truly elite at 6'6".
Mary Lemieux.
I have him at 6'5".
A little smaller.
Yeah. I don't think we've ever had a guy. It's a rhetorical question.
No, so Jean Beliveau.
That doesn't mean we won't.
No, you're right, though.
We won't.
Adam Creighton. Remember big crates?
Yeah,
Crates are big, man. I don't
think
think
about
it's 6'6".
really elite.
Oh, no, yeah.
We haven't seen it because it is a challenge, but that does not mean it'll happen. The way kids are trained nowadays.
Absolutely.
Like, there was no Zdeno Chara before there was Zdeno Chara.
And the reason you ride unicycles is for...
Now looking some more on Jack Finley right now. This guy going to Tampa Bay really has helped them. Boston's still on the clock. See where they go. Probably a defenseman, I would say. Defenseman would make the most sense.
About being, yeah, he's big. So, all right, let's get your dexterity. Let's get things going. Let's get your balance going. And it's the toughest thing for a young man. You see a lot of young athletes, and they're tall, and they haven't grown into their body yet. At 6'6", at 18 years old, you see one of the younger guys in the draft. The ceiling, they don't even know where the ceiling is on this young man. So that's tremendous. And the abilities that these young guys have. I mean, you imagine a center at 6'6" coming in, filling out. What would that put you at? Maybe about 230 pounds?
Oh,
Matt Finley was a big guy. You come in, you start filling out at 6'6", leaning on the stick in a face-off. I be able to drive the middle in today's game with the speed, the hand skills that all these young players have. That's
Now we're going to see it, Reed. I'm telling you, we will see it. And I say that because of a guy look no further than Tampa Bay Lightning and their best defenseman.
No question.
Zdeno Chara was the number one defenseman for different reasons than Victor Hedman.
Let's go back to Bill Daly.
Here we go. Here's the Boston pick.
58th selection. Here is Ryan Nadeau, the Associate Director of Amateur Scouting for the Boston Bruins.
The Boston Bruins are proud to select from the Green Bay Gamblers of the USHL defenseman Mason Lowry.
Mason Lowry from Green Bay, the Green Bay Gamblers in the United States Hockey League, is a Boston Bruin.
He put up Keith Primo 6'5". Maybe that's one of the conversations.
There you go. Not 6'6".
Not 6'6".
That was my point.
That's your point. That's
my real main point. Yeah. For Jack is it's going to happen. I'm not saying he's going to be the first guy.
Mason Lowry is the guy that the Bruins select. Cam Neely obviously wanted to rework this team. They made the Stanley Cup final last season. Well, not last season, a year ago. And they did not have a good qualifier, but
so the Boston Bruins
here they stuttered. They stuttered around in the qualifier. They had a little bit of a rough go with Carolina, but they were able to outlast them, and then they had no chance against the Tampa Bay Lightning after winning Game 1 and losing the next 4, including Game 5 in double overtime to a Victor Hedman goal.
Everybody's in the mix when it comes to hockey being passed down in these two great countries that are being broadcast right now, but also around the world. Look at some of these names and where they could be as far as their brothers and their families as well. So you got Fowdy's brother Liam, you got Luke Tuck, his brother Alex, of course, playing for Vegas. Michael Benning, this is a big one. Dad Brian Benning, the brothers Matt Benning, his uncle's Jim Benning. Vancouver GM, Brian Rolson. Remember Brian Rolson, that great shot from Minnesota Wild, played 17 seasons. Danny Wade, his father Doug.
Here's some players. Interesting here. Madison Langenbrunner, the son of Jamie Langenbrunner, great demo, one of my favorite players, is still out there, and also the son of Doug Wade out there as well. And in fact, the nephew of Vancouver general manager Jim Benning, also players. These are hockey bloodlines. You learn how to play the game. You can play the game. You could be great and make your own story. Here's Toronto on the clock.
But to be fair to him, he was their second leading scorer on the team as a defenseman. So,
it's impressive.
You know, when you look at it, the Boston Bruins do a great job. And Jamie Langenbrunner, who you just mentioned, a guy that would be involved in this type of stuff as well.
Good for you to at least have a little bit of info on him. Let's go to Bill Daly.
Here's the Maple Leaf pick.
To announce the 59th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft, here is John Lilly, the Director of Amateur Scouting for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
The Toronto Maple Leafs are proud to select from a son of the Finnish Elite League, Ronnie Hirvonen.
Ronnie Hirvonen. From the Finnish Elite League, who's just one of those skilled players. A very good center, defensively, really well. He understands how to play the game like a defenseman, even though he is a center. And he goes to Toronto, Ronnie Hirvonen.
Second among the under-19 league of skaters in scoring in 2019-2020. His dad, Timo, played 15-plus years of pro hockey in Finland. His dad also coached 10-plus years. What about this selection here, Lots, for the Leafs?
Yeah, Timo was a coach, and he's a good all-around player. He kind of reminds me, in my notes, I had scribbled down a Michael Granlund-type player. He's a smallish centerman, but he's got great skill. And obviously, Michael Granlund was a guy that the Minnesota Wild picked 11th overall way back when. I saw him that year. I believe it was 09. And high skill. This guy reminds me of him. He's not the biggest guy right now, though, and there's going to be some of that maturity that just happened. So the player looks light, but he's got all types of skill, all types of IQ, excellent, and I like the possibilities. Finland, to me, right now in the world, it hasn't been as big a draft as we've seen the last few. But I believe.
But Hirvainen, he does go there. Hirvainen, one of the top Finnish players, but discussing on how Finland has not had great of a draft. Sweden has exceptional draft.
The young Finnish players coming out.
60th overall selection coming up now.
As far as the skill.
The LA Kings are on the clock.
Defensive play. The 200.
I got 61 and 62. I'll keep on trucking, but man, it's getting exhausting. I will probably leave after the second round. I'm gonna go. I'm in college right now, so I'm gonna go downstairs and get some lunch, so I can, be able to refresh my brain.
He did not have a bad night. He was in a very, very tight band, very consistent. That's exactly what you're pointing out. That's exactly what I'm saying for a guy like this.
Going wild right now in Scarborough is the least make that selection with that Finnish player. Well, nobody worked harder. Herculean effort by Jamie Hirsch when it came to the NHL draft yesterday. I last checked, interviewed over 50 players, so she's been locked in and she's back once again to offer more expertise alongside our friend AJ Raddick.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not the expert here. I just asked the question, so I'm going to ask EJ the next question, and it is: who are you most looking forward to seeing their name called here shortly?
Well, Sean Farrell is one of the guys on my list that I'm looking forward to see. Chicago Steel player in the USHL, and
looking now at
he's done a really nice job.
More interesting players here. The Kings that are on the clock. See where they go. Maybe trade again? I don't think so. After the Kings, it'll be Ottawa and then Tampa Bay. And Tampa Bay is the final selection of round 2. This has been a really slow round 2. This one has taken 2 hours to go through. And then we'll get to round number 3, which is started off by Detroit. And the Devils will finally be able to pick. Later on, though, their pick is from Carolina. They don't have their own pick. I forget who has them. Was it Ottawa?
We're just trying to give the viewer an idea of what the player is. We're not saying this is going to be the next Chris Drury, because those type of players, they've had a lot of success. They've had great careers. Not easy to do what they did. But when we look to try to give you an insight on who the guy is, and it kind of plays that kind of game, a smart player and someone that has been playing with really good players in that Chicago organization. So looking forward to seeing him as well. And one, I got to go to the notes for this one. It's a little bit later in the draft. Dmitry Zoldayev, a Russian player, and talking to different scouts that have seen him play. And again, I don't like to make it seem like I've seen these guys. We're here doing NHL now day to day. We go out, we talk to the scouts, we watch video, we do as best we can. But a couple of different scouts told me they really like this player, and I'll be curious what NHL team steps up and grabs, and just said he's really in the battle, smart, can play any way you like to play. So sometimes those players in Russia, depends on what the scouting staffs look like, how much they value those players. But we've seen many of them come over to this league and play very, very well for many, many years. So that's a name to keep an eye on as well.
And he's probably currently playing over in Russia. We know a lot of guys overseas.
Still looking at some of the prospects. The Kings are still on the clock. I feel like the Kings traded this pick.
So what benefit do you think that'll give the players that are?
This draft has got to pick up soon, because it is exhausting to stream and it is killing me.
Into early October, where we are now, when guys are playing games, that's available to watch. So, people have been training, people have been working. It gives everybody a little bit more time. And guys have moved up. We've seen that already. We saw it last night at night number 1 with a couple of surprises of guys that moved up. And I think that's probably, I would say that's largely due to the fact that there was extra time for the players to not only train, but also to have games that guys could see. And, we talked to Tom Fitzgerald yesterday from the Devils, and I thought it's a fact that it shouldn't get overlooked here. The general managers are much more involved with this draft than they normally would be, because of the pause and all the time they had to really dig in and do the video scouting and work with their scouts. I do think that the general managers have a little bit more to say than they normally would when they're tied up with playoffs and other things and don't have a chance to see these players.
Yeah, especially teams like the Kings that haven't played a game since March.
Correct.
And
the Devils, we talked to Tom.
Exactly. So the Kings are right now on the clock. It'll be interesting to see.
So the Kings right now, see they go. I'm saying defenseman, but because the Kings have taken way too long to go here, I'm thinking it would make the most sense to me that they especially because they're going to commercial, that they've traded this pick. You can usually figure out how these networks work. Like the NHL say, hey, it's a trade. You can kind of stall, and then like they say, well, what's going to happen? Well, it's going to be a trade, okay? All right, you want to go to commercial? Yeah, okay, you guys can go to commercial, and then you announce that it's there. It's delayed. It's a delayed reaction. Like I don't get some of the scheduling that's done sometimes with this thing.
Someone calls. They've won a lawsuit with a structured settlement. Or
Also, guys, who's interested in baseball, I won't have the game, but I'll be able to give some updates. I believe Miami's playing in about 30 minutes, I think.
And they say, can you help?
And we say, at JG Wentworth, helping you is what we do.
Call JG Wentworth to get your money now. It's a simple call, and you may be able to keep getting monthly checks in addition to a lump sum. Trusted by more than 50,000 people to get their money faster, with over $349 million in cash payouts. And we're rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. There's no cost, no obligation, no pressure.
I tell people it's your money.
I'll do all I can to help you get it now.
They're so relieved, so happy. I really love my job.
If you need your money now, call JG Wentworth at 877-CASH-NOW. That's 877-CASH-NOW. We're here to help. This is not safe. This is a family tradition, 100 years in the making.
So yeah, commercial right now, waiting on for LA. Again, I assume this is probably a trade. Excuse me, couldn't think of the word.
This is Omaha Steaks, the best steak of your life for your money back, guaranteed. Shop our Steak Lovers event and get free chicken and pork. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV.
Selling a home is hard, stressful, and can cost thousands, even in the best of times. But today, the best real estate agent matters more than ever. A HomeLight, MoveSafe certified agent, sells homes faster, for more money, and is committed to keeping you and your family safe. From providing things like virtual showings to digital closings and following the most current health guidelines. Is your real estate agent MoveSafe certified? Find out today at HomeLight.com.
You're watching our NHL Draft 2020 coverage presented by EA Sports NHL 21. Let's go back to Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
Here's LA.
And we have a trade to announce.
Trade, I have told you. It's so easy to predict
Number
this.
60 in the 2020 draft to the New York Rangers.
The Rangers trade up with the Kings. The Rangers are trading up to go get a pick here
That
or
means the New
do
York
something.
Rangers are on the clock with the 60th pick overall.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Commissioner. So here it is, the trade details.
Wow! Leish Anderson. It wasn't a pick. I thought it was pick for pick. No. The Rangers trade Leish Anderson, who they drafted a few years ago with the 7th overall pick. It didn't really work in their system. He goes to the Kings, and the Rangers have a chance to draft a player.
That came over from the
And we like it.
Coyotes when they transferred Eric Stepan to that organization. Sometimes you just need a fresh start. You need a little bit of a do-over. I think that's from a movie, isn't it? Do-over. We're about at that stage right now in the second round. But for Leish Anderson, this should be a great opportunity. Just to change of scenery. Hopefully he'll feel better about things, and the New York Rangers, they get a pick out of it.
All right, speaking of that pick, the pick is in. Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
Rangers literally just put their pick in.
The 60th selection.
Here it is.
Corey Clark, the Director of Player Personnel for the New York Rangers.
New York Rangers select from the Windsor Spitfire, William Gooley.
William Gooley.
Perhaps
Wow.
Because it's Cooley High Harmony right now. Look how fired up that family is, huh? By the way,
William
if there's
Cooley,
any question about
a left winger,
I would like to talk to
a left-hand shooter, 6'3", 204. A really skilled winger. He goes to the Rangers, so they don't believe in Leish Anderson, but they do believe in William Cooley. And so Cooley is the next member of the New York Rangers.
Well, he struggled off the start. A little bit of bad.
And he ends up there, obviously.
So he's trying to identify what he would be, how you can still impact the game without doing what you do best, and that's score goals. So Cooley went through this trial period of what can I do to be better. The one thing that can be clearly evident, the one thing where I think Will needs to find consistency is in that physical game. I believe when he plays mad, when he's out there looking for the big hit, not necessarily pulling himself out of position to do it, but when he plays with that physical edge, a lot of times the offense seems to follow that. If you're looking to be a guy who's just purely a goal scorer and you're Will Cooley, that's not likely to be the thing. It does come naturally to him, but not at that high level. So let's get going with the physical. Be that north-south guy. Use that speed. Use that physicality. Show everyone you're a beast out there. That's going to buy us some space. And, of course, when he gets the puck now, he can really shoot it. So the big rig can shoot it. He can play that physical game, the power forward style of game. Just needs to find some more consistency and has to learn.
So he goes to, so Cooley to the Rangers. Second to last pick of the second round. What a big pickup for them. The 61st pick, which is owned by Ottawa.
Choosing to go the OHL route. Lots you want to be part of his ends.
Well, keep in mind his dad does work for the LA Kings. That always helps. Of course, he was back. He had left the Hartford Wolfpack last year, back in Sweden, played 15 games. Had 12 points this year. He's up to 4 points his first 4 games, and he gets a fresh opportunity. I think this was a good solution for both parties in a difficult situation that really had become untenable.
That makes sense. You know, you said earlier, you just need to change the scenery.
Yeah.
He's got skill, but we'll see how the whole thing plays out. And now all of a sudden, New York Rangers have got a big, powerful, possible goal-scoring winger in their organization with Cooley.
Yeah, and his sister Laura is a swimmer at Wilfrid Laurier University. So all of our Canadian fans know all about Laurier. Let's go back to Bill Dale.
Here's the Ottawa selection.
To announce the 61st selection.
Not a trade.
Trent Mann from the Ottawa Senators.
Also, it would be presumable.
Pick 61, the Ottawa Senators are proud to select for the Cape Breton Eagles, Igor Sokolov.
Igor Sokolov from the Cape Breton Screaming Eagles. And he heads to Ottawa. More of this explosive offense that they're trying to build there.
I love the comp Sam Cox. You know, they call him a modern-day Tim Kerr.
Yeah, I gotta love it. And he's a player that I really focused on. And what's interesting when you go back into his career, his first 2 years with Cape Breton playing under Marc-Andre Dumont, then they made a coaching change. Jake Grimes came in. It really gave him a new lease on life. Yet he kept going about his business, scoring goals, protecting the puck, being that guy who could dig it out of the corners. And so when Jake Grimes comes in, he ends up staying last 2 summers ago in the Maritimes, working out, working on his skating with Joe Plandowski. Trent Mann, who I believe is based in the Maritimes, would have had a lot of good looks at this guy over the course of 3 years. It's not often that you get your player selected in your 3rd year of eligibility. So
Igor Sokolov, big goal scorer, 46 goals, 46 assists with the Cape Breton Screaming Eagles. He is a absolute cannon of a goal scorer, big time. Now the final pick of the second round, and then I'm going to kind of take a break. I will refresh you guys on the picks when I come back. I just want to take a break of the stream. I have a few things to do. I will keep the stream on. I will have the volume up loud so you can hear it. Tampa Bay's final pick of the second round.
Tampa Bay Lightning select from Everett of the Western Hockey League, Gage Goncalves.
Gage Goncalves.
His dad Fernando immigrated to Canada from Portugal at the age of
A Portuguese-Canadian hockey player, Gage Goncalves, center, 19-year-old, 6 foot, 165. Nice size for him.
1 goal in 2018-19, 33 goals this season.
The last season he scored, before last season he scored 1 goal. He got 33 with 38 assists with Everett in the Western Hockey League from Mission and British Columbia, which is actually a spot where a lot of hockey players are from. So that's the end of the second round. Gage Goncalves is the second player in this NHL draft to head to the blue and white, to the Tampa Bay Lightning. All right, I got a bunch of things to do. I will keep this stream on. I will have it louder so you can hear the stream. I have a few things I have to do. It might take 30 minutes. I'm not sure. Which is a lot, but we'll see. So stay put. I will be here for the rest of the stream. Got a few things I got to do. All right. See it a little bit.
Huge jump for a player to make, especially when you've been passed over once. Didn't pout, came back, worked hard, well deserved.
Good things happen to good people. Well said, Sam Cosentino, when it comes to Gabe Gonzalez. And yes, mercifully for some, the second round comes to an end here at 1:52 Eastern. Wraps and pace will go from glacial to lightning quick. Rounds 3 through 7 are coming up. We got plenty more right here on the network.
Coverage of the 2020 NHL Draft is brought to you by Honda. Honda, official vehicle of the NHL.
Plays with a competitive edge. There's a whole draft class ready to make an impact. Tune into NHL Network for rounds 2 through 7 in their entirety. The 2020 NHL
I'm back.
Draft. Coverage continues all day today on NHL Network.
That's half the fun of a new house. Seeing what people left behind in the attic.
Well, sitting on homeowners insurance with Geico's help was pretty fun too.
Oh, tiny closer.
I looked at ton of stuff up here.
Well, enjoy your house.
No, thank you. Geico could help you save on homeowners and renters insurance.
I've always had a problem with sweaty hands. My feet were so sweaty. The general sports bra area,
Like upper lip and like forehead.
It's just stressful. It's really been a tremendous struggle.
Like most people, we don't just sweat under the arms. So we created the Carpe line of sweat management products for all over the body.
I haven't had sweaty hands in 2 years since I started using Carpe.
Honestly, just completely changed my life.
Avoid expensive treatments, injections, and prescriptions. Get the solution for your sweat today at mycarpe.com. Introducing officially licensed team face coverings by Fanatics. From all the leagues, teams, and colleges you love. Shop out and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com. Officially licensed everything.
Despite today's challenges, learning doesn't have to stop. On Coursera, you can earn affordable bachelor's degrees online from world-class universities. From courses to professional certificates to degrees and more, Coursera is your course to success. Join for free at Coursera.org.
Skincare has become my self-care. Tula just helps me feel great in my skin. They pack probiotics and superfoods in all of their products, and my skin's instantly nourished. This acne spot treatment is a game changer, and I'm obsessed with this eye balm. One swipe, instant glow. Tula's made with clean ingredients that just work, so I feel powerful and ready to rock. 20% off at Tula.com with code TV20.
See the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs like you've never seen them before. Unprecedented access, unprecedented times. Quest for the Stanley Cup. New episode Wednesday on ESPN+.
A tough year for the Washington Capitals. Made a lot better when they won the draft lottery. Alexander Ovechkin is one of the best foundations you could ever get in terms of rehabilitating your franchise. Alexander Ovechkin. Not like there was ever any doubt. You know he's going to be a bang-up number one and really lead Washington to the promised land.
Alexander Ovechkin is certainly one of the game's greatest stars, and once again, our coverage is being brought to you by EA Sports NHL 21. Look at Ovi, man. And he's a gamer, too. Like, he's going to get after it, right? You see Alexander Ovechkin not only on the ice or when you're playing video games. I mean, look at this. NHL 21, Ovi, those low angles, that great shot, the one-timer. Oh, just fantastic plays, especially with that speed and size and skating. Like, we're going to get some, we're going to get a console out here. We might play some EA Sports NHL 21. We're making two requests. One, we're going to start up a GoFundMe, see if we can get a unicycle, see if AJ Raddick can ride that. And secondly, we're going to get EA Sports NHL 21. Brian Lott, Dave Reed, Ahmad Nambrook. That's reset. Sam Cosentino, our draft guru, Elliot Freeman. I think we're going to get Freach back at some point. We better better need him back at some point. And EJ Radick and Jamie Hirsch are here as well. Round 2 is in the books, as we will continue right now with the rest of the draft rounds 3 through 7. NHL Network here in America on Sportsnet back in Canada, and also to those of you listening on SiriusXM. Let us recap as we look at the draft board right now as to what is ahead. So, Donovan Sabrango just went to the Detroit Red Wings. That was in the 63rd pick overall. His dad, Eduardo, a former captain of the Cuban national soccer team. Big fan of Cats, favorite athlete, former NFLer Ray Lewis. That's right. And Topi Niemela also going to the Toronto Maple Leafs. That's at number 64. So the Leafs able to nab that selection. We'll talk about Niemela, in a second. First, though, Sam Cosentino, what do you have on Sabrango?
Really impressed with Sabrango when he came into the league as a 16-year-old, and he was playing in the shadows of Michael Vukovic, who is also an NHL drafted player. And so he was just able to go about and do his thing. And many thought this guy's going to exceed what Vukovic did when it comes to his draft potential. So he settles into his game this year, a guy who moves extremely well, 6 goals, 24 assists for 30 points, who gets up and down the ice really well. You talked about the soccer background that his dad has, and it's interesting. He did play some soccer when he was younger. His mother also involved in the game. But one of the things that's consistently come up in our conversations is we like our guys to be multi-sport guys when they're growing up. Why? Because you just develop different muscles and different uses for hand-eye coordination and other kinds of skill sets that you don't have if you're just exclusively playing hockey. So Sabrango does indeed have that background, pretty good size, excellent skater and a puck mover, but more on the defensive side than he would be on the offensive side as I project into the National Hockey League.
Good to know. Cosmo is going to clean things up in the defensive zone. Let's talk further about the Maple Leaf selection here, Topi Niemela. So, Finnish player here, some comparing to Dylan DeMello at 3 assists and 3 games for Finland 2019 Hlinka Gretzky Cup. Lots, what do you have?
Yeah, Topi Niemela is a guy that played the full season last year for Karpat in the top league in Finland. He's from one of my favorite places, Oulu. If you've never been to Oulu, feel free to jump on the train about 6 hours, head north from Helsinki. It's a heck of a...
O-U-L-U, I'm jotting it down.
Yes, I have made it before. But he's not a flashy guy. Just by virtue of playing a year as an underage with men, that kind of brings attention to your game. The stats haven't been there, but I expect a lot more. This is a pure projection pick. You can handle what he was able to handle last year with men, being significantly outgunned in terms of weight. You know, this is a guy that, by our notes, we've got him at roughly 160 pounds. Mm-hmm. He's not necessarily the tallest guy either, but he is 5'11". Yeah, there's some room for growth there. So you're just looking at a projection pick. Another, as we talked about earlier, another well-rounded player, not flashy, but he does all the little things right.
And Niemela is a guy, as you said, his father, actually, Tapio, played pro hockey in Finland back in the 1990s. So interesting here, as the Maple Leafs are trying to, again, mix and match a little bit. Listen, these guys are not going to make an immediate impact, but a Finnish player maybe fills out a little bit, can make an impact in a couple of years.
And that's what it is. It's all about projection. These players we're looking at now in the 3rd rounds through the 7th round, you are looking at the depth. You are looking at the future. Unless you're going to start looking into drafting a player who is ready to step into pro. We don't see it happen that often. I think the last first rounder was probably Tanner Pearson, Los Angeles Kings, was drafted. He stepped right in from the draft into the pro from the juniors. A little different sometimes when the players are playing in Europe. They're a little. If you draft them a year or two older, you can bring them over and put them in the American Hockey League. And anybody playing in junior hockey, drafted in North America at least, has to continue to play there until their junior career is over, which is at 20 years old.
All right, so Niemela going to the Toronto Maple Leafs with pick number 64. We are waiting pick number 65 for the Detroit Red Wings. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break. And once again, yes, there was a historic moment as Alexis Lafreniere going number 1. Last French player to go number 1, Marc-Andre Fleury back in 03.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by EA Sports NHL 21. This year, you'll be able to pull off new deeds and moves inspired by the league's most groundbreaking innovators. Recognize greatness in EA Sports NHL 21.
Rated D10 for ages 10 and up.
I have a plan for retirement.
For college savings.
For investing, I can see all of my accounts and my investments, all my investments and more in one place.
I feel good about my finances.
Get free financial tools or talk to an advisor. Personal Capital.
Stand up if you are a first-generation college student. Stand up if you're a mother. If you are actively deployed, a veteran, or you're in a military family, please stand. The world in which we live equally distributes talent, but it doesn't equally distribute opportunity. And paths are not always the same.
I'm so proud of you, Dad.
I will tell you this, Southern New Hampshire University can change the whole trajectory of your life.
I set your new prescription in the pharmacy. Any idea how much it will cost? You have a choice. Insurance or GoodRx? I have insurance. Insurance is not what it used to be. People struggle to get their prescriptions covered, and prices keep rising. I recommend GoodRx. You get free coupons to save on your prescriptions. Compare prices to find the best discounts.
GoodRx. Smart.
Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
Every customer has their own Safe Light story. This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got a chip. They drove to Safe Light for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, it was no cost to them. That's service you can trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
The top saves, the top goals, all the top plays on Top Shelf. The game is always more exciting when you go Top Shelf. 2019-20 finishes, Sunday 5 Eastern on NHL Network.
He plays with a competitive edge.
There's a whole draft class ready to make an impact. Tune into NHL Network for rounds 2 through 7 in their entirety. The 2020 NHL Entry Draft. Coverage continues all day today on NHL Network.
We continue here as recapping what happened to the New York Rangers so far in the 2020 draft. Alexis Lafreniere is number 1. Braden Schneider, defenseman, also picked in the first round, and William Cooley was selected in the second round. So the Rangers are feeling pretty good about themselves and how they're building their draft, Jeff Gordon and company. And when it comes to Lafreniere, listen, Upper Deck, phenomenal. When it comes to trading cards, they've still got Upper Deck cards from the 90s, whether it's hockey or baseball. And this is an e-pack here for Lafreniere. An immortal moment for this young man from Saint-Eustache, Quebec. Mom grew up a huge Montreal Canadiens fan, but now they're all going to be New York Rangers fans. So very cool there to see the card as it works for Lafreniere. See how that card is going to be doing well, I'm sure, especially in New York circles. Hey, you got a card, you got a Lafreniere card? Sure, I'll trade you this one and that one. It's interesting here with Brian Lawton and Dave Reed. Brian Lawton was the number 1 overall pick back in 1983 by Minnesota North Stars. He went on to play 493 games. How about this? Brian Lawton, look at that salad. I mean, this is the old school pick of you, Upper Deck. I mean, how nice is that? That brings back memories, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And I remember that picture, actually. I think I was standing with Tom Barrasso and Pat LaFontaine, 2 other players from that draft that had amazing careers.
Cool to see that, right?
Yeah, well, it is. You don't see that very often.
We'll get you a copy at some point. Tron, get a copy over here a lot so we can sign a couple cards for us. Way back in the day, 1983, Brian Lawton, number 1 draft pick. Dave Reed, by the way, 60th overall pick, Boston Bruins, and went on to be a 2-time Stanley Cup champion. We're thrilled to be here with all of you. Round 2 is in the books. Round 3 has just begun. We go back to Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly has the latest. Go ahead with your selection, Minnesota.
From the Moose Jaw Warriors, Damon Hunt.
Damon Hunt, and cue the celebration. Now, this guy's got a bit of a competitive streak. He was suspended 2 games for his actions during a game March 3rd in Regina. Opposing goalie Spencer Welke earned his first career win for Regina. When his teammates went to collect the game puck at the buzzer, Hunt tossed it into the stands. Reader, Damon Hunt's got a little fire.
A little bit of nastiness. We talked about Damon Hunt off the top of the show as the kind of the player that I was looking at. A little bit of a wild card due to the injury that he had. He was cut by a skate blade and required immediate surgery. He missed 32 games. He missed the remainder of the season. He had 15 assists in his 28 games, 57 games, 20 points in his rookie year with Moose Jaw. He is a left shot defenseman. He's 6 feet tall, goes about 198 pounds. Excellent skater, excellent puck mover, and this is going to give him time to develop into his size, develop into his body, but he plays a little bit of an edge. He likes to win. You can see the competitiveness, as you talked about, and throwing the puck into the stands. But for Minnesota, they've got a competitive defenseman who's got all sorts of skill. And I'm not saying he missed the season, but when you lose 4 months of the season. You lose an opportunity to step up and show everybody what you got. This was a wild card to me. He didn't have that opportunity. With COVID, a lot of players lost their all the playoff opportunity. But Damon lost most of his season because of the injury that he's had. The one good thing is the extra time allows you to heal a little bit more. But to come back and see what's going on now, is drafted in the third round by Minnesota. They have a great opportunity once we get going and the WHL gets going once again, and the OHL rookie camps or the NHL rookie camps move on.
Great news for David Hunt. Back to the podium.
Go ahead with your selection, Los Angeles.
Josh knows. He knows them. The LA Kings are proud to select from Tappara in the Finnish Elite League, Kasper Simon-Taival.
Kasper Simon-Taival, that's right, the right winger. Older brother Matthias plays pro hockey in Finland. Brother Nicholas also retired. He led all skaters to score in the 2019 Five Nations tournament. Reader, what do you have on Simon-Taival?
Well, he's not a big guy. He's 5'9", a little bit of change for the Los Angeles Kings. They were going with big players earlier, and now you've got a smaller, speedy right winger. He was listed at 21st overall by the National Hockey League Central Scouting European skaters. He's got all sorts of hockey IQ. He's got an excellent shot. And when you read scouting reports and you see players play, when other scouts talk about it, here's a guy that makes everybody around him better. That goes a long way to show you what type of player that he is. He's got the ability to dart in and out with his size at 5'9". He's absolutely a fearless type of player, which will fit in perfectly with Los Angeles Kings. But again, a young player, a smaller player with all sorts of skill at a very, very high compete level. For Simon-Taival, it'll be very interesting to see how quickly this young player moves along through the Liga in Finland, and then his opportunities covering North America, the National Hockey League.
That's the story when it comes to Simon-Taival. Another pick has just been made, in fact, as Ian Moore is now off the board. Looks like Anaheim is selecting Ian Moore. This was a guy who won the Thomas C. Federico Memorial Award. That's given the player and his family on and off the ice back in 2015. Defenseman, St. Mark's School of USHS Lots.
Yeah, this is one of the guys that I did some deep due diligence on, and he did play in the U.S. High School League. He's born in Concord, Massachusetts. He's got nice size at 6'2". He's another one of those prototypical defensemen, transition guys. He's got great skating ability, excellent lateral movement, both with and without the puck. He's hard to contain. He passes the puck well. This is an interesting pick. I came down with a comparison for him. It's kind of similar to the Harvard man, John Marino, who the Pittsburgh Penguins eventually got from the Edmonton Oilers, who originally drafted him. So, this is another one of those projection picks. That's what you're into now. Interestingly enough, Ian will also be going to Harvard.
Harvard, man. All right, Concord, Mass. They're going wild right now. And certainly all the England appreciating what we're showing you here in the draft, what Ian Moore is capable of. There is a look at the Big Four as Vegas is on the clock. We'll come back with pick number 68 right here on NHL Network.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by EA Sports NHL 21. This year, you'll be able to pull off new deeds and moves inspired by the league's most groundbreaking innovators. Recognize greatness in EA Sports NHL 21.
One day, we'll look back and remember the moment that things, for one strange time in our lives, got very quiet. Some lost work and invented new ways to get by. Others were busier than ever and found strength they never knew they had. We sheltered with the people who matter most, sometimes finding how far apart we drifted. We worried over loved ones, over money, over our planet, and over takeout. And we found the voice, when the noise out there gets quiet. When the world starts spinning again, let's remember this time when none of us felt secure, and fight for a future where everyone can. Because when the world seems like it's standing still, that's the perfect time for us to change it.
I'm finally the king of my own castle, but my castle has leaks. So I use Thumbtack to find electricians, roofers, and plumbers. I can check out reviews, prices, and book the pro I like on the app. So anytime something breaks, I know exactly where to go. Download Thumbtack today.
At Home Chef, we believe a delicious meal should always make your schedule. It might be a make it easy meal kit Monday, or a toss it in the oven Tuesday, or a what am I, a chef now Wednesday, or even a day that doesn't need a clever name, like steak.
On a Thursday.
Get started at homechef.com. Also available at select stores. Home Chef. Delicious, meat simple. You can get anything instantly with an app, even toilet paper. But what about someone to fix your toilet? Thumbtack's the app that finds you people fast. See prices, reviews, and chat with local pros right in the app. Download Thumbtack today.
This year's free agent pool is loaded with talent. The market is so strong this year.
Is the biggest question heading into the big offseason. They may decide to move a few other pieces around.
Some big names will be on the move.
Taylor Hall, Alex Pietrangelo, Dave Markstrom.
Tune into NHL Network for the opening of free agency. See who goes where and what the potential salary cap implications will be as we break down every
how much are you going to have to pay, and where does he fit into the team?
coverage begins Friday 9 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by EA Sports NHL 21. This year, you'll be able to pull off new digs and moves inspired by the league's most groundbreaking innovators. Recognize greatness at EA Sports NHL 21.
Toronto has won the 2016 NHL Draft Lottery.
This is a team that earned the #1 pick.
Toronto proud to announce Austin Matthews. We all know what the expectation is for Austin Matthews. He's a unique, special player. When you think about Austin Matthews, he's got a real consistency to his approach to playing, and they're going to love him at Toronto. Austin Matthews, the #1 pick.
Strongly believe that the best player of the draft and one of the best players that's come along with the draft in many years. He's going to be a great player for many years to come.
He's ready to play with the big boys in the National Hockey League.
I mean, it's a dream come true. It's such a big honor, especially a historic franchise like the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Austin Matthews has been nothing short of a sensational player. We continue our draft coverage brought to you by EA Sports NHL 21. That cover there, Austin Matthews is the NHL 20. And, of course, whenever you're featured in NHL 20, you go there and do big things on the ice. So you saw Austin Matthews on the ice in the game. Guy's incredible. Just his goal-scoring touch, his reach, dexterity. Look at his moves, the stick handling, the poise. How do you account for that? It's unbelievable. Austin Matthews, whether it's in a video game or on the ice, is a big reason why Toronto Maple Leafs love him. Pre-order now, NHL 21. I got it from my eldest son. He's locked in. We love the Xbox, love the hockey video games. Brian Lawton and Dave Reed, I'm Matt Nimbrich. We continue as Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly. So far, we're through round 2. Round 3 continues. The pick is in. We go back to Mr. Daly at the podium.
With the 68th selection, here is Bob Lowe's, the Assistant Director of Player Personnel for the Vegas Golden Knights.
Vegas is proud to select Lucas Cormier.
Lucas Cormier, you heard it right there. Nice value pick for the Vegas Golden Knights, played in Charlottetown, PEI. We all know that beautiful place. He's another one of those defenders under 6 feet. He's about 5'10", 180 pounds. He finished 4th among all QHML defensemen in power play assists last season. Was on the all-rookie team in 18-19. He won a silver medal with Canada at the Ivanhoe. His sister Dominic is also a defenseman, and she played for Canada in the U18 championship in 2019. For me, I love this beat. When I watched him on tape, that was the most impressive thing to me. The secondary skill that really stood out. He's an excellent passer. And in today's game, more than anything, with the transition game being so key to so many teams, and the ability of D to jump into play, the 4-on-3 is the new 3-on-2 in the NHL, let's be honest. This is a guy that fits the mold. This is a guy that
I apologize for that, guys. I am back.
For the Vegas Golden Knights. I like this pick.
I am back. So
We had an early 7th point loss.
just took a shower. I actually needed one. So I will.
Lucas Cormier is the selection, 68th pick overall. Dave Marie gives me a thumbs up. How about Alexander Keishan, defenseman of Spartak, as you can see, he's off the board. He goes to Carolina Hurricanes. This is a guy who played the fourth most games of any under 19 kid in the KHL. What do you have?
Well, I have that he had 3 assists in 29 games, and he played in Spartak in the KHL. Guess what, Carolina? You are going to love this 6'3", 196-pound defender in a few years. He loves the open ice hits. Those are something.
So I'll let you guys know now what the prospect thing, not prospect, but what
physical player.
the draft.
He's got all the skills. He's an excellent skater, which allows him to step up in the neutral zone, excellent lateral movement. But he really enjoys the physical play, and at 6'3", being able to throw his weight around, being able to be a little menace on the ice, something that
You know how the draft ended up while you guys were watching.
Playoff time. Keishan is
There you go. I'm back.
Improving in the KHL to be a force, and he's still a teenager. So again, these young KHL players expect them to come over in a few years. The majority of them have signed or re-signing coming into the draft year. The KHL is smart. They say, let's sign these guys for at least a couple of years. And the agreements between the NHL and the European leagues, KHL being one of them, is that you have to wait for that contract to expire before you have.
Right now in the third round, what's happened is
Carolina soon. But I love the fact the first thing everybody says, this guy loves the open ice hits.
I was going to say, old school hockey, baby. Line him up, get that shoulder down, the way you go. Keishan, as you can say, a menace on the ice, as long as he's not a menace to society. Now the picks are flying a little bit.
So what we had now was Donovan Sabrango, a defenseman, went to Detroit. Topi Niemela, a defenseman, went to Toronto. Damian Hunt, a defenseman, went to Minnesota. Casper Siementable, a right winger, went to LA. Ian Moore, defenseman, went to the Ducks. They needed more depth there. Lucas Cormier, defenseman, went to Vegas. Alexander Nishkin, defenseman, went to Carolina. Emil Viro, defenseman, went to Detroit. And Leve Marilainen, a goaltender, third goaltender, goes to Ottawa, but he won't be playing much. Calgary is ready to pick. Calgary is ready to pick right now.
Calgary's proud to select from St. John of Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, Jeremy Poirier.
Jeremy Poirier goes to
Jeremy Poirier. So this is a guy.
Poirier, excuse me, goes to the
our CHL top prospect show, which aired on Monday night.
Goes to the Calgary Flames. A defenseman.
Past 20 years to score at least 20 goals under 18.
He scored 20 goals under 18. First defenseman in a long time to do that. 18-year-old kid. He's got really good vision. He's a good power play passer.
What a pick here.
And he just knows how to run the offense.
Before we get to that great picture of Watson.
He can run the offense. He is a less physical version of a Nicholas Kronwall. He's that type of guy. He fills in at the right spots. So a good pick up for Calgary.
There's a helmet, Lots, just so you can see it. Yeah, right, Bob, we have that. You can sign it for us later, okay? Safe helmet.
So now Nashville is on the clock here at the 73rd selection.
In terms of his shooting ability, at 20 goals last year, that's only happened 4 times in the queue in the last 20 years. He passes the puck extremely well. He's an unbelievable skater, and his puck skills are like that of a forward. The problem is in the defensive side of the puck. That's where all the issues are. That's why he's dropped to where he's dropped here to Calgary. At some point, you have to get to the skill. Calgary addressed it here. Greg Gilbert will keep him accountable in that area.
But now we see what happens with the Predators.
This development comes. This could be a home run pick.
This guy, Quebecois defenseman, just really understands how to play the blue line, and we'll see if Calgary is able to fit that in with what they want to do.
That guy's really put up good numbers in St. John's. For him to go down at 72 for the Flames could be a great pick for the Flames. Back to Bill Daly.
With the 73rd selection.
Here's the pick for Nashville.
From the Calgary Hitmen, Luke Prokop.
Luke Prokop from
Luke Prokop is a guy
the Calgary Hitmen.
2017 WHL Bantam draft. He's a thinking man's player. Loves sitting down and doing puzzles. I know
this is a big defenseman. They went for size again, Nashville did. This guy is just beyond big. 6'4". He doesn't look 18. He looks 26. And he's got a real cannon of a shot.
Defensively, 6'4".
Good defensively. That's the thing. He's not going to offensively wow you, but he's going to get the puck out of the zone. He's going to make the smart play, and he is a real benefit to this Nashville Predators team.
Big kid, but lots of room to grow.
This is a poor man's Luke Weber, Shea Weber.
He loves to play the offense.
And that's your guy. Although he's not as offensively gifted as Shea Weber is, he's that big and he can make those types of plays. Great defensive defenseman. You don't see too much of those guys, but Nashville's able to get one. Right now, the Panthers are on the clock.
He likes to rush the puck, move the puck up, but defense is where he's going to at 6'4", yes, 18 years old. We're going to make sure, yes, he's still 18 years old.
Interestingly enough, I did not miss the Devils' first pick in the draft, which is coming up at the 22nd overall selection. And also, Vancouver will make their first selection in this draft.
As teams are looking to make their picks, the third round rolling on.
Florida right now on the clock. Behind them, Colorado, Edmonton, and Pittsburgh. Commercial time.
Hi, have you ever heard of Beachbody On Demand? Hold on a second. Here is your free membership. I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I just sent a free membership to another customer. And I'm giving away 10,000 free memberships this week to anyone who texts me right now to join the largest fitness community in the world, the Beachbody On Demand Fitness and Nutrition app. It gives you instant access to all of our best-selling fitness programs like 21 Day Fix, Insanity, P90X, T25, and PIO, plus hundreds of other workouts and classes streaming right to your smartphone, tablet, or computer. We're now even on your TV, streaming on Roku, Amazon Fire, Google Chromecast, and Apple.
Florida, they made their pick. Ty Smilanic, center for the Florida Panthers. And he goes with the 74th pick, so now the Avalanche are on the clock.
Here's the catch. All I ask is please try our new app. Try streaming the workouts. Try customizing a nutrition plan to your goals. Or try making a meal with one of our hundreds of cooking videos. Then just let us know what you think using the feedback tab so we can keep making this the #1 fitness app in the world. I mean, look at these results. These are real people. No Photoshop, no tricks. These programs really work. And this is your one chance to try them for free to see how much weight you can lose and how fit you can get working out right at home. Okay, these texts are coming in fast. So if you want to be one of the 10,000 people...
Colorado's still up there. Haven't done too many trades. We'll see if that's what ends up happening.
For free, don't let this opportunity pass you by. Text Carl to 303030 right now. And I'll send
so you talk about teams that I like. Vancouver owns the 82nd pick, and New Jersey owns the 84th selection in this draft. Right now, we are currently at 75, and Colorado drafted a center, Jean-Luc Foudy. A Quebecois center, a good one. He's very skilled, very versatile. So he goes to the Avalanche, and Edmonton is on the clock.
NHL Network on Sportsnet for all those listening on Sirius XM is brought to you by EA Sports NHL 21. The picks keep coming in. Let's go to Bill Daly.
Go ahead with the 74th selection, Florida.
Florida Panthers are proud to select from the U.S. National Team Development Program in Quinnipiac University, Ty Smilanic.
So Ty Smilanic gets selected. We'll get Brian Lawton's thoughts in just a second. This is a guy who loves the show Friends so much. He's rewatched the entire series 6 times. He considers himself a mix between Chandler and Joey. He's also a big fan of the Avalanche because Joe Sakic actually coached Ty when he was 8 years old.
Denver native too, Ty Smilanic, American player. Big Avs fan, but he's not going to go to Colorado, obviously. Ty Smilanic was picked before Colorado had the chance to pick Jean-Luc Foudy, but yeah. But now you get to see some of the footage on this kid, Ty Smilanic, and boy, nice snipe shot. He can roof it. He almost has the same move every time. He's got to learn a little bit to score from different areas. He kind of scores from the same side of the ice, same type of the ice. But good player. Good pick by Florida.
He's the type of Swiss Army knife every team is looking for. I think there's a lot of potential with him. He's still growing. Reminds me just a little bit of Kyle Connor.
He's got that type of ability. Now, he's not quite at that level. You don't know what he's going to be. This is another value pick, in my opinion, for the Florida Panthers.
All right, look for that pick there. Ty Smolik is off the board as he gets selected. And then you also see Jean-Luc Foudy is there as well. It was the Colorado. As Ken Bolden reminded me, his brother was the Canadian kid, the juniors, who kept saying Scarborough, Scarborough, Scarborough. Gosh, you got to love David Scarborough.
No question about it. And if you watch the playoffs, you would have seen his brother Liam, who was selected in the first round of the London Knights program a couple of years ago by the Columbus Blue Jackets. And one
This is
thing
Jean-Luc
that really
Foudy,
stuck out is the speed.
just
Jean-Luc Foudy's
big,
brother definitely
fast.
has that
That's
speed
what really
factor.
comes through. He can skate down the ice really fast, and he also uses his size with his shot to help. He's also the younger brother of Liam Foudy, who plays with the Columbus Blue Jackets, plays the playoffs last year.
Because they're all elite athletes, but you're hoping he follows the path of Liam, that he gets the skating part under control, which he has, and then is able to do other things like score goals, not defer as much. He's the first type of guy. There's no question when you watch him play, he pops because of that skating ability. It's just figuring out the best way in which to use that skill and use it on a consistent basis. But I really like Jean-Luc.
Right here, Edmonton still a Clark have not made their selection
My
yet.
colleague here at Sportsnet always says that, hey, you know what? The second brother seems to be the more competitive of the bunch. So that would
Close
bode
to
well
doing
for
it,
this
of
pick,
course,
knowing
here.
how well his brother
For
Liam
Edmonton didn't make the selection.
No question. 18th overall by the Jackets.
Windsor
Thanks, guys. Jean-Luc Foudy
hockey
also
player
doubled
is
gold
Jean-Luc
medals,
Foudy.
OFSA track and field championships. Great. And the 100-meter dash and the 300-meter.
Also, really fast player Jean-Luc Foudy
When we come back.
won a national championship in high school with the 100-meter dash. This is a good. This is speed all the way, along with his size as well.
More than 500 colleges. Every conference, every team. Shop now and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com. Officially licensed everything.
Every customer has their own Safe Flight story. This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got a chip. They drove to Safe Flight for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, it was no cost to them. That's service you can trust.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
Stand up if you are frustrated.
Edmonton's been on the clock up for a while, so let's see if they go trade. Hey, Josh, we're right now in the third round. Nice to see you on. We'll be here for the rest of the draft today. Devils are picking soon. Vancouver is picking soon. Vancouver picks at the 82nd overall selection, and New Jersey has the 84th.
Southern Hampshire University can change the whole trajectory of your life.
I don't believe Detroit picks anymore this round. But, oh, there you go. I knew there was something going on. Edmonton trades down. San Jose trades up. So now the Sharks are on the clock.
Sorry. Wait, have you heard
It felt like there was a trade.
GoodRx finds free coupons to help you save up to 80% on your prescriptions. Wow. I have no idea. GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions.
Your car gets attacked every day, leaving the paint dull and faded. Now you can clean, shine, and protect with Shine Armor, the new car polish with super nano ceramic. It's not a wax, but a high-tech ceramic shield that instantly repels dirt and debris. Water dances on
Commercial came on. It's like one of those like infomercials. So it cut off the draft table, so I can't see what's happening in San Jose. I can't see it out in here, so maybe I'll try that. San Jose hasn't made their pick yet.
But wait, we'll double this offer and send you a second set. Just pay a separate fee, and we'll ship it
First,
to
you
you.
see where
The ultimate ceramic
go offensively, maybe
1-800-516-6196 or go online at buyshinearmor.com.
center here.
1-800-516-6196 or go online at buyshinearmor.com. Order now.
Every player who enters this league has one.
They make their picks. San Jose does. Daniel Gushin. Daniel Gushin, a left winger, to the Sharks.
Raising the Cup, Tuesdays on NHL Network Daytime.
So Gushin goes to San Jose, and now the Penguins are on the clock.
continues not only here on NHL Network, but also Sportsnet in Canada and on Sirius XM. Trade details are in.
Yeah, I know. Well, people, fans of the Avs, fans of the Blues. Yeah.
It's the San Jose Sharks. You know what? You got a feeling about this one. They move up to the number 76.
So here was the trade. They took the pick, which ended up being Daniel Gushin, but they acquired the 100th pick, I believe the 106th pick. Eagles, Rangers. Oh, yeah.
From Muskegon in the USHL, Daniil Gushkin.
Daniil Gushkin is the guy who tied for the most shorthanded goals and game-winning goals in the USHL in 2019-20. He idolized Pavel Datsyuk growing up and was raised in the same hometown. How about that synchronicity, Sam Cosentino?
Daniel Gushin, in the USHL from Russia.
Last year, and now it looks like he'll play for the Nine Bright Stars in the Ontario Hockey League next season. Where this guy really started to pop for me is going back to.
And he's going to play with Niagara in the Ontario Hockey League. See how he'll play. He'll play as the most.
He gets to the net. He makes plays.
Is the most game-winning goals and the most shorthanded goals in USHL Hockey League history from Russia.
In that short tournament.
So Gushin goes to the Sharks, and now we wait what Pittsburgh does.
He thinks that he wants to change things up a little bit with this move to Niagara, but there is no doubt the skill set is there. It's just a matter of, again, putting it all together, finding that consistency, and getting back to the guy he was as an underager 2 years ago at the Hlinka Gretzky Cup when I watched him in Red Deer in Edmonton.
All right, interesting stuff there when it comes to Daniil Gushkin. The fact, like I said, he's a guy who loved Datsyuk, another guy in the KHL.
Played with Muskegon last year in the United States Hockey League. 22 goals and 25 assists last year. Now he goes to the Ontario Hockey League, and he will. He is now in the Sharks organization. The Sharks obviously been watching how he projects and plays.
They're trying to do that on the go, trying to be involved in the draft. They made some nice moves. I like what Doug Wilson's been able to get accomplished.
All right, so once again, let's check out the draft board right now as Daniil Gushkin goes to San Jose Sharks. The Pittsburgh Penguins make
And the Penguins just made their pick, Kaye Klang, a goalie.
The goalie for Rogel Jr. out of Sweden. Some comps to Brady.
A Swedish goaltender, Kaye Klang, and
stocking up on some goals.
it's the second goaltender that the Penguins have picked in this draft. After they trade Matt Murray, they draft a Finnish goaltender, forgot the guy's name, and they also draft now Kaye Klang from Sweden.
The kid from Sweden probably tried to model his game after Henrik Lundqvist. So he plays deep in the net, good glove, often a lot of flair. One scout told me, so that was kind of
Olofström, Sweden native.
The Penguins
we played with Rogel Jr.
goaltender of this
in the Swedish Junior Elite Hockey League
that,
with a 2.64 goalie average, .913 save percentage, and 2 shutouts.
Over the years.
This year, a deep net goaltender.
As they said in office space. By the way, is that old play pro in Sweden in the
I know,
80s
but
and 90s.
they're stocking up on their goalies, and Columbus is now
announced the 78th overall selection of the draft. Here is Billy Siren, Director of Amateur Scouting for the Columbus Blue Jackets.
From TPS Finland, Samuel Knatsko.
The Columbus Blue Jackets select Samuel Knatsko, offensive defenseman. He was a superstar in the World Juniors against Sweden and also against the United States. Samuel Knatsko, defenseman, and he's left shot defenseman. They love their left shot, right shot, small defenseman. This Columbus.
Yes, you're right.
He's gonna have to be a little bit more physical. The Slovakian native, the first Slovakian drafted in this 2020 National Hockey League entry draft. Also played the USHL. Led them with all goals. Led all defensemen with goals.
On the ice, and he is for a goal scorer.
Have we seen a Slovakian pick already in the draft? Is this the first?
I think that's. We'll have to double check on that.
I think this.
Samuel Knatsko, he's going to have to be more physical if he wants to make the Blue Jackets, especially if the Blue Jackets are the team still with John Tortorella. But we'll see how he does. Probably he'll stay with Finland for the next few years. in Finland, not with Finland, that's a country, but in Finland,
obviously, particularly Czech.
with TPS Junior, maybe he can move up to the actual TPS, the professional TPS, 7 goals, 21 assists, and then maybe make the Columbus Blue Jackets. The Chicago Blackhawks are on the clock at the 79th pick. Vancouver 3 picks away. New Jersey 5. We're back. Are there anti-drafts where you kick players out of the NHL? No. Would you kick Marchand out?
NHL draft is presented by EA Sports and
I knew it.
21. This year, you'll be able to pull off new deeds and moves inspired by the league's most groundbreaking innovators. Recognize greatness in EA Sports NHL 21.
Rated D10 ready to stand up.
Me gustaría.
And Chicago made their pick. Landon Slager.
How did you learn English? I don't have your señorita Flores to help. So I learned with this. When you're older, learning the language is not.
Landon Slager, left winger, goes to the Chicago Blackhawks. You don't like Chata either? He goes,
Kind of. And the best part is helping make new friends. Like you.
Language for life. Go to Babbel.com and try it for free.
Selling your house is hard. From prep.
so now Calgary on the clock right now. Chata is probably going to retire. Yeah, but I'm talking. Oh, because that's why you're saying that he doesn't count because I think he's probably gone.
Just answer a few quick questions about your house. We'll collect offers from our network of cash buyers and introduce you to the highest bidder. Now, selling is simple. To see your simple sale price, go to homelight.com/simple today.
Colorado Avalanche have an ethos of excellence and constantly strive for the very best. We wouldn't consider a switch if it affected the quality of the game, player safety, or operational performance. With Optium, now we're using a solution that's effective and sustainable.
We are pleased that the Colorado Avalanche have upgraded to Optium. This is a key milestone in Commore's partnership with the NHL. We want hockey to thrive at every level.
To learn more, visit nhl.com/Option.
Right now, Calgary just made the pick. Jake Boltman, defenseman, big defense, guy that knows how to make the right plays and is also a physical, athletic hockey player. But Jake Boltman goes to Calgary, and now Chicago
The Chicago Blackhawks
will make
are proud to select from the U.S. National Team Development Program
their pick.
Landon Slager.
Will make their second pick, the 81st selection in the draft for Chicago.
Yeah,
And they're on the clock right now. Right behind them is Vancouver. Josh, get ready for Vancouver's first pick of the draft.
program all the way from 13 to 16 years of age. Went to the National Team Development Program plans on, oddly enough, being from South Bend, going to Notre Dame. And it's going to be a family affair at Notre Dame because his dad, Andy, is currently an associate head coach there. He also played 4 years at Notre Dame. And his brother, Graham, is already on the roster. So it will definitely be all in the family in South Bend for Landon Slager. But he's got to be thrilled because I would suspect that if he grew up in that area with the Chicago Blackhawks being as good a team as they've been over the last decade, this is probably something that's exciting to him to be drafted by the Chicago Blackhawks. We'll see. We'll find out if it is. But I get the sense he's probably...
Wyatt Kaiser, defenseman, gets picked by Chicago. Chicago followed by Vancouver. Yes, Kaiser is picked by Chicago. Vancouver is on the clock. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that would probably make sense. Although I wouldn't mind another center. I wouldn't mind another center. So the Canucks right now are on the clock. Behind them is LA and then New Jersey.
6 foot, 175 pounds. Minnesota kid, high school hockey kid up there. So, Jamie, that's right in your neck of the woods there, Ham Lake, Minnesota. But he's one of these kids that he was really a high-end high school player. And he was a big standout at that level. And then now trying to make the move up. How is he going to look at the next level? Great escapability, good skater, gets in and out of traffic, smart player. But that is really the consideration now moving forward is where will his game show up at that next level? You can see the college commitment there, University of Minnesota, Duluth. And it's interesting. His dad, another guy with like an athletic background, his dad, Don, played linebacker at the University of North Dakota football team. His sister also plays hockey. She's a defense woman and committed to the University of Michigan. So an athletic family, and for the Blackhawks, again, looking to add.
They get a mobile defenseman, Kaiser's looking at. Our forwards are good enough center to take D-man I want, and goalies are good enough. Right, no, I know. But our wingers are good in prospects and stuff. I think I'd like another center.
Congratulations on being elected here, Damon.
Well, we'll see who they get.
Belong to the Minnesota Wild franchise.
Nobody really is going to be taking much goalies anyway.
Yeah,
they take a defenseman. Yoni Yermo. Yoni Yermo. They'll have analysis in a second. Let me just pull this guy up online, and I'll tell you about him when I can. Yoni Yermo.
In the house, and what have the last couple of days been like for you? Because as you
Yoni Yermo played for Espoo in Finland.
What were the last few days like in the
Defenseman, a big guy, 6'4", 198. He's a left-handed shooter.
They've been pretty long, getting delayed, but
pretty young, about.
Yeah, it's been a long couple months as well. So
18 years old.
I finally got.
And he doesn't turn 19 until April.
Hockey career with Minnesota.
And I think it would be safe to say that part of the reason you had to wait a little longer was because this was a tough year overall for you. You missed 32 games this past season because a skate cut your arm back in December. So
this is the guy that they.
Of course, as you mentioned, the pandemic has taken a toll on you being able to really prove
that they take.
On the ice. So what has life been like for
you
now?
Scored 5 goals and 23 assists in 43.
As you get ready to continue your hockey career.
Games. He did not play a lot in international, but he is.
Really tough for me, getting that pretty gruesome arm injury.
He is a really.
That was really tough, and
he's a fast, really great vision defenseman. He's a fast guy. He's a lot like Hughes. He's smaller, he's faster, and he can see the. Actually, not very small. Excuse me. He's not small. He's a huge hockey player, but he's smart and super fast. You've seen a bunch of gigantic, just behemoths drafted tonight that are fast. There was one that was around 6'3", 200, and he won a national championship in high school with 100 meters.
And
these are big guys, but they're fast. So this is a larger hockey player, but he's faster than, say, a Tyler Myers. So if he can develop correctly, Yoni Yermo will work well for the Vancouver Canucks. Once they're done with this interview with Wyatt Kaiser, it looks like they'll take a look at Yoni Yermo. Or actually, it wasn't Wyatt Kaiser. I'm not sure who it was. Damian Hunt, maybe?
Jamie and EJ. You see some of those picks coming off the board. Wyatt Kaiser, EJ was talking about. The guy's big into ceramics. Last year, they were at 120 items.
Alex Lafreniere, not to be misconstrued with Alex Lafreniere, goes to the Kings. Lafreniere in Washington, Lafreniere in Los Angeles. The Devils are on the clock. Their first pick since the first 3 they had in the first round. They had none in the second round. They had no real pick in the third round, but they got this pick from Carolina for the Zambi Batten trade.
Enjoying the coverage, and we appreciate that. Tom Thomas, many folks know around the National Hockey League, is in a battle for his life. He's doing as well as he can. We were all thinking about you, brother. We love you. Thank you. Now let's jump into Yoni Yermo. who is a guy that, quite frankly, had an awesome year last season in the junior leagues in Finland.
Right, so he played younger junior. Here's the knock on this Yermo guy. He did not get to play in the World Juniors. He did not get to play a lot of international hockey with Finland. But he had a really good year last year. He was a rookie last year in Jokerit Junior, and as I said, 5 goals, 23 assists in 43 games, a plus 13 rating for Joni Yermo. And it is only going to be his second year in the program, and in his second year, and also young guy, 18, he's going to be 19 in April, very young. Before his second year starts, he's already been drafted by an NHL franchise, by the Vancouver Canucks.
This is a guy expected to play at Harvard. His dad, Rob, played one.
Alex Lefreniere is actually an American. And Alex, I'm not sure. He might be Canadian, but he's going to play for my favorite. No. I don't want a goalie for New Jersey because they're going to re-sign Blackwood. If they didn't want the top goalies and they let 4 go already, there's no need to go get another one. I go defenseman here. I go defenseman or center here. I go defenseman for the Devils. But Lefreniere is actually going to go play for my favorite college hockey team, Division I, Harvard. They did get it. No, they didn't. No, they didn't get a goaltender. But that's the thing. If they didn't believe in going and grabbing a top 1 or top 2 goalie in the draft, there's no reason they should do it at all in the draft. There's no need because these goaltenders are backups. They're not franchise guys. Sometimes you'll find one, but like the Lundqvist. Oh, he was a 7th round pick. Well, the Rangers had their eye on him for years. The Devils haven't really seen it. So I think they'll go for defenseman. And of course, I'm wrong. You are correct. They just draft a goaltender just like that. Nicholas Dawes.
New Jersey selection, the 84th pick overall, is Paul Castron, the VP of Amateur Scouting for the New Jersey.
So Nicholas Dawes from, let's find out where exactly. And that.
New Jersey Devils are proud to select from Guelph Storm, Nico Dawes.
From Guelph.
Nico Dawes. So this guy was born in Germany, moved to Canada as a baby. He's got dual citizenship. So hometown.
A German-Canadian.
He reached out to Germany to see if they'd consider him for the 2020 World Junior team. They wouldn't. So Dawes made Team Canada and won the gold medal in January, played a couple of games. How do you like them apples, Dawes?
Not a fan of this young man. I got to hang out with him a little bit in the 2019 Memorial Cup. We're in Halifax. He was the backup to Anthony Popovich and didn't get any time. So he spent some time after practice one day showing me the reverse VH, apparently a goaltending technique. You know, I'm always trying to learn a little bit. But after that, he realized that he could be part of a really good team. And so he went into that offseason.
So this is Nick Dawes for Guelph Storm. Here are his stats for the Devils. Well, not for the Devils, but for him now that he is a Devil. 23, 8, and 6, 2.48 goalie average, and a .924 save percentage, with 5 shutouts for the Guelph Storm. So it hasn't been the end of the 3rd round. I think we've already had, I want to say 5 or 6 goalies taken and 1 taken in the 1st round.
In terms of his technical play, really sound in that regard. So I love the fact that he's getting an opportunity. You know, these goaltenders, as they get older, a year's already passed for Nico Dawes. I tend to like to draft the goaltenders a little bit older because they're a little bit more. They're closer to what you think they will be. So really impressed with Nico Dawes. I hope he keeps up that hard work and keeps trending upward.
The goalie at Guelph. Thank you for that, Sam Cosentino. Once again, we're on in sports.
And right, I was going to talk about Nicholas Dawes. Tampa Bay just made their selection. Maxim Groshev, a right winger for the Lightning. Well, we'll see how this guy does. So Groshev to the Bolts. St. Louis is on the clock.
There's smiles everywhere for the Nico Dawes and his family. Hi, have you ever heard of Beachbody On Demand? Hold on a second. Here is your free membership. I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I just sent a free membership to another customer. And I'm giving away 10,000 free memberships this week to anyone who texts me right now to join the largest fitness community in
Behind
the world.
their picks are Florida, another pick held by the Blues, and the Boston Bruins at 89.
Fitness programs like 21 Day Fix, Insanity, P90X, T25, and PIO, plus hundreds of other workouts and classes streaming right to your smartphone, tablet, or computer. We're now even on your TV.
I was very happy in that series. That was a really exciting time to watch the Canucks beat the Blues, a team that has never beaten the Canucks in the playoffs.
To get started,
Right now, Atlanta is leading Miami 1-0 in the baseball game at the top of the third.
free membership. That's all.
And the Astros game is next. If the Astros win any game against the A's,
All I ask is
they
please
will
try
advance to the
your
ALCS
Try
again.
streaming the workouts. Try customizing a nutrition plan to your goals. Or try making a meal with one of our hundreds of cooking videos. Then just let us know what you think using the feedback tab so we can keep making this the #1 fitness app in the world. I mean, look at these results. These are real people. No Photoshop, no tricks. These programs really work. And this is your one chance to try them for free to see how much weight you can lose and how fit you can get working out right at home. Okay, these texts are coming in fast. So if you want to be one of the 10,000 people this week to get instant access to over $8,000 of fitness and nutrition solutions for free, don't let this opportunity pass you by. Text Carl to 303030 right now, and I'll send you your own free membership.
The Tampa Bay Lightning are Stanley Cup champions. Gear up at NHLShop.com with the official championship t-shirt and hat by Fanatics. Shop now and get today's special offer. NHLShop.com, a Fanatics experience.
He plays with a competitive edge. There's a whole draft class. ready.
Blues can get a winger, I think. Their D is good, a goalie is good. No. They're going defenseman here. They're going defenseman here? Nope, they went center. You're right. Dylan Pedersen. Dylan Pedersen, a center, goes to the Blues. Florida is on the clock.
We are happy to have our NHL insider, Elliot Friedman.
But
this is a crazy
after-
not only do we have the draft last night all day.
But after Florida, St. Louis is going to have another pick as well. So if they want to go there center, they can.
Let's start with the situation in Vancouver. What's the latest you're hearing in terms of them trying to find a deal with Jacob Markstrom?
Talk about Markstrom and the Canucks. I'll tell you what I hear.
Vancouver looked at two primary objectives, seeing if they could secure a trade with Arizona for Oliver Ekman-Larsson and seeing if they could re-sign Jacob Markstrom. I think they've really worked hard on both of those things. We know that Ekman-Larsson has a deadline of Friday at noon Eastern when free agency begins. And also Markstrom, I think the Canucks have really learned that there are some teams out there that are patiently waiting for their opportunities to get their chances at him if he hits the market. So at this point in time, I think a lot of us are expecting him to hit the market, and I'm wondering if there's a stealth team out there.
Yeah, center would. Well, they did take center.
A chance to talk to him.
Elsewhere in
Markstrom, they're trying really hard to get Ekman-Larsson, get a trade for him, and they're trying pretty hard to get Markstrom. I know Markstrom is the goaltender. Everyone I talk to says Markstrom should leave and Demko is the future. I watched Demko. That guy is not ready yet. He's close. He's not there.
Trying the hardest to clear some room is Vegas.
Markstrom is the goaltender. I think if the Canucks have to choose, Justin Sordiff is drafted by Florida, right winger. Good player. St. Louis is on the clock. I think if right now, though, for Markstrom, if the Canucks are going through a change, like Ekman-Larsson or Markstrom, we can only do one deal, like trade or signing. Markstrom has to take gigantic leaps of precedence over a deal with the Coyotes for Oliver Ekman-Larsson. I like Ekman-Larsson. He's a good defenseman. He would fit in well with the Canucks, but you need your goalie.
Are due. The deadline is in 2 hours. And we've seen Edmonton is now officially announced. Andreas Athanasiou and Matt Benning will be free agents. We're still waiting for Troy Stetcher in Vancouver. We're waiting for Ryan Strome of the New York Rangers. We're waiting for those kinds of decisions. So those decisions could have a big impact on what kind of things could be done out there. I think the other one today that really caught a lot of people was Kyle Turris in Nashville. The Predators bought him out along with a defenseman named Steven Stantini. I think there's going to be interest in Nashville and Turris at a lower number to come play for them. And you take a look at what the Predators.
Not too many people know Demko apart from the Vegas series.
Michael Granlund.
I've watched him all year.
They're going to take a
I like him. He's a good goaltender, but he has a lot more flaws than you think.
It'll be answered over the next couple of
He
days.
just
Thank you, Elliot. Let's send it back over
kind
to
of.
Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
I'm not saying they should let him go, but
With the 86th selection here.
problem is you got to figure out what's going to happen with the expansion draft here. St. Louis goes with Leo Loof, a defenseman.
From the UNDP, PU, forward Dylan Peterson.
Pedersen actually played for Boston University. He'll play there now, but he goes. That was the center that I was talking about before the Blues took. Then of course, Justin Sordiff, who I said for Florida, and the other pick for the St. Louis Blues, Leo Loof, a defenseman drafted by the Blues. And now Boston is on the clock.
Dylan Peterson, another U.S. prospect out of the U.S. development program. Big, solid kid that's still got a lot of growing to do. A little bit light for his big frame, but a power forward for sure. One of those guys that's in on the forecheck, strong on the puck, takes the puck to the net well. His numbers.
I think we should have Markstrom until he retires. He should be a career Canuck. I don't see why that doesn't happen.
Creates a ton of chances. He's hard to play against.
Markstrom should be the guy that is the goalie to finally win the Stanley Cup. Like, you know, because it wasn't McLean. It wasn't Luongo. That would be this guy.
Reminds me a lot of Blake Wheeler, the way he gets up and down the ice. Not quite as polished yet, but he has that style of play and certainly has great potential.
Thanks for that, Coach Granado. You look at Dylan Peterson, the profile there, and the thoughts, Tony Granado. Lodge, your thoughts?
Yeah, he's a big guy. Think Charlie Coyle, formerly at the Minnesota Wild, currently at the Boston Bruins. He's just got that kind of capability. He also can leave you at times wanting just a little bit more. You look at the package of his attributes and you're expecting maybe a little bit bigger numbers on the score sheet.
I wanted to look and see when this third round ends and what pick. Well, I don't want him traded. I want him to be on the team. He's crucial for at least 2 years. No, but he's crucial for like 7. Or whatever, however long he wants to play in the NHL.
That's the thought there, Dylan Peterson making sick. Just some offense, big body.
I didn't know that. Askarov was actually the highest drafted Russian goaltender in history yesterday. I didn't know the stat on that.
87.
Over, of course, Vasilevsky.
So Sordiff is a guy, as we take a closer look at his profile, a player that can offer lots of different intangibles here. 12 goals in his final 16 games played. He scored 23 goals in 2018-19 as a 16-year-old. Sam Cosentino, what else you got?
Really polite young man and the type of guy that you want to pull for. But I watched him burst onto the scene with the Vancouver Giants as a 15-year-old. He got into some affiliate player games and then played a few games in the playoffs. And you could see a lot of different things in his game. The skating ability, really light on the skates, yet a powerful guy when going north.
The Bruins make their pick. Trevor Kunter, a center, is now a Boston Bruin.
Tough to read it coming off the stick, so he shoots the puck really well. And when it comes to
We're close to ending the
you'd think that he was going to be a guy that's just
third round of the draft.
The numbers were good. I think that's
The Islanders are up, then Vegas, then New York, Rangers, then the Lightning.
On that play away from the puck, yet when he has the puck, really impressive. It's tough to get it off him, and that tricky release, good job just adjusting the blade angle for that ability to score a goal. So he's one of the guys that I'm pulling for. Again, I'm always partial to the guys that I get the chance to meet throughout the course of the season. A very polite young man.
I like that, Cos. Politeness goes a long way, right? A firm handshake, yes sir, no sir, please and thank you. Just like they teach of the Cosentino family, I'm sure. All right, let's go back here and look at some of the picks. Nico Dawes went 84th to the New Jersey Devils. I'm sure he's a polite young man. Let's find out. Jamie Hirsch, DJ Raddick.
Yeah, let's find out indeed. We're so happy to have Nico joining us now. Congratulations, Nico. We saw the reaction of your parents and the relief on your face to finally hear your name called. I'm sure it has been an anxious few
Yes, they did. Yes, the Rangers did.
What your future holds.
They also got Schneider, defenseman. I forgot. They got another good player in the second round.
Yeah, definitely a lot of relief. Definitely felt that on the be here.
Did you have any expectation on a team? Did you have any feeling that maybe the Devils would be a team that was interested in you?
Not that's a surprise to me. So, I've talked to a few teams obviously before, but I was just happy to hear my name called.
Yeah, I bet. I want to go back to the year you had because it was really a breakout season for you in Nets. In the OHL coaches poll, you finished first in most improved player. What was it about this past season that really helped you find your game more than ever?
I think there's a lot of things. Obviously, confidence was a big thing for me, and opportunity was another big thing. Finally being able to, come into that starting role and be able to play games all the time. It really helps my confidence and my game. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations. I see a sweater.
I know you don't want to hear this, but Rangers can be play. I know they can be a playoff contender. They're going to be a good team. They're definitely going to be contending for big playoff runs. Alexander Youngkrantz is drafted by the Islanders for left wing, and now the Golden Knights are on the clock.
He was passed over in the draft a season ago. His dad, Les, was a goalie for Montreal in 6 games back in 93, 94. Lots, what do you have?
That is a familiar name. It just feels like a typical Boston Bruin. But the one thing you'll notice about him right away, he's one of a number of guys today and even in the first round that have been passed over in the draft in the past. He is an on-time 0-1. Does that mean anything? No, it doesn't mean anything about the player's ability. What it means to me is that teams are so good now. And not only going through the kids year by year, but also going back and rechecking in kids that maybe they thought about the year before. I think that's where Kuntar fits in. He's one of those guys that you hate to play against every day in practice. You love to have him on your team, but you hate to play against him even in practice. He reminds me kind of like a Jordan Martinook. He's a heavy guy. He'll be hard to forecheck. He'll do the right things all the time. He could be a valuable guy for the Bruins down the line.
Kind of player you love to have in your team, and if he's on the other team, you hate to play against.
Exactly. Thank you.
Exactly. So Kuntar is the pick there for the Boston Bruins. In terms of some other selections being done, Leo Loof, I believe, also in the mix here, the defenseman, Arjestad, out of Sweden. The twin brother Linus is also a center. Reader, what can you tell us about Leo Loof?
Loof is not a center. He's a left shot defenseman. He's a tremendous skater, as we've seen so many times. You get players come out of Sweden, players come out of Europe, and the skating ability that he's got. That's something that's just going to carry on moving forward. St. Louis Blues are
Jackson Hollum
never have
gets drafted by Vegas. Another left winger.
Because of his skating or something that is going to go.
Also, Leo Loof is from Karlstad, Sweden. -7 rating. Not that great of a defenseman, but they do get one. So it clearly looks like Vancouver won on the defenseman side of it.
Excellent understanding.
And the Rangers just made their pick. Oliver Tarnstrom, the center, and now Tampa Bay has the final selection of.
But when you can skate as a defenseman, it is so key in the neutral zone. You can
As the final selection of the third round. They're on the clock right now. Interestingly, the 94th selection, which starts round 4, is also owned by Tampa Bay Lightning.
We talk about being scouted in today's game, have that ability to shut teams down in the neutral zone because of their skating. Loof is one of these defensemen. Again, a few years away, but he's got all sorts of potential. Probably a few more years to put on some upper body and lower body strength and add to that 176 pounds. Probably end up around the 205 pounds at 6'2".
All right, so Leo Loof going to fill a little bit. Linus, I'm sure, is leading the cheers right now in Sweden. Thrilled to see that selection there. So take a look at the big board. Clearly,
Filling up.
What's that?
Filling up fast.
I was going to say, yeah. Kuntar, we talked about Leo Loof. There's 3 other names in there as well. We're going to take a quick break and come back and talk about some of these guys here when we come back. 4th round, in fact, coming up. Yeah.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by EA Sports NHL 21. This year, you'll be able to pull off new deeks and moves inspired by the league's most groundbreaking innovators. Recognize greatness in EA Sports NHL 21.
That's half the fun of a new house. Seeing what people left behind in the attic.
Well, saving on homeowners insurance with Geico's help was pretty fun, too.
Oh, tiny closer.
I left a ton of stuff up here.
Well, enjoy your house.
Nope. No, thank you.
Geico could help you save on homeowners and renters insurance.
Stand up if you are first generation college. Stand up if you're a mother.
There's a better person whose name ends in Strom. Lindstrom? Lindstrom?
The world in which we live equally distributes talent, but it doesn't equally distribute.
Tampa Bay makes the final pick of the third round. Jack Thompson, a defenseman, goes to the Lightning. The fourth round is underway. The Lightning are on the clock. Markstrom.
It's Nutri-System for Men with a month of food delivered to your door. Stay home. Stay safe. Nutri-System comes right to my door. I didn't have to think about what I was going to eat. This is breakfast, this is snack, this is lunch, this is dinner. Nutri-System for Men has got you covered to stock up the pantry and help you stay healthy. Act now. Save 50% on a month of food delivered to your door.
Go online or call 877-539-LEAN and save 50%. Plus, it shakes free.
Attention CPAP users. Germs and bacteria can grow inside your reservoir, tubing, and mask. And cleaning them can be an expensive, difficult task. When you need to breathe easy, sleep great, and stay healthy, what you need is CleanZone, the affordable, portable CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. Just press, and CleanZone automatically cleans, sanitizes, and eliminates 99% of germs and bacteria from every surface of your CPAP reservoir, tube, and mask in minutes. No water, no added chemicals, no worries.
When I compared quality and price, CleanZone was my clear choice.
I can sleep with peace of mind knowing that I'm breathing clean.
You can get your CleanZone CPAP cleaner for $100 off. That's just $99.99. Plus, we'll give you the CleanZone mask sanitizing bag absolutely free. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-317-5984 or go online to cleanzonenow.com.
See the NHL like you've never seen it before. Unprecedented access.
Tampa's still on the clock. Everybody just
for the most compelling Stanley Cup playoffs yet.
I can talk a lot.
As we take you inside the NHL bubble. Quest for the Stanley Cup.
Florida is next, and then Calgary, and then Detroit.
We welcome you to the 2008 NHL entry draft.
Isn't that exciting? A fourth rounder in 08.
Braden Holtby, Michigan's first NHL start.
I expect a big performance from Holtby today. My goodness, Braden Holtby.
That is by number 7.
What a save by Braden Holtby. They rush out onto the ice to congratulate Braden Holtby. The Washington Capitals, for the first time in their 44-year history, are the Stanley Cup champions.
Incredible memories there when it came to the Washington Capitals. Your Doc Emmerich there on the call. Braden Holtby was selected by the Capitals back in 2008 as the fourth round was about to begin. There's some notable fourth-round draft picks among active players. That's right.
They're still waiting for this. I have a feeling Tampa's going to trade this pick. Josh, I figured the National Hockey League algorithm, when they're off the clock or, it goes for a certain amount of time and it just keeps saying on the clock and nothing's moving, clearly means it's traded.
92nd selection overall. Here again is Corey Clark from the New York Rangers.
The draft selection guys are completely way behind.
Rangers select from AIK.
I know, yeah. You like Calgary and Detroit. I don't like Calgary. I used to. I don't like them anymore. But I do like Detroit.
All right, so Jack Thompson is the guy. First note here, loves golfing. His favorite actor is Adam Sandler.
I was right. I told you I'm good at this. Tampa Bay trades down to the Philadelphia Flyers.
So Jack Thompson's a selection.
So the Flyers trade up to get the first pick of the fourth round.
Give me the off-the-ice flavor. Give me the on-the-ice story.
Yeah, it starts with his skating. A really serious young man who was thrust into a role in his family as his dad passed at a young age. But a guy who really has his eye on the prize. The skating is the big thing with him. Now, here's a guy who had 13 goals at Nan. That's the most by an OHL draft-eligible defenseman this year. Jamie Drysdale, who went in the first round last night, had 9 goals. So there is that element to his game. No question he's got a good shot. He really has that knack for finding a way to get shots through from the point. And what does everybody love? A right shot defenseman who can skate. Jack Thompson fits that bill perfectly with the Sudbury Wolves. Chatted with his coach, Corey Stillman, a little bit 2 nights ago, and really impressed and was wondering where he would go. Figured this would be about the spot. So a nice pick there for the Tampa Bay Lightning.
All right, good stuff, Cos.
Yeah, Philly's still on the clock here. Wait, someone else could theoretically get Lafreniere. What are you talking about? Lafreniere's done. Josh, I'm not sure what you're talking about, man. Someone else could theoretically get Lafreniere. Lafreniere's drafted first overall. This is the 4th round. This is the 4th round, and Philadelphia just made the pick. They went up to get the 94th pick, and the 94th pick is Zayd Wisdom. Yes, that's a name. Zayd Wisdom, the right winger.
From the Kingston front.
The first round was last night, man. We're going until the entire draft is done. For a few more hours.
Wisdom and what his story's all about. Listen, his dad, he's a Jamaican immigrant, long-haul truck driver. He's raised by his mom, Mary, and grandma, Kitty. Part of his childhood included trips to the food bank, lengthy time without electricity.
Zayd Wisdom, a Canadian Jamaican
make sure our power never gets shut off again. This is an
player, came from Toronto, came from a bad neighborhood, but he came from a bad area. He was just struggling with his upbringing. It was just not great, poverty and all that. But now he's going to go to the NHL. He's going to go to the Flyers. Right-hand shooter, 195, 5'11", small guy, speedy. He got a good shot too. I told you I would sound stupid. I don't have to do the draft. Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Right now, 4th round just started. This is the first pick. Zayd Wisdom with the Flyers. Florida is on the clock, and then the Flames, and then the Red Wings.
Under Paul McFarland, new head coach there, who spent some time in the NHL with Florida, with the Toronto Maple Leafs, Shane Wright and Martin Promiak. Look for that trio if they get back playing again in the Ontario Hockey League to be one of the best lines
Zayd Wisdom. Zayd Wisdom. Z-A-Y-D-E.
Philadelphia to get him there. Yeah, Cos, we had him at 106, so 12 spots up. He goes 94 power forwards unlike him in Philadelphia. Michael Benning is the pick at number 95. Again, you like family history. Brother Matt with Edmonton. Dad Brian played 568 games. His uncle Jim, GM with Vancouver. EJ, the Benning family, they love hockey. Yes, they do. And the latest edition gets drafted in the NHL, Michael Benning. And if you like assists, he's your guy, too, at that 63 assists in the Alberta Junior Hockey League of Sherwood Park this year. Second among all AJHL skaters and 63.
Michael Benning goes to the Florida Panthers defenseman. He is the nephew of our wonderful general manager in Vancouver, Jim Benning's nephew, Michael Benning. You know what? No, Jim Benning's not horrible. He's actually made some really good decisions. But he's an Alberta native, and for some reason, he looks exactly like the actor in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I don't know why. But he's good. Good player. I'm not joking with that. He's a really smart hockey player, understands how to go there. Of course, Bill Quenneville drafts him, Michael Benning to the Panthers. Daniel Chechelev to the Flames, a goaltender. Calgary drafts a goaltender, Daniel Chechelev, for Calgary.
Yeah, thanks, and then we are happy to have Will Cooley, the newest member of the New York
And the Detroit Red Wings
here now. Will, congratulations first.
are on the clock.
I want to hear your thoughts about being a Ranger. We know they have the top overall pick this year, Alexi Lafreniere. They made the qualifying round of the playoffs already.
What do you mean in Calgary? Well, you guys got one. You guys got Daniel Chechelev.
Well, yeah, I was really excited. Obviously, me and my family shared a great moment there. Obviously, being picked by such a great organization with such good history, obviously, it was really exciting. And yeah, I was super ecstatic. And everyone in my family was really happy and proud of me. It was just a great moment altogether.
Well, you're a big fella, and I know that the fans in New York, I've been around Ranger fans my whole life. They like big, tough players. Is that what you hope to bring to the NHL if and when that time comes?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely hope to bring my size and strength and play a really rough and tough physical game in New York. I think that's one of my big strengths, and I think that's what's going to make me successful at the next level is playing physical and really.
How is baseball going? Oh, let's look. Thank you for reminding me. Sam Stange, your right winger, He is a Red Wing, and he is drafted at the 97th overall pick. Montreal is on the clock, and the Devils are next. 1-0 Braves midway through the fourth, so they will obviously be leading past the fourth because they're the home team.
That's great.
The A's and the Astros will be playing in about 20 minutes.
Oh, I just started watching it when I was a kid with my dad, and I just love the characters and the story, and I think it's just some great movies and some great stuff put together.
All right, you say you can answer any question about it. I'm not any expert on Star Wars, so I don't have that question, but let me ask you this. What is the hardest question someone has asked you where you really weren't sure of the answer?
Do you mean in terms of Star Wars? Or just any question in general?
Star Wars.
A's and trash. Yeah. I could take a wing of the Wings. Yeah, good player.
The answer would be who is Anakin?
Montreal, I think they've gone physical. They got a skilled center. Montreal got to go wing here. I would go left wing for the Montreal Canadiens here. If I was Mark Bergevin.
The fact that Jamie gave us a Luke, I am your father. That's great. I wanted to hear him talk about Baby Yoda or Anakin's origin, something like that.
Give us the answers. Come on.
I don't know the answer. Star Wars is all my forte.
Let him give us the
Okay, what is the answer?
Oh, it's he actually doesn't have a father. He was created by like these midichlorians, which they're in like every living thing within the Force. So he doesn't actually have a father. It's kind of like Mary the Virgin, where his mom just kind of got had him with no real father. So that's why he's the chosen one. But it's pretty complicated stuff.
It's a trick question. It's a trick question.
It's not very complicated. Wow.
That's a hard one to answer.
The broadcasters are now screaming at a Rangers draft pick about something stupid. As we're waiting for the Montreal Canadiens. Yeah, Star Wars. This is the point in the draft where the broadcasters have the people behind their ears going, talk about this, have nothing else to say except move on to the next draft pick, and just pulling out things out of their hat. Like there's nothing. It's the fourth round. There's nothing to talk about. This player picked next may be an all-star in a few years, but he's not likely to be so it's not a real.
Just everything in Windsor kind of lined up great for me, and I think I made the right choice, and it worked out well. And Windsor's obviously a great town and great fans, great city. Nothing to complain about there, and I'm excited to be heading back there for a third year. So.
Well, I think we hear your phone buzzing off the hook. It's probably all your friends giving you props for doing a deep dive on Star Wars.
I agree. Halves have a wall on D, but hate off each other.
Good luck with your
Still haven't made a pick, which means they probably have traded it once they're done talking to this Ranger prospect that was drafted about 35 picks ago.
With the 97th overall selection, go ahead, Detroit.
Detroit Red Wings are proud.
This is the second time as I was watching the TV that Chris Draper's mic doesn't work for some reason. I think Darren McCarty just there and just walks behind Draper and just turns the mic off at inopportune situations. How many rounds are there? There are 7, just like the NFL draft. There used to be a lot more, but there are 7.
Same thing I'm real excited about because I get a chance to coach the kid. I've watched him the last couple of years. He's a kid that's a little bit under the radar from the standpoint that he comes from Wisconsin high school. Played all the way up until his senior year at Eau Claire High School. Played his first year in the USHL last year, did extremely well with 24 goals. So that step that he made last year from high school to the UHL was outstanding. Very big, strong, solid athlete. He's an athlete that, as a baseball player in high school, won the state championship and was the MVP of the state of Wisconsin. In baseball, that same year, he was high school hockey player of the year. And he also finished number 1 in his class. So you talk about a trifecta for a young man. This kid's special. So coming into college hockey, I think you expect him to be a big, solid winger. He can skate. He's got a great release from his shot. Physicality-wise, he has the ability, based on his size structure, to be a power forward. So the tenacity and the grinding part of the game will be something that he'll continue to work on to develop. But he's a great pro prospect.
Well, there's no doubt Tony's excited about seeing him playing for the Badgers coming up next season. Listen, Lotz, you've got him as well.
Brandon Coe goes to the Sharks, who traded up again for the second time today. They traded up against on the whole thing against Montreal. They traded up off that pick.
For all the NHL fans out there, there's lots of kids coming from Wisconsin as they up their game in terms of the programs they're putting out. But he is or does have exceptional athleticism. You don't get voted the best player in your state in two sports very rarely. Anders Lee, maybe I could think of from Minnesota, was another two-sport athlete of that ilk. To me, listening to Tony describe him, it sounds like he's describing a bigger version of himself. That's who he's recruited. Just kind of Tony was a guy that was a little bit back of the pack. He burst out of the NHL scene, absolutely took everybody by surprise. It was his speed in his case. In this case, for Sam Stang, I think it'll be the athleticism that carries him at the NCAA level for the University of Wisconsin, which has a very rich tradition, like the University of Michigan, of recruiting the best of the best. From Sam Spade to
The Devils are on the clock now as Brandon Coe goes to the Sharks.
Led North Bay in assists this past season.
The Devils here should go center.
They love him up there in North Bay, Sammy. What'd you see at the end of the OHL?
Well, I've been watching them since.
We know that they went goalie already.
A bit of a sneaky pick here for the San Jose Sharks. 6'5", 185 pounds. Here's a guy.
I truly believe center would be the way to go here.
Playing with the North Bay Battalion. 25 goals with the North Bay Battalion. And this is a franchise that has traditionally taken great strides in making bigger players develop and turn into National Hockey League players. Mike Amadio, I think about him. Nick Paul's got some time with the Ottawa Senators. And I look at a guy like Barclay Goodwin.
I agree. They should.
All coming from that program. So when it comes to Coe,
Brandon Coe is just a complete player, and he's got a boomer, his shot. Like, he can really slap it, and he can score when he does.
Again, I like this pick because of the size, the skating ability, and of course the ability to score goals coming from a program that does a really good job developing bigger players.
All right, Cos, thank you. That's the story when it comes to Brandon Coe. As you said, you've been seeing him for a long time since minor midget. Number 99 selection. That's right, folks. New Jersey Devils Jaromir Pitlick is now off the board.
Jaromir Pitlick, a center to New Jersey. And the Devils actually have another pick left in this draft, as does Detroit, and Vancouver also has one. With the 99th selection, the Devils select Jaromir Pitlick in the 4th round. Edmonton is on the clock.
This year's free agent pool is loaded with talent. Tune in to NHL Network for the opening of free agency.
How much are you going to have to pay him? Where does he fit into your team?
Coverage begins Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network.
One day, we'll look back and remember the moment that things were one strange time in our lives. Got very quiet. Some lost work and invented new ways to get by. Others were busier than ever and found strength they never knew they had. We sheltered the people who matter most. Sometimes finding a far apart we drifted. We worried over loved ones, over money, over our planet, and over takeout. And we found a voice. There I kept quiet. When the world starts spinning again, let's remember this time when none of us felt secure. Fight for a future where everyone can. Because when the world seems like it's standing still, that's the perfect time for us to change it.
Support your favorite college at Fanatics.com. The largest assortment of officially licensed fan gear for more than 500 colleges. Every conference, every team. Shop now and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com. Officially licensed everything.
Every customer has their own Safe Light story. This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got a chip. They drove to Safe Light for a same-day repair.
The Devils doing decent. I would have liked the goalie, and I would have liked LaPierre, but
The Tampa Bay Lightning are Stanley Cup champions. Gear up with the official Cup collection by Fanatics. Available at NHLShop.com. Get your commemorative men's and women's Stanley Cup Champions t-shirt and official hat. The same ones the players wear as they hoist the Stanley Cup. Plus other one-of-a-kind championship designs. Don't miss out. Shop now and get today's special offer. NHLShop.com. A Fanatics experience.
The top saves, the top goals, all the top plays on Top Shelf. The game is always more exciting when you go Top Shelf. 2019-20 finishes Sunday 5 Eastern on NHL Network.
Welcome back to our coverage of the NHL draft. Take a look at Justin Sordiff as he learned that he is headed to the Florida Panthers, selected at number 87 overall. His family and
I'm aware we got a goalie. Did not get the goaltender I want, who I still believe is the best player in the draft. Edmonton selects Carter Savoy, a left winger, and he's an Oiler. And the NBCSN NHL Network crew believes it's a fantastic idea to have a conversation with someone instead of discussing analysis. They're talking about Sordiff, who got picked by Florida.
It was supposed to be in June, and then, over the course of the summer, I was just kind of wondering when it was going to happen.
101st selection coming up. Nashville Predators are on the clock, then Montreal, the New York Rangers, then Anaheim.
Around North America, an opportunity to hear from you. What type of hockey player are you? What are your strengths? Who do you think you model your game after?
I model my game after Nazem Kadri and TJ Oshie. I feel like I'm a well-rounded player. I'm able to kind of do a little bit of everything. I just have my first movie to my game, and that's what I'm in Florida.
Sounds like you are a big fan of Formula One racing as well. I'm no Formula One savant here, but when did you get into the sport, and what makes you such a fan?
I just like how fast those guys are able to go around corners, and the visualization that they kind of do before they get into their.
Adam Wilsby
like Lewis
to Nashville, a defenseman, a smaller one, but one that also plays the physical game. He heads over to the Predators. The Canadians are on the clock.
They're cool, and I guess kind of wheel around the track. It's pretty amazing to watch, and it's something I've always wanted to do.
Yeah, I don't know much about that particular sport, but I know about Lewis Hamilton. He wins a lot. That's what I know. He wins an awful lot.
Yeah, no, he does.
No question about that. What's the plans now for you in the coming days and weeks as we have a little bit of uncertainty as to certain leagues when they're going to start? I know the USA
2-0 Atlanta at the top of the fifth
Not quite sure what's going
against
on
Miami.
What's the plan for you now?
And they're warming up Oakland and Houston. They don't start yet, though. They're going to start in about 6 minutes.
Trying to make a really good first.
And obviously the Yankees game tonight at 7 o'clock, and the Padres-Dodgers game tonight at 9. I will watch that. I got to be careful, though. At this dorm, I'm getting – sometimes I do my streams. I get, noise complaints. So, yeah, I'm not actually going to do the baseball game. Even though I like baseball, I won't do it. But you just think of noise complaints, and it's getting scary, too. The more I get, the riskier I like things, like a Punisher. I don't know. But so I got to be careful. But tonight, good. I won't stream. I'll just watch some baseball. Tomorrow, I will be streaming maybe some baseball, but mainly the Buccaneers-Bears. Yeah. No, that other Atlanta team is just I don't understand what's wrong with them. Oh, I'm aware. The Braves aren't that great either, though. They find ways to have big problems. Not trying to be a hater or anything. I don't like them either, but best Atlanta team is Atlanta FC, and they're not having a great game. All right, here we go. Here's some analysis on Yarmir Pitlick. He played for the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, even though he is not from Canada. He is a Czech. He is the second Czech Republic player drafted today and drafted in the draft. 56 games, 22 goals, and 28 assists, a +5 rating for this center.
So more of a safe player, maybe not that.
He's looked as more as a mature guy. He's not going to be like a fantastic hockey player, but he is going to be solid. Like when he's on the ice, you are going to be very happy that he's there. He's not going to make any mistakes.
Another good year.
He won't. He's not going to make the crazy play. He's going to make the safe play. But he's not going to turn over the puck. Montreal's still on the clock. Still on the clock, which is telling me trade. Again, Montreal is really into trading their picks, trading down. But how far will you trade down until you start having to select these hockey players? They need offense.
That's a really interesting story. Not surprised for the Oilers to go this route. Led the Sherwood Park Crusaders this year. As a matter of fact, he led the entire AJHL with 53 tallies. This guy can put the puck in the back of the net.
Also, if you want to watch the draft while I'm streaming it, I believe it's on Sportsnet, Josh. It's not. If you're in America, obviously, I know you're not. But if you're in America, it's on NHL Network, not on NBCSN. But in Canada, I'm pretty sure it's on Sportsnet. So if you want to watch it,
you're never going to get rated with the Jack Quinn.
Because I'm not walking there and putting the computer in front of the TV every time there's a pick. Jack Smith, the center, he goes to the Canadiens, and the Rangers are on the clock.
He is a natural goal scorer. He is as gifted right behind that tier, right behind the elite of the elite in this year's draft. That's what I like about Savoy. That's what the Edmonton Oilers are hoping that they get with this guy, who even though he's under 5'10", I've got him about 5'9.5", he's still 190 pounds. And weight matters in this league. Height, not so much. But the package that you carry in terms of weight, that's important. I think this is a really nice pick for the Edmonton Oilers.
$5.90 team, and Matt Benny went 95th to Florida as well. Adam Villsby is here at 101. He was passed over the NHL draft leader each of the last 2 years, and here he gets selected. Good for him.
Very good for him. Being overlooked for 2 years is something that's difficult to do at the draft. A lot of teams will wait and maybe.
So there's the Adam Villsby guy. And once again, with the misleading names, this is a guy not Canadian. He's from Stockholm, Sweden. 3 goals, 27 assists with the Södertälje in the second Swedish league. Offensive guy, good. This is the Villsby hockey player that was drafted by Nashville. And New York Rangers. You ready for this, Josh, and whoever else is on the screen? You ready? The New York Rangers.
Well, he's a defenseman.
They draft a goalie. Another goalie. Dylan Garland. Dylan Garand, excuse me. Dylan Garand, a goalie.
And he loves to carry the puck. The reason he is being passed over is because of his skating.
To the Rangers.
He's got to get stronger in his skating. He's got to get better in his first couple of steps. But Nashville looks at it and says, hey, here's an offensive defenseman, understands the game extremely well. We can work on skating skills. We'll see if he moves up into the men's league, out of the junior leagues in the coming years. Hope he gets a little more opportunity to play in the Allsvenskan League, moving up from junior. We'll see if he can develop his skills. But another defenseman for Nashville. We've seen plenty of solid defensemen over the years come out of the Nashville Predators.
Yeah, no question. Roman Josi at the forefront of that Norris Trophy Award winner. Third time as a charm when it came to Adam Villsby after being passed over twice. Let's go back to Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
With the next pick in the fourth round, go ahead, New York Rangers.
Anaheim is on the clock right now.
The New York Rangers select from the Kamloops Blazers, Dylan Garand.
So Dylan Garand, this guy set the club record for the best goals against in a single season. It was set back in 98-99. The pride of Victoria, British Columbia caused a goalie for Kamloops.
Yeah, and you gotta love it. His story really starts 2 years ago when the Kamloops Blazers needed wins and plenty of them down the stretch. Well, they ended up getting points in each of their last 7 games. That got them into a 1-game playoff with the Kelowna Rockets. Meanwhile, it was Grant carrying the load there for his club because Dylan Ferguson, their number 1 goalie, got hurt. So it was a 6.
And so Dylan Garand, so Victoria, British Columbia native. He's a larger goaltender, but he doesn't really play in his net. He plays out of his net usually. But they go and take, with the 103rd pick, Dylan Garand from Kamloops. Good goaltender. And there you go. The Ducks have just made their selection. Timo Nickel, another defenseman. The Ducks, I'd be very happy if I was a Ducks fan, because what I would have done with the Ducks is exactly what they're doing. Almost all their picks, I mean, they need to get some offense, but almost all their picks are defensemen, which is they're so thin on defense. They're getting their defensive prospects up because they used to have all of the great defensemen. They ended up leaving or traded or retired or whatnot. Now they have to rebuild, and they're rebuilding the defensive stockhold in Anaheim. I'm liking what they're doing. So Timo Nickel goes to the Ducks, and now the Panthers are back on the clock.
Charlie, by the way, Grant, no hydration problems here. He drinks 12 to 15 bottles of water a day. And that's incredible. He takes ice baths after every practice to help with leg fatigue. Dylan Grant's getting it done. Going to the campus. We'll keep pedaling furiously like Cosentino on the Peloton. He continues to get Timo Nickel, by the way, going to the Ducks at 104. Love Jack Smith, too, by the way. You see him picked up at the Montreal Canadiens at 102. His mom, Steph, and dad, Andy, used to give haircuts to Jack's teammates. True story.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by EA Sports NHL 21. This year, you'll be able to pull off new deeds and moves inspired by the league's most groundbreaking innovators. Recognize greatness in EA Sports NHL 21.
Colorado Avalanche.
And Florida just made their pick.
We would consider a switch if it affected the quality.
Zachary Younes, a defenseman, goes to the Florida Panthers. The Maple Leafs are on the clock now. Zachary Younes, one of those real versatile offensive-minded defensemen. He heads to Florida.
To learn more, visit NHL.com.
Detroit is up after Toronto's pick as well.
Me gustaría. Me gustaría pedir algo de comer.
Ah, ok, por supuesto que tú lo presentes.
How do you learn Spanish? How did you learn English? Señorita Flores, in school. I don't have your Señorita Flores to help. So I learned when you're older, learning language is not easy. Not difícil. There's never enough time. Who's going to teach you? Hasta pronto. So, Mama, it's kind of like Señorita Flores teaching you for us? Kind of. And the best part is helping make new friends.
Language for life. Go to Babbel.com and try it for free.
Your car gets attacked every day, leaving the paint dull and faded. Now you can clean, shine, and protect with Shine Armor, the new car polish with super nano ceramic. It's not a wax, but a high-tech ceramic shield that instantly repels dirt and debris. Water dances off. Even a fried egg won't stick. Made in the USA, Shine Armor makes other polishes obsolete. Our exclusive ceramic formula fills in micro cracks and crevices to create a durable barrier. Even fire can't break the protection. Nuts and
So now we have the magical return of the TV commercial that is an infomercial, meaning I can't see the picks. Just give me a second and I will be able to tell you what is happening with the pick. Because I assume that Toronto has made their pick already. Especially, you will see this, Josh, that the picks will come flying off the board the closer we get to the end of the draft. They did. They picked their own goalie, Arthur Akimov. And Detroit takes their goalie, Jan Bednar. A goaltender, 2 defensemen, and 2 goaltenders. So Jan Bednar goes to the Red Wings. Arthur Akimov goes to Toronto. Both goaltenders are headed to the original 6 teams in the Atlantic Division. The Pittsburgh Penguins are on the clock with Montreal, Chicago, and Arizona behind.
Once again, with our insider Elliot Friedman, a very busy man this time of year, and especially this week with so much going on. So we know about Max Domi going to the Columbus Blue Jackets, and it sounds like Jackets fans should be excited about him sticking around for quite a while, huh?
I don't know exactly what the terms are going to be here, Jamie. Domi is a restricted free agent, but they were, I heard, talking about different terms, different lengths, and we're getting close to finding out exactly what they are. I heard there's a chance it's coming down today. I heard there was a lot of optimism about it, so we'll see. But it definitely looks like Max Domi and Columbus are going to sign a new contract in the very near future.
Elsewhere in contract talks, Chandler Stevenson with a new deal in Vegas. Tell us more.
Well, Washington, when they traded Chandler Stevenson, they told him they would make sure they sent him to a place where he would be a good fit, and they were true to their word. They sent him to Vegas, and he was an excellent fit there. He really broke out. We knew he was a good defensive player. He showed a lot more of an offensive side, and Vegas has signed him to a 4-year, $11 million extension. He's going to be there for a while. And we talked earlier about how Vegas is looking to move some salaries out. This was one they wanted some certainty on to know exactly what they were dealing with. And now they've got it.
Of course, the Rangers, a big player here in this year's NHL draft, but how are they handling several current players, including Ryan Strome?
Well, as we talked earlier, also
Lucas
situation where the
Shevevsky, a center to Pittsburgh. More European players taken. Pittsburgh takes Lucas Shevevsky, big center, large.
What's his next contract going to be?
Type body that can push the puck in. Montreal is on the clock now.
Their cap is a bit smaller than everyone else's because of buyouts and also bonuses for potential entry-level players. So what this does is it allows them to keep the rights, but they still have to negotiate whether or not they can come to an agreement on an exact salary for next season, or if they have to do something to keep fitting all the different pieces in their roster. This one certainly buys them some more time.
Yeah, and one of those
right now we are at the 109th pick.
Lundqvist, who will now be a free agent. Now, last night when we were talking to Brian McClellan, I asked him specifically about the Henrik Lundqvist rumors.
We're close to the 113th pick, which is the pick that Vancouver holds. And then late in the 4th round, the Devils will have another pick.
Well, I just laughed when he was asked about it last night, Jamie. He gave the stock answer to the question, then he had a little smile when it was over. When you play cards, if you're a poker player, you always look for the tell, and to me, that was the tell. I think a lot of people are expecting that Henrik Lundqvist will be a Capital on Friday. You can never say anything is done until it's done.
A lot of people are saying Washington. That sounds kind of weird for me for Lundqvist.
Can't wait to see what happens.
Be cool if he goes to DC, but I would think that he would go to the Blues.
As we're up to 109 here, the Montreal Canadiens. We want to focus though. Number 107 to the Red Wings, Jan Bednosh. Another goalie comes off the board here, lots from Sokolov. He finished second in save percentage, .955 at the 2019 Five Nations tournament.
Yeah, Bednosh is an interesting guy. He's played in the extra league over in the Czech Republic. One of really only 5 U18 goalies at that age to ever play in that league. And there's some names that our fans out there from the NHL will know. How about Don McCasher from Milan? A couple of greats right there. Bednosh, he's a really strong guy. He's the prototypical size, right? He's 6'4". Everybody's looking for goalies now that are pretty much 6'2" above. Anything above that is a go zone. This is a go zone for the Detroit Red Wings. They got a great group of prospects who are trying to build up. Now they've got a goalie to go along with that. I like what I saw of the games I watched with him. I thought he had excellent reflexes, super quick. Great flexibility, very strong, a lot to like there.
All right, so the goalie goes out the pick there is Jan Bednosh. Also, Pittsburgh Penguins one of the ways Lucas Svenkovsky goes there. Good pick. Let's go back to Bill Daly.
With their next selection, pick 109 overall, Montreal Canadiens have selected Blake Biondi from Hermantown High School in Minnesota.
How about Blake Biondi? Well, the 2019.
Hey, go Caps! Let's see when your team is playing. Drafting. Not in this round. Not in this round, but I think they'll go to the 5th. Right now, we've got Montreal still on the clock. No, now they've made their pick. Blake Biondi.
47 goals in 31 high school games at Hermantown High School. 95 points in total.
A center from Hermantown, Minnesota. The first player in the NHL draft this year taken right from high school. Montreal Canadiens. No, I'm not a Packers fan. You see the Packers hat? No, I did that for the Monday night live stream. I'm a Giants and a Texans fan. I'm miserably. I did that for the Monday night live stream. I do football live streams. You want to check it out? And I wear the hat of the team that I picked to win the game. So I picked Green Bay to win the game, so I wear that.
And be the same kind of.
I like two. It would be nice as a Packers fan because I like two absolutely horrible teams that haven't won a game yet. Both haven't won a game.
someone to keep an eye on from Hermantown up there in northern Minnesota, right, Jamie Hirsch? Way up north. Thanks, TJ. Zach Joseph also played for Minnesota Duluth back in 89 to 93. We come back. That's right. You're seeing Jimmy Benn and John Klingberg. These guys were fifth-round picks. We're about halfway through round 4. Round 5, we're marching towards it.
This is not steak. This is a family tradition, 100 years in the making. This is hand-cut, butcher-selected beef, aged to peak tenderness. This isn't steak. This is Omaha Steaks. Home to all you crave: seafood, chops, burgers, and of course...
Wait, you would wear a Philadelphia Eagles hat? Thank you, Go Caps. I don't know. I really hope that... You know what? No, because whatever game they play on Monday night or Sunday night, I'll deliberately pick the other team to win, so I don't wear their hat. I am not. I like the Caps. I've actually met a few of their players and broadcasters. It's a whole story for another time. But I really do like their team. I'm not a Caps fan, but I have no issue with the Caps whatsoever. They're a cool team. Really fun team. I am nice. You guys might be getting Lundqvist. No, I'm a Devils, Canucks, and Red Wings fan. Devils first, then Vancouver, then Detroit. Ovechkin? Love Ovechkin. Hold on a second.
Just answer a few quick questions about
Yeah, I met Ovechkin. He's a really cool guy.
cash buyers and introduce you to the highest bidder. Now, selling is simple. To see your simple sale price, go
Give me a
to
second off of this.
onelife.com.
Chicago drafts Michael Krudel, a defenseman for the Blackhawks. The Coyotes are on the clock, then Los Angeles, then Vancouver, then the Blue Jackets.
Really been a tremendous struggle.
Like most people, we don't just sweat under the arms. So we created the Carpe line of sweat management products for all.
Ovechkin.
I haven't had
Just wanted to show you I have an Ovechkin shirt.
since I started using Carpe.
Yeah, I like him. He's awesome. My favorite cap is Kuznetsov, but I really like Ovechkin. I'll tell you because I told you because of this whole experience meeting the Caps in the locker room. Kuznetsov, oh my God, that guy, oh my God, he one of the funniest hockey players I've ever seen. Oh, okay, that's cool. He one of the funniest guys I've ever seen, and he's just non-stop, just crazy. Kuzi is like, Kuzi's awesome.
We continue with our NHL Draft 2020.
Yeah, I don't know Russian.
NHL 21.
I don't know Russian. I'm Hungarian. I'm Hungarian, German, Polish,
Next selection.
Puerto Rican, and Spanish from Spain. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know Russian.
General manager for the Arizona
I know a good amount of Spanish and like not that much else.
The Arizona Coyotes are proud to select from Tri-City of the USHL, Mitchell Miller.
Mitch Miller goes to the Coyotes, another defenseman of the big stock here. LA is on the clock now, but
Rooting for the Penguins. Cover your eyes, Jackets fans. As far as his work on the ice, Brian, what do you have?
I was trying to think of a guy that he reminded me of when I watched him, and interestingly, it was a guy like John Walker of the LA Kings. He's just a guy that moves around the ice. He's going to play it pretty safe, think in terms of parts. He's going to hit down the middle most of the time. He's a skilled defenseman. I like his IQ. There's a lot to work on, but there's a lot to like as well. Mobility is good. He jumps into holes offensively. This I think would be a good pick. It's just these are ones you gotta wait for. You gotta be patient.
First Arizona pick, by the way, Watson.
Yeah, exactly. And interesting. Made that pick for them, which is certainly good. Sullivan, and good for him. So in any event, this is
Mitch Miller goes to Arizona. Arizona, it's just their first pick because they had the whole first round and second round. The Devils pick, was voided because the Taylor Hall trade, and then it was voided again because of the scandal with the spying of the players or whatever it was. I forget the exact thing.
And you think about guys like Jared Spurgeon that aren't the biggest guy, but they're so good at.
Yeah, I don't think the Caps pick until the fifth round.
Good sticks. their ability.
Which will be here for
high enough to be competent.
Kings on the clock. Team I do not care for.
Players is something that's just been unheard of in this league for a very long time. It's a great transition for how the rules are called on a nightly basis.
All right. Well, please do engage with us on social media. Okay, you can tweet us. We'll respond to your tweets, Instagram, whatever you like. Right at NHL Network, and of course individually as well. Speaking of tweets, Marc-Antoine Gaudin.
They do?
The prospect Will Cooley.
I must have not looked at that correctly.
Did not have a father is what live TV is for. You're right, Marc-Antoine. That was definitely good fun. Jamie Hirsch and E.J. Wright doing an interview with Will Cooley. He said there's not a Star Wars question he cannot answer, and he went into, I would say, in-depth detail reader when it came to the Star Wars origin story.
I don't know Star Wars guys, so I don't know, but it was definitely in-depth.
Oh my God, they're doing it again. All right, and so for some context, I'm watching NHL Network right now. No, don't tell me. I'll look. Don't tell me about Brendan Dillon. I'm gonna look that up. Don't tell me. But they're doing it again. I'm watching NHL Network. They've done this thing about 2 other times. I'm telling you, the people behind their ears must be going, when we're not talking about this, we're not talking about hockey, Juho Markkanen goes to LA for a goalie. LA as a goaltender. Vancouver's on the clock. They talk about stupid things, the broadcasters. So they're just discussing Star Wars or something with some player. It's like, what are you doing? I'll be happy. I like the Caps. Why would I be happy? Is he going to one of those 3 teams? Ooh.
Built on the backs of some draft picks like Drew Doughty and even specifically Anze Kopitar, 11th overall.
Oh, they re-signed him. Nice.
They went through that high.
Nice.
And you got to tear it down a little bit. You go through some tough.
That's a lot of money, but that's good that you guys re-signed Brendan Dillon. I don't know why you guys are eyeing Henrik Lundqvist though. Like, are you keeping Holtby? You should keep Holtby. I really see Lundqvist going to the Blues more than anything else.
One of the most difficult things to do, which is to make a decision that we're just not where we need to be right now. We're going to have to take a couple steps back to take 4 steps forward. That's where they are in the process right now for me. Look at some of the names on this board. Reader, one of your guys there, Helga Grans.
Helga Grans.
You love that name. Quentin Byfield. It might take 24 to 36 months until you know what he's going to be. That's okay. The LA Kings, like I said, they're in that 5th, 6th inning of this rebuild, trying to get back to the top of the mountain. You add these picks with what they've done in the previous 2-3 years drafts, and all of a sudden you've got this incredible foundation that you can build off. That's the future for the Los Angeles Kings.
Nice. How about balance?
Yeah, it's a good point.
That's already got next right there. You got a center, you got a couple D, you got 2 right wingers. That's all right. One guy can be right on left winger. No big deal. We've seen that before. Steve Weimer made that pretty common in the National Hockey League, playing the off wing, being the opposite shot. But there is, you talk about depth.
No, you're not going to sign Holtby? Why would you not sign Holtby? That makes no sense. I mean, you're not the one signing him. Vancouver drafts Jackson Kuntz, a left winger.
Is exceptional, and you're right, boss. We're going to see it.
Good player. Yeah. There's Washington. I completely missed them. 117th pick coming up soon, behind Philadelphia, behind Carolina, and behind the Blue Jackets, who are currently on the clock. It just doesn't make that much sense to me. That's just all.
Fantastic. We will see the Kings back up in the Pacific.
Holtby's awesome. He's one of my favorite players.
3 to 5 years, they will be battling it out once again. Not just for a playoff spot, but probably.
Adam McClellan doesn't want to hear this conversation. He wants to win now. Those coaches.
Exactly.
Management. You got to keep it. You got to get it going.
That's right. A long play, I would say. Certainly no one can argue Rob Blake's pedigree. Certainly in the NHL, what he's now trying to accomplish in the front office. Tampa Bay Lightning picking against
Columbus just took a player, left winger, Mikael Plythia.
Incredible thing with the NHL pulled off.
And now the Carolina Hurricanes are on the clock as Columbus trying to bolster more offense.
More picks them up.
Nice.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by EA Sports NHL 21. This year, you'll be able to pull off new deeds and moves inspired by the league's most groundbreaking innovators. Recognize greatness in EA Sports NHL 21.
I need to sell my house. Now, there are a lot of places that claim to know how much it's worth, but they don't really know my house or my neighborhood, and they definitely don't show me all my options. That's where HomeLight comes in. I just answer a few questions and Home Light gives me a side-by-side comparison of my options, personalized for my needs. And they'll show me what verified buyers will pay for my house right now. It's easy, and it's free. No matter how you choose to sell your home, selling starts at Home Light. Get started today at homelight.com.
Colorado Avalanche have an ethos of excellence and constantly strive for the very best.
We wouldn't consider a switch if it affected the quality of the game, player safety, or operational performance. With Optier, now we're using a solution that's effective and sustainable.
We are pleased that the Colorado Avalanche...
Thoughts about LaPierre? I think he'll be a good player. I just don't think he's going to be that guy yet. He has to mature a little bit. But he is a good hockey player. I'm not going to dispute that. There's no way I'll dispute that.
Stand up if you are first-generation college student.
I'm a really big fan of...
If you are...
Oh, LaPierre! Oh! I got you at Lafreniere. No. Oh, LaPierre, I actually vote very highly. Hi, Bree Martin. I don't know. LaPierre, oh my God, this guy, don't worry about the injuries. This guy is going to be a top goal scorer. He's something else. I watched him play some of the highlights. Man, this guy is really, really good. I was annoyed the Devils didn't go after him. That player is for real, and he's going on a good team. Doesn't have to play there now. He can mature and get even better. But man, yeah, LaPierre is for real. Yes, and I was so happy. Yep, that was the guy that they needed to hire. Peter Laviolette. The Capitals, after that first year, I thought, I didn't think it was going to work. But they got the right guy. They have these good young players. The guy's going to be a big-time goal scorer in a few years. They still have a core that works. You guys might win another Stanley Cup. You're good enough to do so. Thoughts on Shakir? I like the guy. I don't know too much about him. I like that he's size. The Devils need more size. Yeah, I know Todd Reardon got fired. More size on the back end. What's my thoughts on Brett Berard and when he will be drafted? He's a good player. I think he'll probably go to probably the Rangers. I think the Rangers have a pick at like 5th round.
Welcome back to our coverage of the NHL Draft. You are watching Marco Rossi's lovely decorated draft setting. This was last night in the first round. He was taken 9th overall by the Minnesota Wild. Just recapping what the Wild have done so far, and you're into round 4 now of the 2020 NHL Draft. 2 centermen, 2 defensemen. And for more on that strategy, we check in with our general manager, Bill Guerin. Bill, thanks so much for joining us here today in the midst of
Kane's got Zion Nybeck. Oh my God. I completely missed 2 picks. Oh, thank you. Carolina drafted Zion Nybeck, left wing. Even Powell, defenseman, goes to the Philadelphia Flyers. Yeah, I know, Vancouver. I got that one. I just missed those 2 picks. Capitals on the clock.
I mean, it's one of the things.
I got to do some baseball updates. Hold on.
I think throughout the draft we've checked the boxes that we've really needed to, and we've got great player development guys in Brad Bombardier and Matt Hendricks, and fully confident that they'll help these young kids along and develop into solid NHL players, and we're just happy with all our picks.
Bill, how did things unfold for you in your room last night when it came to Rossi being available? Because when you looked at a lot of mock drafts, weren't sure he was going to be there when you guys were selecting. Was that something you expected, or was it a happy surprise?
Both. Oh, my team, I'm a Mets and Angels fan, primarily Mets. But they're not in the playoffs, so I'm just trying to update people on what's happening. 2-1 Houston at the end of the first, top of the 6th, 2-0 Braves.
We had a feeling he would be there. And luckily enough, he was. And, like I said, we've had some contact with him over the last, little while. And he's a very determined kid, very focused. He's, a kid that really values, the off-ice workouts and things like that. So he's driven to make our team when we restart.
Well, you certainly.
What do you mean, Brady Martin? What's your team? I'm not a Capitals fan, but what is your team? Because Capitals are really good. Although I assume you're probably a Penguins fan.
And then most recently, trading Luke Cunningham.
Go Caps. He's probably just a Penguins fan.
What about Nick Bonino's game?
Yeah.
Made you
Capitals just took a player while we were discussing. They drafted Bogdan Triniev, a right winger.
We spent time together back in our Pittsburgh days, and Nick was a big part of those back-to-back.
Bogdan, Bogdan Triniev goes to the Washington Capitals at 117 for the 4th round as a right winger, and they go, "Oh, you're a Bruins."
Is real strong.
Oh, okay. Brady Martin, Go Caps isn't the one you're really going to be beefing with the most. Brady Martin's actually a Penguins fan? Oh.
Bill, you guys, as Jamie mentioned.
I was going to say, if he's a Bruins fan, he's not really going to have too many issues with Go Caps. He's going to have issues with Ravens 8 Josh. Josh is a huge Canucks fan, doesn't like the Bruins.
Because there's several that look like they'll be available on the open market. Other teams are trying to move guys. What's the timeline for you in terms of trying to make an acquisition at that position?
Well, we have free agency coming up in a couple days, so we'll try to address something fairly soon. And like you said, there's a large goalie market out there. Really haven't seen anything like this in recent years. So there are definitely some choices and some really strong goaltenders out there.
Well, thank you so much for the time. I know you've got lots of work still to do yet today. And like you said, free agency opening up on Friday. So we'll catch up with you a little later. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
And then back to you.
All right, Jamie.
Have fun, you guys, with your war. All right, well, we were going through that. Oh, yeah, there were some more picks that happened while we were going through that. Actually, one pick. I didn't miss that much. Colby Ambrosio goes to the Avs, the center. And the Blues are on the clock with the Devils in close pursuit, New York Islanders, and the Toronto Maple Leafs.
As far as the push and the leg strength, he's an excellent skater, comparable to Johnny Gaudreau in the National Hockey League.
Guys, that didn't make any sense.
Sometimes he cheat on the offense. Not always a good thing when you're the coach to put a player out there. But when he gets on the offense, when he gets over center, good luck at stopping him. He wasn't able to be stopped in the Super Elite League, which is the top junior league in Sweden. He's a fantastic stick handler. He's got tremendous offensive skills. He sees the ice extremely.
Wait, Go Caps, you like the Flyers, Penguins, and Capitals? You better be joking. That's not possible, man. At least I don't think.
In your own zone. Sometimes at 5'7", you're not going to be the most physical.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not going to. He's not a bandwagon. I know for sure he's a real Capitals fan.
But if you want to move up, play in the SHL and play eventually in the NHL, Zion's going to have to work on that aspect of his game. But as far as offensive talent goes, there are very few players in this draft who have got the hand skills and the talent of them.
All right, so that's the story when it comes to Zion Niebeck, the left winger, 18 years of age, 5'7", 182. Another pick off the board, Eamon Powell, defenseman, NTDP. Just call him TJ Oshie. Despite the fact he's a defenseman, he was called upon for shootout junior versus Finland, 2019 Five Nations tournament, and he stepped up big swing 3 times.
Well, that's okay. Not necessarily, because if you think about it, man, Josh, you like the Canucks and the Flames.
He's going to be headed to Boston College next year after doing a nice job for the U.S.
Guys, seriously. All right, it's getting a little crazy.
I think a little bit of a left-handed.
He does, though. Brady, he does. He lives in Vancouver. He's been a Canucks fan his whole life.
He's going to do a lot of things right. Impress them. He's got really good skills.
It's actually kind of fun. You're good, man. I don't have a problem right now. But if you do kind of step the line and it gets a little crazy and I feel like they're getting insulted by you, don't
I just love the way he goes back in the trees.
I will like turn off your stuff. I don't want to do that. You're good right now. Just watch.
Should be a really elite breakout machine at the NCAA level. Can he progress from there to one day maybe play for the Tampa Bay Lightning? You never know. That's what's at stake for all these kids now. He's going to have to go through the process, though, of being dominant in college, probably moving on to the AHL, and then maybe one day get a chance to play for the big club.
Athletic family. His mom came to play soccer at Niagara.
Who's about Tanner Dickinson? Yes, they did. Tanner Dickinson as a center. And Ethan Edwards, defenseman to the New Jersey Devils. They get another defenseman, Ethan Edwards, to the Devils. And the Islanders are on the clock in tow behind them. Toronto, Dallas, Montreal.
Going to Boston College. Boston College commit, and then Roach.
While we were doing that,
5'9", 170 pounds
the
offense. Loves to
A's
shoot
came
top
back and tied the game in the top of the second between the Astros and the A's. I'm bringing up that baseball stuff. Is Tanner Jason's brother? No, I don't think so.
Top of the draft, we see players who are a little more embracing the defensive part of the game. But no question, Colby's got all sorts of talent, and when he is on the power play, the puck is his, and things happen.
Colby Ambrosio, just a big-time center, really just quick guy, of course.
For power play points. No question, offensive-minded player. Surprise, surprise, Colorado looking at offensive-minded players. But again, he will refine his skills at Boston College coming year.
Colby Ambrosio, the selection there for the Avalanche. Mitchell Miller was selected. We just spoke with him a second ago. He was converted from forward to defense 3 or 4 years ago, and you can see the reaction there with loved ones, hugs, and many big smiles. Let's hear more from Mitchell Miller. Go over to Jimmy Hirsch and AJ Reddick.
Yes, and Mitchell Miller joining us right now as we take a look at the great reaction that.
Braves winning 2-0. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Bottom of the 6th, 2-0. 1, no outs there.
This season, but first and foremost, I'm going to.
And the Rays Yankees get. Oh yeah, that game's not going to start for another few hours.
About a defenseman.
I keep forgetting it's only like 4 o'clock.
In your career, when did you decide that defenseman was a position for you, despite your obvious offensive player?
Yeah, I grew up as a forward throughout my whole life, and I think the first time I switched was U16 Honeybaked. Someone was hurt, and coach asked me to play, and then ever since that, I stuck with it.
Well, we know you're from Ohio originally, and we would think, because of that, you're a big Blue Jackets fan, but that is not the case apparently. So let us in on it. You're a Penguins guy, huh?
Yeah, I was a Penguins guy growing up.
Until today.
Just because Sidney Crosby was kind of my. Until today, of course.
Talking to Mitch Miller, who's a Penguins fan, but apparently he grew up. It's just a funny story. But now Coyote, of course. Alex Jeffries, left winger, goes to the Islanders, the 121st overall selection. On the clock now, Toronto behind them, Dallas, Montreal, and Detroit. I mean, like, why do you? Oh, because he's a Penguins fan?
Past couple of years, kind of trying to.
I don't know. I mean, that's how he grew up. He's a Coyote now. What do you care? He's not in your conference.
How excited are you to be there and play college hockey for a school that has had such a great history?
Yes, I'm very excited. I guess on my first visit, kind of seeing the game here when the fireworks and everything went off, the experience blew me away. Being able to see like what the fans bring, so I'm definitely excited this year.
And you're actually the third player so far in this draft that is going to play at North Dakota this season. How excited does that make you about the season going forward, knowing that you guys could possibly even compete for a national title?
Yeah, it's really exciting kind of seeing your team make the draft early in the round, but it's definitely cool. You can see maybe win a national championship with those two. That'd be awesome.
Yes, it would. Well, thanks so much for the time, Mitchell, and congratulations.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
We're going to send it back over to Bill Daly now.
With the next pick in the 4th round, go ahead, New York Islanders.
The New York Islanders select from the Gunnery School in Connecticut, Alex Jeffries.
Alex Jeffries is the pick, named the 2019-20 first team All-New England West team. Dad Brian played hockey at Providence College, so Jeffries is the pick here.
Toronto selects William Villanueva, defenseman for Toronto, and the Stars now are on the clock.
He's right on it. There you see young Alex, and a smart player, and someone again. You know, we look at players that are picked at this point in the draft. Even guys who are picked earlier in the draft, they just need time to develop. But really impressed at the gunnery, and is hopefully, as the Islanders have picked him here, hopefully someone that can come in, right shot, play in the left side, that can be an offensive player for him. But again, this is a long-term development kid for sure. There's a lot of levels that he has to get through, and it looks like he's headed to Merrimack for the upcoming season. All right, AJ, thank you. Alex Jeffries is the pick indeed. The New York Islanders at number 121. Excellent year, very smart with the puck, and a finisher. As we take a look at some of these latest picks, number 122, the Toronto Maple Leafs and William Villeneuve. Who are the Bucks getting here, Sam Cosentino?
Well, they're getting a defenseman who led his team.
So Dallas Stars on the clock. Watch the LaPierre interview. Yeah, I'll watch it on my own time. Probably.
Not a problem there. So last year, Jeff Cowan took midway through the season as that
Padres, I guess. Yeah.
And has now moved back into that role with Greg Gilbert as the head coach. The thing about Villeneuve is we know he can play the offensive side of the game.
I said, I really don't care about Padres. Like, I picked the Dodgers to win in the preseason, the World Series, but I like the Padres a little bit, but I'm not really big into the Dodgers, but I don't care too much about who wins the game.
Into that pro player away from
I'm not
as good as you are on the ice. When those two marry each other, now you're looking at a prospect.
And also, speaking of a perfect marriage here, Cos, William Villeneuve, his favorite NHL team is the Toronto Maple Leafs. Favorite players, Drew Dice. How about that?
Dallas Stars go in and draft Antonio Strange. Antonio Strange's left winger to the Dallas Stars. And now the Canadiens are on the clock. Behind them, Detroit, Edmonton, and New York Rangers.
We had him much higher on our draft boards, and unfortunately, waiting with bated breath right now for his selection. So curious to see when Chromiak is going to be selected. Listen, we had him at 35th. He was first among all OHL rookies in points per game.
The Montreal Canadiens actually, it's the final pick of the fourth round.
Well, you know what? I mean,
so we get to round 5 after this.
You're scouting Zade Wisdom, and a lot of scouts were going in there to look at Zade Wisdom. Now, Chromiak, the difference is he came over midway through, and so
yeah, I will watch it on my downtime. On my own time.
When he's playing overseas, World Juniors, then you come over after that, and you think that the scouting is going to obviously continue while looking at Zade Wisdom. Everyone's got their eye on Shane Wright, waiting for a couple of years for that guy to make his way into this conversation. And when you go in there with the preconception of what you've already seen, sometimes that's what remains in your mind. Now, the fact of the matter is, when I saw him, I saw a guy with speed, I saw a guy with skill, no problem making plays, shoots the puck pretty good. All of these things that would very much fit into this situation where we are in the fourth round. I don't think there's any question that it can't be too much longer for this guy to go. I'm a big fan. I had him ranked high, much, much higher than this as well. But sometimes that preconception or that first impression, if you will, becomes the lasting impression. So if you saw Chromiak towards the end of the pause, towards when the pause started, I think you'd have a pretty good impression on his all-around skill set.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It is surprising that Chromiak has fallen. We'll see when indeed he gets selected. We look back at the draft, the big board. Didn't mention number 120, Ethan Edwards. That was John Wayne's character's name in the searcher. Just want to point that out. He goes to the Devils at 120. Alex Jeffries, William Villeneuve, we spoke about. And at number 23, Antonio Stranges. So Brian Rolston, the most influential person in his life, of course, Rolston, a great NHL player, and his 10-2 skating title. That style actually came from the figure skating coach, Kim Muir. Cause more than Antonio Stranges.
Well, if you remember Jeremy Bracco, you'll see a lot of similarities in that 10-2 skating style. But Stranges came into the Ontario Hockey League with a lot of hype. Of course, being an offensive player. This guy's an absolute wizard when it comes to the shootouts. But when you get into the London Knights program, the one thing you have to do is earn your chops. And what does that mean? That means being responsible in neutral ice, being able to create turnovers, being on the right side of the puck, and of course, supporting what happens defensively.
Caps or Devils win Stanley Cup in 2021. Yeah, or Vancouver, Detroit. Yeah, that'd be great.
If you're not proficient in those areas or willing to learn in those areas, your opportunities when you get the puck are going to be limited. So I think for Antonio, it's been a bit of an eye-opening to say, all right, I can do all these things with the puck, the stick skill, the 10-2 style of play.
At the final selection of the fourth round, we're on to the fifth round. Detroit has the first pick, 125th in the draft, the first pick of the fifth round, and the Red Wings are on the clock.
That have to be taken care of in his game. And I think that will progress now. It was probably a pretty good learning experience for him last year when he's looking at a guy, his teammate like Luke Evangelista, go where he did and seeing where he did. I don't think 2 years ago that would have been the projection, but that's the reality right now for Stranges.
Yeah, Evangelista got it like Tuna was telling us how big he was on. Good stuff there, guys, on Antonio Stranges as we keep it moving here and the latest selections go on. So the fifth round is almost on the way here. Number 124, by the way, was Sean Farrell. He's expected to remain enrolled at Harvard. He's taking online classes.
Murray and Domi get traded. Yep, Bonino. Yep. Oh, saw all those trades happen.
was a fifth-round
So a
selection.
bunch.
The fifth round is coming up. We're halfway through, folks. Started at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Rounds 5, 6, and 7 still on tap.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away your understanding that it needs to be among the few, the proud, the greens.
I've always had a problem with sweaty hands. My feet were so sweaty. The general sports bra area, my upper lip and my forehead. It was just stressful. And it's really been a tremendous struggle. Like most people, we don't just sweat under the arms. So we created the Carpe line of sweat management products for all over the body.
I haven't had sweaty hands in 2 years.
Are targeting. Yep, caps are. I don't understand why they would be, but they are targeting Henrik Lundqvist.
Injections and prescriptions.
That is something that is happening.
Today at mycarpe.com.
No, in the basement. Why can't we just get in the running car?
Are you crazy? The guy behind the chainsaws.
Fart. Yeah.
If you're in a horror movie, you make poor decisions. That's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
Yeah, you still have some sign off. That's why I was going like, well, why? You have Holtby, you have some sign off. It looks like you sign Holtby. I mean, if you don't sign Holtby, I guess Lundqvist, but I don't know why you wouldn't sign Brandon Holtby. And if you wouldn't sign him, where would he go?
Friend. One day, we'll look back and remember the moment that things, for one strange time in our lives, got very quiet. Some lost work and invented new ways to get by. Others were busier than ever and found strength they never knew they had. We sheltered the people who matter most, sometimes finding how far apart we drifted. We worried over loved ones, over money, over our planet, and over takeout.
What up, Trey Vanchek if he's a free agent? Yeah, that's fair. Detroit is still on the clock. I'm assuming this is a trade.
Let's remember this time when none of us felt secure and fight for a future where everyone can. Because when the world seems like it's standing still, that's the perfect time for us to change it.
Jamie Benn, 129th in his draft year, one steal. Scores his first NHL goal. Fifth-round draft pick. What a find. He plays physical, goes to the front end, he scores from outside, he has good speed, ready to play any faster than the game. Number 40 from the captain, Jamie Benn adds these are his collection. With this Jamie Benn, get it and whip it on goal. Jamie Benn is an amazing story. Jamie Benn in overtime. He has been leadership personified. All right, we are halfway through here, folks. 4.5 hours in. It's been a ton of fun bringing it all to you. When it comes to the notable fifth-round draft picks, when it comes to the NHL draft, look at these names. Connor Hellebuck, all he does is stop vulcanized rubber at the corner of Portage and Maine for the Winnipeg Jets. John Klingberg of the Dallas Stars, Brendan Gallagher of the Habs, Mike Hoffman with Ottawa, Peter Mrazek of Detroit. You saw some of the skills that are exhibited by Jamie Benn, who, yes, was a fifth-round pick prior to striking it rich and obviously having a great season with the Dallas Stars.
To stay until next season, that would be understandable, yeah.
TJ Raddick, Sam Cosentino, Elliot Friedman. I'm your host, Adam Burke, alongside Brian Lawton and Dave Reed. We're having a blast here as we continue with the draft, showing you all the action as it happens. Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly is standing by as the fifth round is coming up momentarily. We're halfway through right now, lots. It's interesting. We kind of just take a pause and assess the situation. Chromiak is a guy that we just pointed out. He was originally, at least by our rankings, at 35th. At best, he'd be picked now, be 125th. That's a little surprising, a guy who dropped 80 slots. And again, I understand it's forecasting. Sure. It's not an exact science. That's a little surprising he's fallen that far.
Yeah, it is a surprise. And Sam talked about it. He did play over in the Czech, in Slovakia, in the beginning.
Detroit, as I was saying, is still on the clock.
That's not uncommon. He comes over here. I thought he put up nice numbers. He had 11 goals, 22 assists for Kingston in the OHL. That's pretty darn respectable for a guy that comes over in the middle of the year. He was a high pick in the import draft, obviously, so there's big expectations. But so far,
Wings pick already?
We can't figure out.
No, I'm telling you, they're going to trade it. That's what's happening. They keep on doing it.
The pace of it itself. Listen, we've been joking amongst ourselves. Normally, for those who are watching the draft the first time, we wrap up shop right now. You made the point. When you're
Definitely.
Place, people got flights to catch. There's places to go. This time with a virtual draft, if you're wondering what the difference has been, teams have taken their time. It's been a longer, more drawn-out process.
It has been a much longer process this year compared to any of the years that I've been in. I know going back to my junior days in the Ontario Hockey League with Peterborough Pete's, the draft is held online. And it would start about 9 in the morning, and you could wrap up about 4 in the afternoon. So it's a much longer process. Now, there's no trading allowed, and we're seeing a lot more trading.
If they traded not Bogdan, no.
Teams
They
moving up
didn't draft him.
and that's something that does slow the process down.
Draper and the rest of the Red Wing organization are.
My thought was that the late flight after the draft, because as soon as the last
Trying to figure out what
exactly
we want to do with this pick.
As soon as that last pick is taken, everybody's out of the building because they've got flights to head home. Right now, everybody is home. Teams are home. General managers are home. They're all on their phones. They're all networking through Zoom calls, through FaceTiming, through whatever communications each team has. So it's a lot more discussions, a lot more thinking maybe going in rather than having a half full building. Because really by the end of the second round or the second day,
They might trade Howard.
There's still fans there. But
No, the Howard's already going to free agency from what I've heard, and I don't want them to trade Howard. I love Howard. He's one of my favorite players. But no, they probably already were going to let him go in free agency. They wouldn't trade him. And if they traded him, who would go out and try to get him? Who would spend that much?
All National Hockey Leaguers that just asked Patrick Hornquist how important it is to be drafted late in the rounds and how important a player like that can be to your team. So every thought, every player drafted and discussions going on are legitimate because you want to make sure that if you find that diamond in the rough, this might be the time. And so we sit here and we wait and we go through the process. But it's still a process.
Not everybody is at home. The Vegas Golden Knights are holding their meetings, of all places, where their owner has a very lovely home and apparently a nice resort in Montana.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, so their walk will be out to the golf course, I'd imagine, when this is over. But everybody wants to take care of business on a day like this. And I do like that people are not necessarily rushing through it. Because this is, no matter what anybody says, I think the NHL, I think the production has been excellent thus far. But this is a big day for the kids, and they are missing something for the ones that normally would be there. The way it's played out so far, though, I think it's been pretty impressive. The ability to get people just on Zoom calls and things like that and keep it moving around the globe, it's been pretty
Thoughts on Bogdan Cherniev as... What's happening? Oh, Vegas made a trade with Detroit. Bogdan Cherniev. Yeah, I know. Vegas is picking right now. They're on the clock. Bogdan Cherniev, he's a good player. Just going to have to develop. I like his size, though. That helps, obviously, your team.
In Vegas, okay? They're not just checking out some shows and maybe a casino. No, we're going to hang out in Montana. We're going to go maybe a little swimming, a little bit of kayaking. We're going to get some beautiful views here. This is a palatial estate here in Montana. I know Phil Jackson lives in Montana as well. I don't know if that's his place anywhere near like that. That is incredible. So they are, of course.
And Vegas has made their pick.
That's a beautiful place.
Yes, for Vickman. Another goalie. Who would have thought?
Once again, as we look to kind of just reassess and see the moves that have happened so far, one of the teams we were talking about coming in, Reader, was the Ottawa Senators. The fact that they had a lot of picks coming into today, 9 picks the first 71. If you look at the Ottawa Senators right now, it's too early to say winners and losers in the draft, but I just feel like that's a team that sticks out to me. Ottawa right now is feeling pretty good. If you're a fan of the team, they've made some moves to bolster this.
So Vickman goes for Vegas. Edmonton is on the clock. The Rangers, the Kings, and the Ducks behind. And right behind the Ducks would be the Devils. The Devils have a pick here. Detroit traded down to go get a pick. Washington also has a selection. Just going through the teams. We're like Vancouver as well.
You've got 2 players.
The Flyers do not. I think the Penguins do.
the season starts back up and it looks like
Yeah.
we're gonna.
So I said Jesper
Fingers
Vickman.
crossed for everybody that we get going back in January, and that little extra time, which is pretty much the 4 months from September season right into January. That extra time could allow players like Stützle and could allow a player like Sanderson, young player, to just develop that much more, get that much more confidence. So it's going to be very interesting. But I really like the way Ottawa has rounded out things. Really, Greg, that third first-round pick of theirs is he's a Spitfire. A lot of sandpaper. I think that's going to be a very interesting pick as we move forward. But I would say no question, Ottawa with those top 2 picks has got to be right behind the ring.
Tyler Tullio to Edmonton in a right wing. That is the position they go for. Now looking at some of these things Ottawa's done. Well, the draft Ottawa's had has just been exceptional. They ended school at 220 today. Did Santa Peters get? No, man. I know you wanted him to. We're still looking. We're still waiting. He has not gotten selected yet. If you guys are wondering, Matthias Stamens lives in Belgium, and Sina Peters is a Belgian hockey player who would be great for him to get drafted. So we're looking for Sina Peters to go. Evan Vierling is going to New York City to play for the Rangers, a center. The Kings are on the clock.
Chicago Steel, the USHL. You've got a couple of teammates that were drafted as well. How has that program helped you move forward in your young career?
I mean, Chicago is everything to me. I've been a part of them for a little over 2 years now, and it's a place I'll cherish forever. I mean, I developed so much there, and Ryan Hardy and the whole coaching staff, Coach Moore and Coach Sheehan, they helped me be the player I am today, and without them, I wouldn't be in this position.
Looking at my notes here, I'm seeing that you finished first in USHL players and points per game, but then you also finished first among all skaters in plus minus. So it tells me that you really do care about playing in your own end as well as the offensive zone. How would you describe your style of play?
I think I'm a skilled forward. I love to put the puck on a stick and play in the offensive zone. I love to score goals. I love to set up my team.
Martin Sharomiak to the Kings with the 128th pick, a right winger. So he'll play in LA. And now the Ducks are on the clock. We're talking to Colangino, who is an Anaheim Duck that was drafted earlier today. While his team is now trying to bring another player on board with the 129th selection. Then the Devils, then Buffalo, then Detroit.
Coach Chris Masters really helped me a lot. He's a great guy. I still keep in contact.
Yeah, I'm a junior in college.
He's a great guy, and then I was fortunate enough my U16 year before I headed off to prep school to play a full season for them and under Coach Coper Bevis, and that was a great experience, and really helped me a lot for prep school. And Junior Bruins has a special place in my heart as well. I mean, I played so many tournaments for them, made so many special friends. Some of them being like Trevor Zegras, who's a part of the Ducks, as well as Henry Thrun too. So I mean, I've had so many great people along the way playing for the Junior Bruins. So. I mean, it's a great organization.
Montclair State University. It's where I am right now in my dorm room. Montclair State University, North New Jersey. I'm about
Thank you so much.
15-minute drive, sometimes 20 to 30. You know, if the traffic's really bad from New York City. Yep. Ducks, Devils. Well, actually, no. It's Ducks, Devils, Buffalo, then Detroit. Not. And the Ducks have just made their pick. Artyom Galimov. Anaheim with a left winger. That'll be the 129th selection. And the Devils are on the clock.
Rookies in points per game in 2019-20 at 1.18. Live with a 2022 draft eligible whiz kid, Shane Wright in Kingston. Sam, tell us about Promiak.
Well, you know what, Admin? Just look at some of the highlights here. And you want to talk about a skill. Takes it off the one-timer, off the deflection in front of the net. No problem.
I think so.
Now he knows Shane Wright's going to
I'll check.
So there's no question this guy's got offensive upside. The skate, everything is there. And it's not like he's a small guy. At 6 foot, 187 pounds. So it's really painful to watch a guy sit there with his family and wait this long. But you know what? It should also serve as motivation. I think the one thing that I say in terms of
he's from Samara, Russia.
It's a little perimeter, but
and he plays
soft and perimeter enough to knock him down here into the fifth round.
He's a Duck.
I'd like to
That's
pick
all
up
that matters
your
for him.
Skill perspective. And again, you're not talking about a small
Slovakian that was drafted before Martin Sharmak is in LA, and that was the other one.
Impressed
If you
with
have
the
missed
fact that he finally gets the opportunity to go, and I hope that serves as motivation. Listen, when you come over from Europe and you're playing in North America, the rink's smaller, the game's a little bit heavier, the schedule's a little bit tougher. It's a tough adjustment to make. So if you're thinking soft and prayer, he's probably just thinking about survival at that point. I think now playing under Paul McFarland is a brilliant mind in terms of the offensive skill set. Going back with Zay Wisdom, getting together with Shane Wright again, this guy is going to take off here, and he will be one of those interesting players to track. And interesting to see a bit of a run there. Ty Tullio to Edmonton, Evan Bierling as well. So the interesting run of OHL players making their way to the National Hockey League clubs.
All right, good stuff, guys. You're right. I want to talk about Ty Tullio in a second there. His dad, Rocco, owner/president/governor of the Oshawa Generals. He's owned the team since 07. Ty been hanging around the team since he was about 4 or 5. Ty was right. Another teammate picked in the OHL draft. Oshawa got 11th overall. And as you mentioned, Ty Tullio going at 126 to the Edmonton Oilers. Evan Bierling also going to the New York Rangers. Some call him a poor man's Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. He plays badminton, soccer, basketball, baseball. He also likes swimming. He sounds like what Elliot Friedman does in his spare time. With that, we welcome back Frege to the program. Elliot, what do you have? Latest contract details, my understanding, with regards to Max Domi.
First of all, let me just say, and that's more like I like to watch those do those.
Good addendum. Thank you.
No worries. Yeah, Max Domi has signed his extension with the Columbus Blue Jackets that we talked about earlier. It's a 2-year deal with an AAV at $5.3 million, backloaded a bit heavier in the second year. But what does, and then is walk some right to unrestricted free agency. When this deal is done, he will be eligible to test the market if he does not sign an extension with Columbus or elsewhere at first.
As we say, it's a win-win. Good stuff, Frege. Thank you. Max Domi now having a home there at the Columbus.
Devils stole the clock. I'm smelling a trade here for New Jersey.
Obviously, make him on the team from Montreal. Saw him up for a couple of years, and as Elliot said, wants to be a free agent in a couple of years. That option is still.
Yeah, I think Max Domi will fit in really nicely with that group. I think John Tortorella will be a good coach for him. I think he'll connect with him. I think John will appreciate the level of toughness that he can bring on a daily basis. He can make plays. He can drive a line, but he also will stand up. I think it's a perfect fit for him and for the Columbus Blue Jackets. I really do. I think he's going to be an effective player for them. They have a weakness that he can fill.
Mm-hmm.
And in Montreal, for whatever reason, I felt like he fell just a little bit out of favor. And Reader, we've seen this happen to guys a million times. It can be meaningful and purposeful. It can be nonsensical at times as well.
I like Max Domi. I've watched Max Domi since he was with the Don Mills Flyers and minor midget, the GTHL. Tremendously skilled and tremendously committed to both ends of the ice. And this young player, I still look at him as a young player. I always look at Max Domi as a young player. But for me, I think it's a great trade for both teams. I think both teams are getting something that they want.
Devils still in that spot.
Need. Domi can bring offense. He can bring instant offense. He's got that ability and that skill when he's got the puck in the offensive zone with a shot, with a quick play, and his thought process for the game is still elite. It's still up there. I really think this is going to be good. And every couple of years, guys change teams, and all of a sudden they get a boost. Look at the boost Domi had when he got to Montreal. I think we'll see it again in Columbus. I think it's like I said, I think it's a good trade. Josh Anderson going the other way. I think this is a fantastic trade and a smart move by both teams to re-inject both of these players with a new purpose for their games and for their new teams.
Yeah, whether it's Max Domi or Martin Krobiak, sometimes revenge is the dish best served cold. Doesn't work out there, I'll go somewhere else where I'll show those guys what they're missing out on. That's still coming up here. The 2020 NHL Draft. This was a great moment yesterday. Awesome bow tie on Tim Stützle as he goes to the Ottawa Senators. That's the centerpiece pick for Ottawa. We'll talk to GM Pierre Dorian when we come back.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by EA Sports NHL 21. This year, you'll be able to pull off
Dale on the clock.
inspired by the
This is
most
insane.
groundbreaking innovators. Recognize
They done this trade?
EA
Like,
Sports NHL 21.
what's going on?
I need to sell my house. Now, there are a lot of places that claim to know how much it's worth, but they don't really know my house or my neighborhood. And they definitely don't show me all my options. That's where HomeLight comes in. I just answer a few questions, and HomeLight gives me a side-by-side comparison of my options, personalized for my needs. And they'll show me what verified buyers will pay for my house right now. It's easy, and it's free. No matter how you choose to sell your home.
All right, let's see. We're just still waiting for the Devils to do what I think is a trade.
Support your favorite college at Fanatics.com. The largest assortment of officially licensed fan gear from more than 500 colleges. Every conference, every team. Shop now and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com. Officially licensed everything.
Beautiful. But support the leg. When I started Cobra Kai, the lack of control over my business made me a little intense. But now I practice a different philosophy. QuickBooks helps me get paid, manage cash flow, and run payroll. And now I'm back on top with Koala Kai. Hey! More mercy.
No more trades.
30 hours a month with Intuit QuickBooks.
That would be wonderful, but
Every customer has their own Safe Flight story. This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got chipped. They drove to Safe Flight for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, it was no cost to them. That's service you can trust.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace. Attention CPAP users. Germs and bacteria can grow inside your reservoir, tubing, and mask. And cleaning them can be an expensive, difficult task. When you need to breathe easy, sleep great, and stay healthy, what you need is Clean Zone, the affordable, portable CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. Just press, and Clean Zone automatically cleans, sanitizes, and eliminates 99% of germs and bacteria from every surface of your CPAP reservoir, tube, and mask in minutes. No water, no added chemicals, no worries.
When I compared quality and price, Clean Zone was my clear choice.
I can sleep with peace of mind knowing that I'm breathing clean.
You can get your Clean Zone.
And just gonna let you guys know what's going on at the draft. And once again, we ran into the magical commercial that doesn't let me see the screen.
Absolutely free. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-317-5984 or go online to cleanzonenow.com.
Rated E10 for 80 and up.
Welcome back to coverage of the NHL draft. This might be a draft.
Here the Devils did not trade the pick. It just took forever. The Devils took Artem Schlane, a center, and the Buffalo Sabres took Matteo Costantini, Matteo Costantini, another center for Buffalo. Artem Schlane, a center for the New Jersey Devils. The Red Wings are on the clock. Behind them, Winnipeg, New York Rangers, and the Predators.
24 hours or so, indeed. So, with those 3 first-round picks, you decided to keep all 3 of them. Why was that so important to your draft strategy going forward?
I am not a Sabres fan. I'm just listing who got drafted, who went to where.
We definitely know that.
I just did it in a very enthusiastic way. Alex Cotton, defenseman, goes to Detroit, goes to the Red Wings.
Let me ask you, when you picked Sanderson there at 5, there was a lot of talk about.
And so he is there with the 133rd pick. Winnipeg holds. Winnipeg is on the clock. Behind them, the Rangers, Predators, and Montreal.
Impressive to you and your scouts?
To our scouting staff and myself, we saw Jake play a lot. We just felt he was that complete defenseman. He was someone that could play against the other team's best players, and he was someone that also provided some offensive skills, some puck movement ability. We felt was a guy that could play in all situations.
Pierre, just to follow up, he's another one. His father, obviously, Jeff Sanderson, played in the league a long time. The bloodlines, we see that a lot in hockey drafts. You've been doing this a while as a scout and now a general manager. How important is that to you? Is that a factor for you when you look at potential prospects, the fact that they may have had their father or another relative playing the league and have been around a professional experience?
For sure. It's something we'll look at. It's not the biggest defining factor in drafting a player, but if someone has a family member or more importantly, if a father has played in the NHL, I think they can understand and relate.
Anton Johansson to the Jets.
How the process is, the ups and downs.
As defenseman, the Rangers are on the clock with Nashville, Montreal, and Florida
prospect
back there as well.
to get some good
Behind
advice.
as well.
Get up here. You guys really kicked things off on the creative front last night by having Alex Trebek come out and make the 3rd overall pick. Tim Stutzel, I did ask him, by the way, if he even knows Alex Trebek. And don't worry, he does. He really appreciated the gesture there. It was a nice surprise. But how long has it been since you decided that? Hey, that might be fun.
Well, the idea came from our owner, Eugene Melnick, and his girlfriend, Sherry. We were meeting at some point in time in early September, and they threw that, Eugene indicated to me that I wouldn't be making the number 3 selection. I said, that's fine. And then he advised us who would be making it, and I thought it was a great idea. Having someone of the magnitude of Alex Trebek announce an early pick as that, I think it was great for our fans. It was great for the NHL.
And Alex is a good Canadian boy, so we like seeing that. So that's that is a good thing. Pierre, you went out and made a pretty important move today as well. You traded for Matt Murray.
Who?
Has that been in the works, and how do you?
Brett Gerard, left winger. In Canada, just drafted by the New York Rangers, the 134th, 131st. It's kind of like Ryan Johansson and Marcus Johansson's last name. It's Anton Johansson. Now Nashville. On the clock is Montreal behind Florida and Edmonton.
It was great to deal with, and we were able to pull the trigger this morning on it.
So you get Jake Sanderson, you get Tyler Clevin, and I understand that they're currently roommates right now at North Dakota. What is it about both of them that you really liked and might even see chemistry starting to build at the college level?
Obviously, they were on the same team last year with the United States National Team Development Program. Sorry if I got that in the wrong order. And they obviously had good synergy there.
So still waiting on this one. Yep, that's what we're looking at. Exactly.
Prospects and Shane Pinto and Jacob Bernard Docker. We'll have quite a few visits into North Dakota this year, especially in the warm Januaries.
And I was going to ask, Barry, are you going to get a second home there in the North Dakota area because you've got like a whole group of guys there?
I don't think we'll be getting a second home, but we'll be there regularly. And Brad Berry does an outstanding job developing players into NHL players, and we know that he'll do that with these 4 players.
Hey, he's leading 3-2 now against Astros. Nice. Good to know. Thank you for that update.
Very busy few days for you, and a really important draft for you guys as well. So we appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
When we come back, Martin Chromiak and his family's reaction says it all. Relief, and then, of course, very happy that he is taking the next step in his NHL career. We'll be back with more from that.
Lisa, let me help you with that. Thank you. You should look into shopping online at Chewy. You can get that big bag of dog food delivered to your door. Those Chewy ships fast.
Still with Nashville in the same spot.
Check it out. We get all of our pets' food and toys. They even have prescriptions. And don't forget about Tucker's new ride.
Oh, does that have a Costco size? Get fast-free 1 to 2 day shipping with Chewy. Download the app today. I set your new prescription at a pharmacy. Any idea how much it will cost? You have a choice. Insurance or GoodRx? I have insurance. Insurance is not what it used to be. People struggle to get their prescriptions covered.
Caps are 148th. Okay, we're about 12, 13 picks away from that.
Get free coupons to save on your prescriptions. Compare prices to find the best discounts.
GoodRx. Smart.
Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today. For a while, I've had like a kind of negative self-image. There's like this contrast between like the way that I was thinking about my personality and the way that I was thinking about my body. With Mune, I was able to learn how to interrupt those habits and create new ones. So my goal was 35 pounds, and I've lost about 30 pounds now. So I've never been this confident in my body. My name is Sarah, and I changed my life with Mune. Visit Mune.com and lose the weight for good.
At Home Chef, delicious and simple go hand in hand. Like a pot and lid, like salt and pepper. Point is, they go together. So what are you waiting for?
Again, I got blocked. by the TV.
7
You
hours
can't
of
see.
football start now.
I'll tell you who,
With every touchdown,
if Nashville's there once I get a chance to see it.
every game to the zone every Sunday afternoon. Burning down sideline. Colts get a touchdown, and here comes Z. Throws over the middle. Wow! For a touchdown. We were built for days like today. Included in the multi-sport pack. Order today.
At Home Chef, delicious and simple go hand in hand.
So,
Like a pot and lid, like salt and pepper. Point is, they go together. So what are you waiting for? Get started at homechef.com. Home Chef.
D10 is ready to stand up.
Preds aren't in round 5 anymore. Yeah, I see that. They traded down. Philadelphia traded up to go get a key player again, whoever that key player ends up being.
Welcome back to our coverage of the NHL draft. You are looking inside the home of Mark Komiak in Ilava, Slovakia. That is a look of relief and excitement to find out that he will be going to the LA Kings. We're happy to have Martin joining us now, and congratulations first and foremost. I'm sure it's been an anxious few hours and even really few days and weeks leading up to the big announcement of finding out your future home with the Kings. What is your reaction, though, to finally being drafted, despite maybe having to take a little longer than you expected?
Not lying, no. Flyers take Elliott.
It was amazing feeling.
There's no,
I was
no,
excited to share this moment with my family. And
Elliott, there's no,
such a great organization.
Martin, what type of
And
player would you say you are? What's a player
has
that
Brett
a lot of
Berard
people
gone
think
yet?
of?
No.
What
Brett
can the
Berard
LA
is not
think
gone.
about when he thinks
And
about you maybe playing for them at some point in the future?
Senna Peters is not gone.
I think I'm a playmaker, and I like to shoot the puck. So I think I'm a good power play player. So I think that's the type of player that I am.
You know, when we get later into the draft,
Talking about Martin
think about big name
Charmiak, the new Los Angeles, member of Los Angeles Kings, of course.
Guys like Jamie Benn, Cam Atkinson dropping into the 5th and 6th rounds of the NHL draft. Because you were drafted a little later than you probably hoped, do you expect to use that as kind of fuel or motivation throughout the rest of your career?
Of course.
Caps want line A. I would
stay positive and
I would seriously go after him.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the time and congratulations, Martin.
I would do it if you're a Caps fan. Jacob Dobbs, a goaltender to the Canadians. The Panthers are on the clock behind them. Edmonton, Pittsburgh, and Carolina.
Round 5 of the NHL draft. Once again, here on the NHL Network. I believe we're still on Sportsnet Canada. And for all those listening on Sirius XM, we appreciate all of you hanging with us. We got rounds 5, 6, and 7 coming up. We recap a couple of picks here. Arden Schling. Now, this is a guy big into ping pong as a kid. Participated with USA at the 2019 Olympic Gretzky Cup. 0 points in 4 games. But this is a guy out of the Shattuck St. Mary's center. Lots, you have more on him.
Yeah, I live about, 50 minutes from Shattuck St. Mary's in Minnesota. It's a team I've seen a lot over the years and certainly seen a lot of famous players come from there. There's some commonality between Schlein and what some of those famous players have done.
They're showing Artem Schlein,
just to name a few. They all
another high school player, second high school player. He comes from Faribault, Minnesota, from Shattuck St. Mary's High School in Minnesota. He's going to UConn to play his college hockey, but at some point maybe Artem Schlein can come in. My favorite player is Nikita Gusev. Used to be Marty Brodeur. He was my favorite player of all time. Then he used to be Taylor Hall, but now it's Gusev.
When they begin their season, of course.
UConn guy, originally committed to Boston U. So interesting.
He is a good player.
There, a guy from Faribault
is a very fast,
Senator Buffalo Jr.
skilled player, and he's also. I like PK. Great guy. He's just not my favorite Devils player.
An interesting kid because he played in that Ontario Junior Hockey League, so that is not the step below, obviously, the OHL. But he's going to head now to the BCHL, as you mentioned, Penticton, play there for a year, and then go where else? North Dakota, like everybody.
Panthers on the clock right now, and still at this point.
But he was the Rookie of the Year in the OJHL. He was one of their top prospects. He was someone that I know scouts in the USHL teams were looking to try to sway him to come there. He was kind of back and forth on what he wanted to do development-wise. He ends up deciding to go out to Western Canada for the year. But certainly a good offensive player, smart, and he can create plays with the way that he sees the ice. Like I said, North Dakota is the hot spot. Alex Cotton, meantime, at 132 is going to Motown, and the Detroit Red Wings passed over the NHL draft a year ago, Raider. But he's the first Lethbridge Scarab to lead the WHL defenseman, scoring 93-94, an offensive defenseman from Langley, BC.
20 goals and 47 points, 47 assists for 67 points, 11 points last year.
I'm still here looking at Alex Cotton. This guy is.
Alex. He's a big kid, 6'2", 175 pounds.
This guy's just going to be a big presence out there. Hold the line. He'll be decent on the power play. I like to see him.
Always looking to make plays.
British Columbia, Western Canada, that type of thing. No. If the Braves win, they take it's a best of 5, not a best of 3. If the Braves win, then they're on the cusp of eliminating them. My PE teacher is also a Reds fan. Oh, my uncle is a Reds fan.
Transporting the puck from the defensive zone to the offensive zone, you can't have enough players who can make that first pass, outlet pass, and get your team out of trouble.
That's why Alex Cotton is the pick there for the Detroit Red Wings. We continue. Part of this is not only about the reaction for family, but actually the players themselves. We've got some pretty cool video here, and honestly, this is interesting. This is Mr. Boatman here, number 80, being selected and being told at practice. So imagine this: you're at practice, and with your teammates, you're being told you've been drafted number 80. And yes, you're going to be going for the National Hockey League. That's the jubilation, the exhilaration when you actually get that one. That's pretty cool to imagine. You're just playing scrimmage.
And you blow your knee out because your team all jumps on top of you and they congratulate you. Good for him. That's a great.
Is that Jake Boltman?
Jake Boltman, number 80, he was drafted overall.
Yeah. Sure. From my hometown, Edina, where I live now.
Oh, very good.
I was wondering who it was. They were showing a player, Jake Boltman, who was drafted 80th overall by.
It was in June.
Was it Tampa?
It was in late June, so everything was done.
I'll check that one out quickly.
It was a great moment that he can
Who it was? Yeah, I know the Reds
like
lost.
that. Usually you celebrate with your teammates if somebody's close in the summer, or you get together again in the fall when you hit your training camp with your junior teams, or you're heading back to college. But this opportunity, he's skating in practice. That's fantastic.
Yeah. I'd imagine in 1982 when you found out, you guys had talked a lot about players' beer fridge size. Reader might have been standing over a beer.
No, 1980. That's unbelievable. Early 80s hockey.
What was the drinking age in Canada?
18.
Oh, 19 then, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know what drinking was all about.
I wouldn't know about things.
Oh, Jake Boltman, Calgary. So they were showing us something interesting with Jake Boltman. I was trying to find the names. That's why I was like not paying attention. Jake Boltman was drafted in the 3rd round earlier today to the Calgary Flames, and they were showing a video of Boltman was practicing a scrimmage with his I don't know, one of his WHL teams or wherever he plays. And they looked up, and I guess they had a TV up there where they were practicing, and they showed that he got drafted by Calgary, and the whole team mobbed him. It was actually really cool.
But as for Brent, scouts look at him, as someone with a really good motor. He's not the biggest guy, 5'9", 155, but he's really under your skin. He's got
hey, TS Forever, what's up, man?
Initiative. He's a guy that likes to be in the battle. Some people will say he's a poor man's Brad Marchand. If you ask me, I'll take a poor man's Brad Marchand. Brad Marchand's a pretty good player, but he expects to play for Providence College. His father played for Providence, was an assistant coach there for 15 years, and his dad, David, is currently the head coach of the college. of Holy Cross. So Brett Broad going to the Rangers, and if he
Still
can
waiting on
bring that
Florida.
ball all the way to the next
Florida
line,
traded down. Toronto now has the pick. Toronto's on the clock right now.
EJ, thanks. You mentioned his dad, David, put Brett on skates right early.
Same 3 teams behind him. Let's just stay at that spot here in the 5th round.
We've got plenty more picks coming up to 137.
Pretty early on in the 5th round here.
We continue here on NHL.
Close to midway through the 5th round.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by EA Sports NHL 21. This year, you'll be able to pull off new deeds and moves inspired by the league's most groundbreaking innovators. Recognize greatness in EA Sports NHL 21.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always finished, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away, nor restrain what it needs to be. Among the few, the proud, the greens.
I've always had a problem with sweaty hands. My feet were so sweaty. The general sports bra area,
My upper lip and my forehead.
it was just stressful. It's really been a tremendous struggle.
Like most people, we don't just sweat under the arms.
So we created the Carping line of sweat management products for all over the body.
I haven't had sweaty hands in 2 years since I started using Carping.
Honestly, just completely changed my life.
Avoid expensive treatments, injections, and prescriptions. Get the solution for your sweat today.
The Blues got some decent players. They got a good center and a defenseman.
No, in the basement. Can we just get in the running car?
Toronto make their pick, Dmitry Ovechnikov. I'm not even kidding, that's his name. Dmitry Ovechnikov, basically trying to combine 3 Capitals player names, is a Toronto Maple Leafs. Edmonton's on the clock. Pittsburgh, Carolina, and Chicago in tow.
One day, we'll look back and remember the moment that things, for one strange time in our lives, got very quiet. Some lost work and invented new ways to get by. Others were busier than ever and found strength they never knew they had. We sheltered the people who matter most. Sometimes finding out far apart we drifted. We worried over loved ones, over money, over our planet, and over takeout. And we found a voice. When the noise out there had been quiet. When the world starts spinning again, let's remember this time when none of us felt secure. And fight for a future where everyone can. Because when the world seems like it's standing still, that's the perfect time for us to change it.
Just keep fighting there, speed. Be gentle with your hands. Okay.
Edmonton selected Maxim Bereskin. The left winger with the 138th pick. Pittsburgh is on the clock.
Sponsor a job on Indeed. You get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database, so you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/home. We continue with our NHL draft coverage, rounds 2 through 7, right here on NHL Network and on Sportsnet 1. And I welcome all those of you listening on Sirius XM. Jamie Hirsch, EJ Rack, Sam Cosentino, with Dave Reed and Brian Lawton, the Madden Emperor, Elliot Friedman, also intermittently with us as well. As we take a look at the latest draft board, as you can see, the names starting to fill up right now. You go towards the 130s and fixate your eyes on number 133, Anton Johannesson, who is often paired this year with his fellow draft-eligible defender, Emil Andre. Andre went number 54 to the Philadelphia Flyers, a defenseman from Sweden. Reader, what you got?
Well, he's not a big defenseman and big in size-wise, 144 pounds. 5'9", we see a lot of 5'9" defensemen these days, and guess what? Offensive-minded defenseman. It's 144 pounds that really opens everybody's eyes up. He put up 24 points in 20 games with HV71, the junior Swedish elite junior league. His brother is an older brother, Oliver, who's playing in the men's league with HV71. So here's a young, I would say physically small player with 144 pounds. I can't recall the last time a player was drafted at 144 pounds, especially as a defenseman. But he can skate. He sees the ice.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's on the clock right now. Okay, A's are winning 4-2.
But this is what you do when you draft these young 18-year-old players. So very interesting pick for the Winnipeg Jets, a defenseman, mobile defenseman on the back end. Again, projections a couple years down the road. We're not drafting for tomorrow, but a very intriguing pick. I love the smaller defenseman who can really move. Years ago, when I was with Peterborough, I drafted Lino Marchini, who's one of the top scorers in the Swiss top league right now. We drafted him in the import draft. He was 5'5", 125 pounds. When he stood on the ice in opening night, he stood there and he was beside big Derek Mathers. Derek was a Philadelphia Flyers draft pick, one of the toughest hombres ever to play in the OHL. But Derek was about 6'4" and had to go about 230 pounds. And I think he had a beard on him when he was about 14 years old. Derek did. Lino looked like he was about 12 years old. People thought that he was that, the young kid who goes out there with the flag and he's like, oh, you can be a Pete for a day and you come out there, state a hockey flag. Lino scored 20 goals in back-to-back years in the 2 years that he played with us, and we lost him to his hometown of Zug. He went to Zug site as an underage. I was one of the few GMs in junior hockey that actually lost their import player as an underage to the hometown team in Zug, Switzerland. He was Rookie of the Year. He's played for the national team. He's a tremendous young goal scorer. He was dynamic, but he was one of the last players I can recall at 5'5", 125. I think it might be about 145 now. Right. But an unbelievably skilled, talented young player for us in junior, and he's continued that.
All right, man.
When I see these players 144 pounds.
Pittsburgh's still on the clock. It's kind of boring.
It was about 10 years ago. But these young players develop into extremely skilled, fast, offensive weapons, and we'll see if this can happen for young Anton Johansson moving forward.
Credit to salary cap era. When we went to zero tolerance on hooking, really opened up the guy for guys like that. 100%.
The smaller players are allowed to play and show their skill in the game, and it's been fantastic. And that's why you're drafting defensemen at 5'9", 144 pounds.
We're seeing some extremes today, but it is what it is. There's no more picking, holding up on the forecheck. These guys can be effective. They can force teams to have to play fast. You no longer have to be able to run somebody through the end boards.
Yeah, the 5'9" I get. Like Darren Pang is like 5'5" and a half, 144 pounds.
That's how Panger's a freak of nature.
Panger was
He was unbelievable. Really, truly was. He jokes about it, but
and he still had a 5 hole. I played against him. He still had a
I was talking about some crazy stuff.
Best available players right now, according to our NHL Network rankings.
Pittsburgh just traded down. Colorado is on the clock now. With Carolina, Chicago, and Arizona behind them.
Some of the names right now, as now we creep into picks 139, those are ones that we had with the double digits rather than triple digits. We go back to our draft prospect guru, Sam Cosentino. Cos, how about some of those names still available left on the board? What do you make of some of those guys?
Yeah, Dufour is a power forward who plays in Drummondville, who's bounced around now to his third team, and Steve Hartley, the son of Bob Hartley, is the head coach there, and thinks that maybe he's turned the corner here. There was a big comeuppance type of period for him last year. It looks like he's turned the corner. Ryan Francis is also a really interesting guy to me, a former high pick in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League who was acquired by Cape Breton, and he took off last year. In fact, he ended up playing in our Canada-Russia series, a smaller guy with a little bite to him who's got some speed and skill. I'm surprised that he's still on the board. Oliver Sooney's a really interesting guy, had a really good start to the year in Oshawa, then dipped off towards the end of it, so he's kind of in that no man's land. But one other guy I want to throw at you here, Pavel Gogolev, who I'm sure Dave Reed has seen at some point, used to be with Peterborough, played with golf. This guy had 96 points. Now, he's a 2000-born player, but he's got size, he's got all kinds of skill. And I don't think you can turn your back on 96 points. If it doesn't happen for him here in the next little while, and I believe it will, then the potential to get invited to a camp comes up. And sometimes that can present a better situation because you're open to all teams as opposed to just one if you get drafted in the late rounds. Isaac Phillips, defenseman with the Sudbury Wolves, really good skater, 9 goals last year, athletic type of guy, 6'3", 210. You got to like that if you're a defenseman as well. So those are just a few names in addition to what we saw off that board. Evgeny Eccentric plays in Flint. He had a big coming out party this year, too, for Kyle Wellwood over there. So still plenty of really good names left available.
Ryder Rolston,
this draft, guys.
the son of Brian Rolston.
Hey, Sam, I'm going to
It's
send
an ad.
for everybody on Sportsnet 1 back home in Ontario. Sam Costantino's in the penalty box. Would someone please send Sam some pizza? I think he's starving in there. We've been there a long time, Sam. We're on your side. We love you. Can you send us some food? We've got some pizza here, Sam. We love to send it to
If you guys don't mind,
everybody's listening back home.
I think you missed Maxim Bereskin. That's it. And then now Ryder Rolston. I think when the fifth round is done, we're not ending till the whole draft is done. But I think when the fifth round is done, I'm gonna go get myself something to eat, some dinner, because I'm pretty hungry.
Next up in the fifth round is the Carolina Hurricanes. Carolina, you're now on the clock.
Carolina's on the clock right now.
Uncle Ron, currently the associate head coach of Providence College, and of course his dad, Brian Rolston, the 11th overall pick in '91 by New Jersey. He's expected to play for the University of Notre Dame this year.
Brian Rolston, again, drafted by Colorado. He will be playing for University of Notre Dame hockey, Birmingham, Michigan native. And, of course, he goes against the son of Brian Rolston. And he goes, of course, against the big rival of his hometown Red Wings, the Colorado Avalanche.
Fly by guys and be the offensive guy all the time. But I think as he gets older and gets.
What time is it? I don't know what you mean. Right now it's 5:07 Eastern for me.
He's hard to play against.
But it's
as far as his work ethic.
the 140th pick in the draft.
Better, become even more effective. But great.
No, I don't think so.
Great kid, and lots of players that have played with him that have enjoyed him as a teammate. So I think he's only going to continue to get better and better.
Thanks to Coach Granato there, as Ryder Rolston is going to the NHL, the Colorado Avalanche. Where you play for the Avs? You also know some stories about Brian Rolston.
Yes, I was with Brian when we were in Colorado. It's interesting as he was involved in the Ray Bork trade, so it's interesting that the Avs and Joe Sakic is drafting the young son. And I'll tell you, Brian Rolston, this guy could skate. I played with him. I played against him. I remember playing against him in New Jersey. He could skate, and he had a shot. What a cannon! His son has got a shot. 75% of your dad's shot. I guarantee you.
Looks like it right there.
It's more than an NHL shot. His father had one of the best wrist shots in the game.
Incredible stuff there from Ryder Rolston. Vintage video. Like I said, lots. If Ryder's like
You're gonna eat dinner while streaming. Yes, I do it multiple times. I have no shame. I have no shame. I have no shame.
Oh, could he shoot the puck? And it was accurate. Yeah,
that's a lot of fun. You can't imagine. Brian Rolston had a great career. He's super proud of his career. I will tell you that today he's more proud of anything that he's done in hockey. Just having the ability to watch your son step up, even though it's not about playing the National Hockey League, just a really great feeling.
The Ryder's got three younger brothers, by the way, Brady, Stowe, and Zane. So not sure if they're hockey players, but maybe Brian Rolston will have some more to look forward to there. Maxim Bereskin, you see.
Braves won 2-0. Okay, cool.
Is the picture coming in?
So they are a win away from eliminating Miami. They have a 2-0 lead in the series. I'll go to the NLCS with any win against Miami. And the A's are up 4-2 at the top of the fifth.
But you look at his teammates that went.
Bases loaded, though. 2 outs for
that wasn't necessarily
Houston.
But then
Carolina on the clock right now.
Thank you very much because you say that so well. That was one of my players I did research on. Can't wait. That was my fear for today's show. I was not surprised to see him get picked there.
Yeah.
But that name is a challenge.
Shakir Mahamadou is
in any event, Pasha is a guy that plays with those two, and you just have to figure that when you.
It is a best of 5.
Another guy that's right there.
It is a best of 5 game series, but that's what I mean. All they need to do is win, and Miami will be eliminated. They're a win away from eliminating them. I said all you need to do is win 1 out of 3 games.
We should do some geography. How far is Ufa?
1,500 miles from Moscow.
It's out there.
It's a ways.
It is a ways.
It's not that it's a ways. When you scout in Russia,
difficult to get to.
I have my
they've
scouting in Russia as
figured out that they can't.
I quickly realized that the best players that weren't being recruited.
Yeah, I'm a Mets fan. I hate the Braves, so I assume you like the Nationals.
St. Petersburg, beautiful. Moscow, beautiful. I played hockey in St. Petersburg. when it was Leningrad. So I know my way around there a little bit. But when you go outside of the country, 1,500 miles, and you jump on their airlines over there, it is a different.
Was it Aeroflot?
It was not Aeroflot. It was me and a goat and a seat that wasn't there now. And that ended very quickly in my run.
I gotta agree. Been there, done that. Not as far as Ufa, but I have flown in the interior.
Ben Meehan to the Kings.
It's quite interesting to get to Ufa to watch these games.
All you hear is bad.
Chicago is on the clock now.
That's behind it. Don't worry about that. It's a seat that's not buckled as well. The LA Kings just made a move to go to number 140. And look at that. Ben Meehan actually is the selection. So Ben Meehan tied for third of an all-USHL defenseman in goals in 2019, 2020. Only 25 games. Defenseman.
Ben Meehan, the defenseman.
What else you got?
I got a little bit of I can jump in here if you'd like. Thank you, fellas.
Big player there.
Yeah, we'll start right with the Pierre Prior because he knows hometown better.
My favorite pitcher is Syndergaard, or DeGrom, excuse me. It used to be Syndergaard. And fifth batter, it's probably Alonso, although I do like Conforto.
Amazing rental. This is incredible. Now, last year, he was passed over in the draft. Not a big deal. You're going to see guys, especially from here on out, go. He is a April 20th 01 draft.
Chicago on the clock, then Arizona, then Calgary, and then Vancouver.
He's not big. He's not small. He's kind of right in that range. He played at UMass Lowell with Matt Carlson, Ben's current coach at Cedar Rapids. Meehan is a solid puck mover and smart player. He's got great vision, poised with the puck. He's made some nice strides this year. I'm reading this right off my scouting report because you're going to get a lot of that from here on out. Sure, yeah. You do the due diligence, you come in here prepared. He's got a quick release. He gets pucks through the net. He's shifty. He's mobile. It is what it is at this stage. You got a lot of projection. That's what you're going to see from here on out in the draft.
The latest selection of the Chicago Blackhawks is Isaac Phillips. Now, this is a guy, intriguing again, played for Team Jamaica a couple of years ago. You look at players in NHL Jamaican heritage. The Subban brothers, PK and Malcolm, Trevor Daly, Chris Stewart, some notable players there. Phillips, a defenseman out of Sudbury in the OHL. Cause, what can you tell us of its latest addition for the Blackhawks?
Well, not to be the predictive guy here with the crystal ball, but we just talked about him just a few moments ago. And you get a sampling of what he's all about. He's got such good feet. Gap control is really good. Doesn't mind stumbling, plays out in neutral ice. But look at how loose his hips are. This guy really moves extremely well. You're talking about 6'3", 210.
Hawks got Isaac Phillips. Yes, they did. Defenseman Isaac Phillips from Barrie, Ontario. 9 goals, 17 assists from Sudbury with this guy. He's a really good skater. And so Phillips will benefit Chicago greatly. And Arizona just selected Carson Bantle, a left wing of their right.
Is more rawness to his game, but man, at 6'3", 210 pounds, and moves like
The last game before the playoffs. What game? Like what sport? What game? What sport?
He's the head coach over there at Sudbury. He was a big fan of him as well. So it's just a matter of getting on that developmental curve and taking it from there.
The Calgary's on the clock, and then it'll be Vancouver, then Columbus, then St. Louis.
Definitely, that's a nice.
I'm trying to remember.
As well, so good news there at number 1.
I don't remember. It was pretty good, but
And check out the latest on
the Mets-Phillies game, there were 2 Mets-Phillies games that I watched that were really big. My dad's a Phillies fan, so the Mets were able to come back against that team. It was really nice.
Yeah, another one of those Wisconsin guys we talked about earlier. They're doing a nice job. You get a lot of spillover from all the great things that happened in Minnesota into Wisconsin. And Carson Bantle, he's kind of a prototypical pro-style player. When I looked at him, the thing that he needs to work on the most is probably his foot speed. But there is a lot to like. This guy comes on net like a machine. He's going to be a coach's dream. When you're constantly telling players, get pucks on net, you won't have to tell Carson. He understands that very well. As a matter of fact, he was 4th overall in the USHL last year in that for Madison. So Bantle's a guy that, quite frankly, just a nice pro-style game. Got a lot of work to do. I can see him improving his foot speed. He's a big kid, 6'4", 195 pounds already. There's some projection here as well, of course, but these are things that you can work on. And that's what all these teams are looking at now. Who can we make better? The Arizona Coyotes, they're going to need some guys in the future here with their roster for sure to come out with this draft. It's not an easy task for them with everything that's happened to them. That's okay. That's Billy Armstrong's job now. You've still got to find a way find some hockey players out there.
Big kid, big salad as well. The latest pick, Ryan Francis there with the Calgary Flames. Now, Francis is a guy, no player from Beaver Bank, Nova Scotia, has ever been drafted or played in the National Hockey League. The right winger out of Cape Breton. If you're thinking, who knows about Beaver Bank, Nova Scotia? I have your answer. That's Sam Cosentino.
Well, I think this guy has an opportunity to will himself there. He plays with the big heart. He's a second-round pick in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League and has back-to-back.
Jacob Truscott, defenseman, goes to Vancouver. Ryan Francis, right wing, goes to Calgary. Ryan Francis from Beaver Bank in Nova Scotia. He played with the Cape Breton Screaming Eagles in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. 61 games played for him, 24 goals.
Great wing guy who's got really good speed. He's got some determination.
He's a versatile player for Calgary, and Vancouver is able to gain more depth with their defensemen.
That was a big feather in his cap.
And Jacob Truscott. Columbus is on the clock, then St. Louis, then Tampa Bay, then the Capitals.
After that meeting with the general manager, Jacques Carrier.
Good stuff there. Ryan Francis goes to the Calgary Flames, number 143. We're over halfway through round 5 with 2.5 rounds to go. Number 144 is Jacob Truscott. Now, he played for former NHLer Chris Draper. You can see Chris Draper all day making picks of the Red Wings. Well, Truscott played for Draper, EJ, for 5 seasons with the Little Caesars teams. Pizza.
That's correct. And that Little Caesars team, that is a great program for young kids all the way up to the 16s. And they produced a lot of good players. And
Jacob Truscott, actually, from Michigan, he played in some of the Red Wing development teams, but he goes to the Vancouver Canucks from Port Huron, Michigan. Born and raised a Red Wing fan. He'll be in Vancouver. In the national development team, 47 games, 5 goals, 16 assists. He's good at finding teammates and joining the rush, very much like Quinn Hughes, so it works for Jacob Truscott. Ole Julien Bjorgvik Holm, a defenseman who is headed to Ohio to play for the Blue Jackets. So they get another guy. Oh, it's on September 27th. Okay. And the Blues are now on the clock.
No doubt about it, AJ. His favorite American hockey player, current NHL rookie Quinn Hughes. As we take a look at the big board here, just talk about Truscott. See the latest pick there from the Columbus Blue Jackets. The Blues at 146 are coming up as Gatorade is sponsoring this round of the 2020 NHL Draft, tested in the lab, proven on the ice. Gatorade Thirst Quencher, the proven sports fuel of the NHL. Speaking of fuel, it's been a long day here at the draft. You know what we're doing? Well, this is Lawton here and myself and a little bit of calisthenics. We're just imitating John Gruden here. This is just how you stay loose and make sure you stay balanced. Look at Lots.
I don't think I saw that game. I might have seen some of it. I don't think so. And I usually watch Mets Nats.
Have you ever wanted to learn a new language like French, Spanish, or Russian, but thought it would be too difficult and time-consuming? Then go to Babbel.com.
Then no, I definitely didn't watch that, and I was probably pretty angry.
Practical conversations that you will
Might have been a nice game for you. It was a pretty crappy game for me.
Just a few weeks. Babbel uses a modern conversation-based technique that makes language engaging, fun, and memorable. It starts by teaching you words and phrases. Then, sentences gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations about real-life topics. Babbel is created by language experts.
No, you don't have to be sorry. Oh, yeah.
And remember what you learned.
Well, both of our teams didn't have great seasons this year and had bad expectations. Soto is a very good player, yes. In fact, I always appreciated how the Nationals were such a good team at base running.
Try it for free today.
No, I have no hatred for the Nationals at all.
In just 6 minutes a day with a laser-like therapy that's been clinically proven to treat hair loss and regrow thicker, healthier hair. It's called the Capillus laser cap. What laser therapy does, it reboots that blood supply. So those little miniaturized hairs will reverse and grow longer and thicker and stronger.
Using the cap is very simple. I sit pretty much right here, watch TV, and
Yeah, he's good. I remember he played for Detroit. He's a good player.
I just put it on when I watch the TV, and I got my head back.
I feel like it truly has changed the way I see myself.
If you notice it, Do something about it. Don't wait, because the longer you wait, the worse it can get.
Get the results you want or get your money back. Shop our site-wide sale from as low as $7.99 or $28 per month. Call now, 888-508-0636, or visit shopcapillas.com. That's 888-508-0636.
Have you heard of nuts.com? It's the best kept secret.
I think my second favorite pitcher is Will Harris. The Blues are on the clock. It's been for a little bit, so I'm smelling trade here. The Blues will trade down.
Best pistachios ever. Love to try peaches. White chocolate toffee cashews are awesome.
The holy grail of honey sesame sticks. The quality has made me a customer for life. With so much to love and free shipping with your first order, check out nuts.com. A logo can do more than identify your company. It can connect in meaningful ways, energize your team, and inspire your customers. We're Fort Imprint, and we know your logo on the right product can create moments that matter. With 30 years of experience and thousands of products to choose from, we guarantee your order will be right the first time, on time, and for a great price. Be certain that the right moments will matter. Explore thousands.
4-4. Oh, man. That's going to be interesting. Bottom of the fifth. Oh, it's still bottom of the fifth. Wow, it's still pretty early on.
In terms of draft picks, but also in terms of moves.
Wow.
Let's
You realize that if the hold on, just trying to remember the what game it is again.
So obviously liked his game, but then you went even further and signed him to an
You realize that if the A's blow this, their season's over and the Astros are on to the ALCS.
To now have him under a contract and makes sense for both sides. Gives us cost certainty, gives us 2 years of time to get to know each other. And he's 25 years old now, so by the time we get to the end of the contract, he'll be 27, and then we can negotiate a long-term deal, or we can get to the table as early as next summer. So I think it's a perfect length for us, and in this flat cap world and a little bit of uncertainty in front of us, I think it makes perfect sense.
You mentioned that, the flat cap world and all the uncertainty that's in the world.
Yep, that's
right
what
now.
it is.
How much of that is going to impact, you think, player movement over the next several days?
The NBC or NHL Network guys are interviewing Jarmo Kekalainen, the general manager of Columbus, about Max Domi.
Guys that played in the NHL, and there's been some buyouts and things like that. So I think everybody's going with their plan to make sure that they fit underneath the cap. And obviously, our move here was also determined by the process that we have to go through in the NHL, which is the arbitration process that kind of gives us the guidelines for where the contract's going to end up. And the number that we ended up with Max Domi was right around those numbers that we felt that was going to be the ARC number for him if we had chosen that route this year. So again, I think it's going to be a challenge for most of the teams in the league, but nothing that we can't overcome.
Yeah, lots of challenges that we're all trying to overcome here in 2020, and especially when it comes to this year's draft. This is not anything like any draft you've been a part of throughout your career. So how would you describe it in terms of any certain challenges that you've had to deal with, or maybe even positives of having a virtual draft?
Yeah, it's been certainly different. But it started in the springtime when we had our first ever virtual scouting meetings. So
the Wild traded up, and they take Pavel Novak, a right wing for the Wild, who already did sign with Edmonton. Oh, that's interesting. They kept hearing, no, he's going to go here, going to go to New Jersey, going to go Detroit, wherever, Tampa Bay. But he is believing Kenny Holland could sign with them. Interesting.
North America, so it's been different.
Tampa Bay is on the clock, and then Washington's up after them.
A little work to do before we get the draft done, and then we'll move on and have our sights into the next season.
You certainly had all of us who cover the draft scrambling last night through our notebooks for your first round pick, Chikov. What was the run there? What did you like about him? I like it when guys go up and teams go up and really have faith in their list and make a selection that other people may not be aware of. What was the factor for you there with that young man?
Well, we go always based on what our scouts think, how their reports are, how their lists are. We don't really care about the, what the outside noise is. We respect everybody's opinion and the lists that the people that watch hockey and collect their information on. But that's why we have a scouting staff, and we watched this guy all year long last year and into this year, and he's up to a tremendous start in the KHL. He's got 5 goals in the first 12 games. He's playing on the first line with a good team in Avant-Garde Omsk.
Jaden Duro, left winger. He gets drafted 147th to the Tampa Bay Lightning. The Washington Capitals are on the clock.
I had a lot of opportunities to move down and maybe grab a couple extra picks and then sweat it out and see if we can get it later in the first round. We didn't want to take that chance, and I gathered some information that I think it was a good decision because there were other teams that would have taken him in that range too.
All right, Yomo, before we let you go, I got to find out, the draft is important. How's your tennis game?
It's not very good. I've had back problems and so forth. So my tennis game is struggling, but
that Scotty Hartnell might
maybe
be.
I'll get some more practice after this.
That Scotty Hartnell might beat you now. I'm worried about you.
No, Scotty.
Oh, really quick, I did have one follow-up because, we've got some time. This has been a marathon day 2 of the NHL draft. So before we let you go.
Just for your information, Scotty Hartnell has never beaten me.
There we go.
Bear Hughes.
Calling us here in a second. Say, I'd like to join the show.
Is that? Wait a minute. Is that the brother of Jack and Quinn? Hold on a second.
It's been a little bit now. You've had time to reflect on everything, bubble life, and what you saw from your team.
Give me 1 second here.
Experience.
Well, I think the NHL did a tremendous job in securing everybody's safety, health, and all that stuff. It couldn't have been any better. There was zero.
No, not related at all. Not related. But Bear Hughes, the center, goes to the Caps. That's who the Capitals draft. Bear Hughes, 148th, and a guy by Spokane. He's headed to the Capitals. And the Penguins just made their pick. Ravis Hansen.
We had some good pickleball games in the bubble, so that was a little bit of entertainment and exercise for us in Toronto. But our bubble life was a little bit too short, and we're going to try to extend that in normal circumstances in the next playoffs.
So the Blues are on the clock now. Boston behind them, New York Islanders behind them, and the Florida Panthers behind them.
History these past couple of years, including a 5-overtime game that we'll always remember. So thanks so much for the time and the conversation, and good luck going forward.
Thank you.
Time for a quick break, but we have many more picks, EJ, to come as we continue our coverage of the 2020 NHL Draft. Stay tuned.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by EA Sports NHL 21.
Right now we're
You
close
will be able to pull off new deeds and moves
to the end of
most groundbreaking innovators.
the 5th round. We got St. Louis, Boston, New York Islanders, Florida, Dallas, and then Ottawa. And Matthew Kessel is a St. Louis Blue defenseman going to St. Louis at 150. So the Bruins are on the clock.
Icy withdrawal, how to relax. New ICR Trash Strip.
Ever wonder why someone would go to the ends of the earth and leave into the unknown? Maybe a better question is, what are you waiting for? Pacifico is good for those who follow their own path. That's living life anchors up.
Someone calls. They've won a lawsuit with a structured settlement. Or they have an annuity and only get a little of the money at a time. But they're buying a house where they have medical expenses.
Or they need tuition, and they call JG Wentworth, and they say, can you help?
And we say, at JG Wentworth, helping you is what we do.
Call JG Wentworth to get your money now. It's a simple call, and you may be able to keep getting monthly checks in addition to a lump sum. Trusted by more than 50,000 people to get their money faster, with over $349 million in cash payouts. And we're rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. There's no cost, no obligation, no pressure.
I tell people it's your money.
I'll do all I can to help you get it now.
They're so relieved, so happy.
I really love my
Mason Langenbrunner, the defenseman, the kid of Jamie Langenbrunner. And if you remember all the way back in 2003, one of the greatest single-season series by one player, Jamie Langenbrunner, en route to his last Stanley Cup championship with the New Jersey Devils, put up a show in 5 games against the Boston Bruins. Well, his son is a Boston Bruin. Langenbrunner to the Bruins. And now I don't know who's next because the TV.
Don't miss the action as Messi, Neymar, James, and the world's greatest players look to lead their teams to Qatar 2022. That's the South American qualifiers, live on pay-per-view. Order now with Dish Pay-Per-View.
Rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
Hope you're enjoying our draft coverage presented by EA Sports NHL 21 for all those watching here in the United States of America, NHL Network for those watching in Canada on Sportsnet 1 and for those listening on the radio Sirius XM. We appreciate all of you as we take a look at the big board. The latest picks coming in as round 5 is almost in the books. And Pavel Novak is a guy that was selected number 146, the Minnesota Wild.
So Mason Langenbrunner to the Bruins. William Dufour to the Islanders. Florida is on the clock. Dallas, then Ottawa, and then Detroit starts the 6th round.
CHL import draft, and you're always going to expect a little bit of a transition. That's exactly what happened for Pavel. It took him a little bit to get going, but he did finish with some really strong numbers. He was third, as you mentioned, in scoring. He was second, also in assists. He was third amongst rookies in power play goals. And really, the thing that I liked the most about this season is he finished with a bang. The final 13 games, he ended up with 21 points, put him well over the point a game, showed some nice strides. Not the biggest guy. He had the suspension earlier on in the year. That kind of derailed his season a little bit as well. I think he missed 8 games for that. So, interesting pick by the Minnesota Wild. He's just a good offensive player that projects out to have a chance.
Well, every time you're watching the draft, there's a guy or two you're excited about, you're kind of pulling for. That guy for me is Bear Hughes, all right? This guy's got 9 siblings. Bear Hughes was number 6 out of 10, the first of 5 straight boys to be born. His given name is Cassius, and only 2 players born in Idaho have ever played in the NHL, none since 1957-58. Reader, you're also in on Bear Hughes.
I am, absolutely. Here's a young player who was passed over in last year's draft. He's 6'1", 171 pounds, and the reason he was passed over was pretty much because nobody really knew of him. A very, very interesting story. 16 years old, he played rec hockey near his hometown, and he went to prep school in Idaho at Coeur d'Alene Hockey Academy. All right, so from there at 17, he found a spot with the Spokane Braves in the Kootenai Interior Junior Hockey League. He amassed 66 points. He was Rookie of the Year. So then he gets this opportunity to play junior hockey in Spokane, and guess what? It's pretty much a walk-on. He makes the team. What a story. I mean, does it get better than that when you're looking at players and the development of players, and it's not about playing hockey at the highest level when you're 5 years old, right through to your draft year and moving to the National Hockey League. Here's a young player who absolutely loved the game, who really didn't find his game until really 16 years old, playing in lower levels junior hockey, and now he's produced in the WHL with Spokane with the Chiefs, and now he is a Washington
Daniel Leungman to the Dallas Stars, the center. Casper Puccio as a defenseman to the Florida Panthers. Final pick of the 5th round, and then I'm going to end up not ending the stream yet because we still got 2 more rounds, but going to get something to eat tonight. Hungry.
1,100 games, won 2 Stanley Cups. What people probably don't know is one of the first players I ever tried to recruit as an agent. I didn't know that, but he's one of my favorite people to this day. You root for people that you know and you like, and I've always rooted for Jamie, whether he was playing And now for his son, who was plying his trade, I should say, in Eden Prairie, just one town over from where I live in Minnesota. And he elevated his game. He's a simple
Hometown of Roots Lake, Minnesota. Now his father's from Germany, obviously. Jamie Langenbrunner, the Mason Langenbrunner, Minnesota native. He won't be in Boston right away, but I'd love to see him as a pro, and that'd be really fun to see Mason Langenbrunner out there.
The National Hockey League, but this is an
So
interesting.
final selection.
His son is much bigger than James. Not heavy right now because he's still obviously a young man, but you could see the ability for him to be. He's
For Ottawa, Jungmann, as I said, to Dallas.
A guy that plays the game the right way.
Now, Ottawa may trade this as well as you look at the fact that they have a third pick coming up in the 6th round. So they don't need it. I think they probably will trade down. They get more picks in the 6th round to use. They just use a random pick at the end of the 5th round if they don't even feel a need
When you
to.
look at the notable bloodlines when it comes to players being drafted and fathers that play in the National Hockey League, there's certainly been some big ones so far today. You got Jean-Luc Foudy, brother Liam with Columbus. Luke Tuck, his brother Alex, plays for Vegas. Michael Benning's unbelievable. Brian played in the NHL for 10 years. Matt, the defenseman with Edmonton. Uncle Jim, Vancouver GM. Ryder Woolston. Brian Woolston played 17 NHL seasons. Danny Wade, yet to be selected. Father Doug, of course, 19 seasons. And Mason Langenbrunner. All those years he played, his father Jamie did in the National Hockey League, winning a couple of Stanley Cups. We go back to the big board and see the picks here. As we see William Dufour at number 152 to the New York Islanders. Dufour was a guy we were focusing on earlier. Look at his talent and what he brings to the table. Sam Cosentino, what do you have?
Another one of those big rigs, and it's interesting because this guy was the 6th overall pick in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. So the Rwanda.
I was just laughing at something I saw, guys. Sorry.
Ended up winning the Memorial Cup. He goes to Chicoutimi. Last year, Chicoutimi's a contending team. He gets dealt away to the Drummondville Voltigeurs. So now he's on his 3rd team in such a short period of time. Steve Hartley, there, the head coach, gives him 10 games along with Denny Gauthier, former NHLer, and they said, let's let him do what he wants. And so it started.
So Dufour to the Islanders.
Said, listen, you're
as we had said before, Casper Puccio to Florida, Jungmann to Dallas.
Play away from the puck, the defensive side of the puck, yet still be able to play that power forward kind of style of game. So he ends up
still waiting on Ottawa here. They have not
puts up 33
figured out what
and
they're going to do.
As a power forward to where many thought he might go into the 4th and 5th round. Well, obviously that didn't happen. A lot of people probably saw him over those 2 previous stops and said, whoa, put up the red flag here. But I think they've got him on the right path in Drummondville now, and it'll be interesting once again to see how he pans out. William Dufour, the Drummondville Voltigeur.
Yeah, scored 18 goals his final 28 games, as you mentioned, Cos. Certainly was fantastic for Drummondville there in the queue. When we come back, Anders Lee was selected in the 6th round. You see the career he's had with the New York Islanders. We're almost done with round 5. Round 6 and 7 on tap as we're 6 hours in.
AARP.
Are you joining AARP?
Actually, I just did.
Call or go.
Ottawa picks the final pick of the 5th round. Eric Engstrand, the left wing, going to the Capital Senator. Play for the Senator. All right, that's it for the 5th round. Have some fun with the 6th round. I'll be back. I gotta get some food. See you in a little bit.
And so much more. Great offers find you wherever you are. And AARP is the largest advocacy group for people over 50. Your voice will be heard.
I love the local retail discounts. I'm nowhere near ready to retire, and AARP has been a tremendous resource for that. And we check out the hotels, the dining. AARP saves us a lot of money.
Plus, when you call today, you get this trunk organizer and AARP the magazine free.
Call 1-800-710-5243 or go to joinaarp.org now.
Despite today's challenges, learning doesn't have to stop.
Oh, Detroit on the clock.
You can earn affordable bachelor's
Right now,
degrees
beginning of the
online
6th
from
round.
world-class universities. From courses to professional certificates to degrees and more, Coursera is your course to success. Join for free at Coursera.org.
Every customer has their own Safe Light story. This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got a chip. They drove to Safe Light for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, there was no cost to them. That's service you can trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
What's the weather today? Looks nice. You want to do something? Free movies. I'm always paying. Show me Property Brothers. And you're not talking to me, are you? Nope. I'm talking to the Dish Voice remote. I can check the weather, find free movies, and our shows all with my voice.
Get more done with the Dish Voice remote with Google Assistant.
I don't know what I'd do without you. Oh, thanks, man. And you're still talking to the remote.
Watch Property Brothers Wednesday starting at 8, only on HGTV.
You're fine there, gentle. Sweetie, can you just be gentle with your hands? Okay. Maybe we'll try to gentle.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need
Indeed, you do. The moment you search a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. So you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/home.
All right, we continue here. Casper Pudio is the pick. This is a guy who loves dogs and also considers himself a big Vegas Golden Knights fan. He chose to return to Finland to play the 2020-21 season for Karpat in Liga. Sam Cotton, what can you tell us about this Panthers pick?
The first overall import pick to Swift Current Broncos, and Swift Current has had a great tradition of Finnish players coming over and playing for them, but didn't quite work out this time around. So they dealt them to the Everett Silvertips, which was a contending team. And there, Dennis Williams, we've already seen Gage Gonzalez be drafted from there. But he needed some time to acclimate himself. And once he got used to the system that they were playing in Everett, his point total started to take off. There's some undercover bite to his game and some compete and some heaviness to his game. He's a skater. He's a puck mover. And towards the end of the year, I think in about the last dozen games, was at about a point per game. So this is a guy who definitely has some upside. So I'm playing our CHL, NHL top prospects game. And Reader, I just want you to know.
Yes.
Okay, man.
Yeah. The pizza did not get delivered to Cos, but he bought some snacks. He came prepared.
Your sugar intake is going to be through the roof. 6 hours in, and they haven't got you around as we speak.
You know why, Sam? You know why? Because on that door, there's a lock on the outside. Is that what it is?
And he's on the inside.
I love you, Sam. You're the best. You're the best. I tell you what, his liver's going to be working in a couple hours. He's not going with this. All right, good stuff there, guys. As we continue, the latest pick we're going here is Daniel Ljungman is going to the Dallas Stars, 145th pick overall. And you see his pedigree there is what he's bringing to the Dallas Stars. Reader, what do you have on him?
Well, his pick is close to his weight, 166 pounds. He needs to put on some size. But what was really impressive about this young man was his hockey IQ. He played in all situations in the Super Elite League, where he scored 23 points in 40 games with Linköping in the Swedish Junior Top League. The interesting part of Ljungman is that he had a great start. He scored 4 goals in the Ivan Halenka Wayne Gretzky Cup, which is in every year in August. Unfortunately, this past August, we didn't have it. But in the 2019 year, he had a great start. That didn't really translate into all the offense that everybody might have expected to see throughout this junior season. But the one thing that everybody likes about this player is the hockey IQ. He's a fantastic skater. He's a great playmaker again. Swedish player and the Finnish players at this age, we talk about their defensive prowess. He's got all that. I joke about his weight. He's a tall player and a very slim player. He's going to have to put some weight on. He's going to have to put some muscle on. When he adds to that, that's just going to add to that push of play and that size and the ability to defend and hold off players in the National Hockey League and in the Men's League, which I fully expect him to get a really good opportunity in the SHL with this season.
All right, well, his dad, Magnus, actually played pro in Sweden back in the 80s and 90s. So once again, that theme of bloodlines, that comes through here as he is going off to the Dallas Stars. Sixth round, is on the way. Here's the kind of player you might expect to be taken in the 6th round.
6th round, don't tell us you can't get great players late in the draft.
Mark Stone, his NHL debut at 19 years of age, his first career National Hockey League goal. And Mark Stone, the hero tonight for the Ottawa Senators. What a night for Mark Stone to sit down and play with a ton of passion. possession. Mark Stone, one of the best defenders in stealing pucks. This guy comes to play. I think he's a great choice for him. Stone to Vegas. Sizzle.
Stone signed an 8-year contract extension with the Knights.
Mark Stone backhand today for his first as a member of the Knights.
He turned out to be really everything that Vegas could hope for and more.
When it comes to notable sixth-round draft picks among active players, you saw a collection there. Guys like Mark Stone, the Ottawa Senators, Ken Atkinson of the Columbus Blue Jackets, Anders Lee of the Islanders, Darcy Kemper of the Minnesota Wild. Yes, just because it's round 6 doesn't mean you cannot find some guys who can make a real impact. Speaking of, as we motor along here with round 6 and take a look at the big board and some of the moves being made, you see at number 157, the Lightning select Nick Capone, committed to the University of Connecticut. That's right, UConn. And they said this is the most significant in-state recruit in program history. That is high praise, Dave Reed.
Very impressive. He plays the right wing for Tri-City in the USHL. He is a big man. I call him a man. He's 6'2", 202 pounds. 5th in the UHL this season in penalty minutes per game, 2.82. He was suspended 15 games, 4 separate incidents. This is the Tampa Bay Lightning picking. They're not necessarily looking for the most skilled player, but they're looking for the biggest. And this could be one of the toughest players in the draft. Now, you don't go to UConn to go in and improve your toughness, but in a lot of the scouting reports, it says very tough player. Loves to play the physical game. Loves to get engaged. Loves to protect teammates. And you know what? We don't see a lot of this in the National Hockey League anymore. Nick Capone's a big kid. He's a late birthday. He's a 2001. So this is his draft year. He's a December birthday. But you don't see a lot of scouting reports where it comes in and says, big, physical, tough, can bully everybody on the ice with his size. He's going to have to work on his skills. He's going to have to pick a lot of things up. But the potential for this young man to be one of these third, fourth line, aggressive forecheckers, get in, crash and bang. Well, we saw a little bit of that from the Tampa Bay Lightning when they won the Stanley Cup. And I think we'll see this kind of a Patrick Maroon style player in the future. It's going to take him a few years to develop. I'm sure we'll see him down the road somewhere, crashing and banging and wreaking havoc on defense with the National Hockey League.
With a name like Capone, he's a straight-up gangster. We go ahead and talk more about the rest of the untouchables who are now being drafted. Lucas Mercury, EJ. This is a guy who won the New England Prep Elite 8 Championship game on March 8th in Mercurial. Mercury, what can you tell us?
Well, he's a Montreal kid that is playing prep school hockey in the U.S. for Salisbury. Big guy. One scout said he's like a Keith Primo type at 6'3", 190. Plays bigger. Another scout told me uses his size well, finishes checks, which you don't really see that as often at the prep school level. But he finishes the checks. He's good around the net. Planning on going to the University of Vermont to play for the new coach there, Todd Woodcroft. So I think more of a project. Big kid, but a lot of upside there for the Carolina Hurricanes.
All right, appreciate that, EJ. Guy who lives about 10 minutes from the Bell Center in Montreal. So interesting backstory there as well as to where he's going to be going. We go back to the big board now, as you can see. More of these picks are coming a little bit quicker now. Let's look at number 162, in fact, the Dallas Stars and Yevgeny Oxentia. Lots we have on him.
Very well done, Oxentia. I might add it, man. That's not an easy name for the Belarusian. And we haven't had a lot of players from Belarus selected today, obviously, but he ran some really nice numbers for Flint in the Ontario Hockey League. Not the biggest guy, I think, Max Zuccarello. That was a comparable that he reminded me of. He's got that type of dynamic ability, particularly on the power play where he really excels. Overall, though, he was consistent. He was lethal on the PP. Yeah, he did well at times 5-on-5. It's the PP where you really can see the dynamic hands and the vision that makes him a special player. Had a lot of pushback in his game. He was strong on the puck. He made excellent decisions. This will be a good pick. The Dallas Stars. We'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, finished second in the West by the 2019-20 OHL Coaches Poll for best stick handler. So you mentioned the intangibles he brings to the table and why a guy like Oxentia can be certainly valuable for the Dallas Stars. We go back to the big board and check out those picks. Oh, yeah, they're coming in now, baby. Will Cranley at number 163 going to the St. Louis Blues. This is a guy, Sam Cosentino, had a shutout streak of 159 minutes and 36 seconds in January. That's the second longest all-time by an Ottawa goaltender.
And you know what? I think that was a good luck charm for that one, Adnan. We started off with his first ever OHL shutout when we are in there doing a game. But if you look at his history over the last 3 years, he hasn't played a lot of hockey. He's kind of been the backup everywhere he's been, including Michael DiPietro and Cedric Andre with the Ottawa 67s. But they found a way to get him into 21 games this year. And that was just enough because scouts kept asking, when's he playing? When's he playing? And so Andre Tournier, the head coach there, got him into 21 games, and including that little stretch in January that you talked about, really started to open a lot of eyes. And when you think you have an NHL team in your backyard, that also seems to be able to bring out more people to the games, being the nation's capital, of course, an easy place to get to and travel to. So scouts watch a lot of games in that building. They saw enough of Will Cranley to like him, but at 6'3", 190 pounds, he'll fill out a little bit, and there's an opportunity for him to get into 40 games. I think that would be really helpful for him this year. But again, we just have that uncertainty. Who knows how that will play out? This is a project pick for sure by St. Louis.
All right, I like it. As cause as the good luck charm, as it were, for that goalie out of Ottawa. Taking a look there, what to get at the big board as the picks are coming in up to 166 is about to be made by the Nashville Predators. And once again, you can get guys like this. That's right. Mark Stone was selected in the 6th round. Who is one to say there's not going to be some good picks still ahead? Do not go anywhere.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by EA Sports NHL 21. This year, you'll be able to pull off new deeks and moves inspired by the league's most groundbreaking innovators. Recognize greatness in EA Sports NHL 21.
I need to sell my house. Now, there are a lot of places that claim to know how much it's worth, but they don't really know my house or my neighborhood, and they definitely don't show me all my options. That's where HomeLight comes in. I just answer a few questions, and HomeLight gives me a side-by-side comparison of my options, personalized for my needs. And they'll show me what verified buyers will pay for my house right now. It's easy, and it's free. No matter how you choose to sell your home, selling starts at HomeLight. Get started today at HomeLight.com.
Support your favorite college at Fanatics.com, the largest assortment of officially licensed fan gear from more than 500 colleges. Every conference, every team. Shop now and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com, officially licensed everything.
Beautiful. But support the leg. When I started Cobra Kai, the lack of control over my business made me a little intense. But now I practice a different philosophy. QuickBooks helps me get paid, manage cash flow, and run payroll. And now I'm back on top with Koala Kai. Hey! More mercy.
Save over 30 hours a month with Intuit QuickBooks, the easy way to a happier business.
Every customer has their own Safelite story. This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got a chip. They drove to Safelite for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, it was no cost to them. That's service you can trust.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Someone calls. They've won a lawsuit with a structured settlement. Or they have an annuity and only get a little of the money at a time. But they're buying a house where they have medical expenses.
Or they need tuition. And they call J.G. Wentworth and they say, can you help?
And we say, at J.G. Wentworth, helping you is what we do.
Call J.G. Wentworth to get your money now. It's a simple call, and you may be able to keep getting monthly checks in addition to a lump sum. Trusted by more than 50,000 people to get their money faster, with over $349 million in cash payouts. And we're rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. There's no cost, no obligation, no pressure.
I tell people it's your money.
And I'll do all I can to help you get it now.
They're so relieved, so happy. I really love my job.
If you need your money now, call J.G. Wentworth at 877-CASH-NOW. That's 877-CASH-NOW. We're here to help.
Rated B10 for ages 10 and up.
Steven Stamkos was projected number one way back before this season started, the next franchise player in Tampa.
are proud to select Victor Hedman.
This is falling exactly the way the Lightning had hoped. He is in square here when it comes to playoff performance for the defensive draft class of 2011, maybe the most significant. Montreal in second. 7.8 seconds left.
58, are you serious? It was this quick.
And a lot in the seventh. One score. Another one that opens up.
Absolutely really strong for the Scots.
Vasilevsky goes 19th overall.
Good job here. Because he got to that's the guy. That's it. So really cool. For guys that will take the third round because they thought you might be too small, start with the phone the next Chris Burrow.
Great play in overtime, number 5.
Started in Tampa, you're still in Tampa.
And here's the state line. The fans stuck behind us. And bring it back to Tampa.
The Tampa Bay Lightning, they got it done in the bubble. And seriously, we know all the challenges all the teams face. Bottom line is this: the Lightning finished their mission, won a Stanley Cup. Now it's right back to work. Okay, here's their draft picks today: Jack Finley, Gage Gonsalves in the second round, Maxim Groshev and Jack Thompson, Eamon Powell, Jaden Duro, and Nick Capone. Those are the picks so far. When you look at the Tampa Bay Lightning, as the picks keep coming in, we want to just kind of take a second and focus on the defending Stanley Cup champions alongside Brian Lott, Dave Reed. I'm Adnan Burke. We continue more of EJ Radic, Jamie Hirsch, and Sam Cosentino in a moment. But Lots, as a former GM of the Tampa Bay Lightning, you're the guy who drafted Victor Hedman. You know what it's like when you're trying to build a winner, and oftentimes what it's like to retool. What do you make of the way Tampa has approached today, their game plan overall, and their approach now moving forward? Because they know the challenges that face them when you go from being the hunter rather than the hunted.
I think they're doing an excellent job with the draft today, that's for sure. But there's no denying the fact that there is a lot of noise outside around the Tampa Bay Lightning as people try to hunt down possibilities for roster players that they have right now that they just won't be able to queue out unless they can find a way to move money out. And I would suspect that the draft is not a nuisance for Julian Breezeball. That's for certain, because it is the lifeline, it is the lifeblood of a lot of organizations, even one like Tampa. But you got to have it in the back of your mind. The clock is ticking. People are very anxious to see what happens with their roster. Are they going to be able to move a Tyler Johnson, or maybe a Yanni Gourde, or maybe an Alex Killorn, or maybe even the unthinkable rumors we heard of Steven Stamkos? Like, are you kidding me? He's got a no-move clause. Stamkos not going anywhere. So a lot of things floating around the Lightning, but in terms of the draft, I think they've done an excellent job today.
Reader, your take on them? Yeah, I really think it's more in Lott. You know this. I mean, Al Murray has been in Tampa for a while, and you look at the people who are running.
Does a great job, doesn't he?
He does a great thing. You're absolutely right. And the general managers are pretty much there for the first pick. Other than that, you hire your scouting staff to do a job. And we heard Yarmo talk about it. Yarmo Kekalainen talk about Columbus, because we trust our scouts. We trust what they're saying. And so that allows Julian Breezeball right now, because qualifying offers, tomorrow is the deadline, or actually, tomorrow I believe is the deadline for qualifying offers.
5 o'clock today.
So it's 5 o'clock today, which has already passed. So that's going to be his concentration, because he has to re-sign the players on his roster today. The scouts are worrying about the draft. They've done all their research. Yes, they're going to bring it past the general manager, but the general manager is not going to come in the third or fourth round and say, oh, no, take this guy, take this guy. That's not their responsibility. If you're micromanaging at that point, personally, I don't think that's a good thing. Lots you're probably saying that's not a good thing. You have to trust the people in charge. Julian Breezeball's biggest challenge is going to be coming past this weekend, getting his players the qualifying offers. If he needs to move some players, which is it's public knowledge that he's not going to be able to keep this team under the flat salary cap, which is unfortunate in the game. Because I love seeing dynasties. I love seeing teams stay together. It'd be great to see them come back with everybody and try to repeat. It's just not going to happen. And that's the challenge.
No matter what, there's going to be some loss.
And every team has it every year.
That's right. But as we discussed, I mean, it's really unfortunate for not just the Tampa Bay Lightning, but a number of teams. You know, you're trying to project on what's the salary cap going to look like, and you're building in a certain amount of inflator every year just from league revenues going up.
Who knows?
I really understand it. When that gets cut short and it becomes flat because you have a pandemic, there's nothing you can do about that.
Absolutely.
Teams are projecting out 4, 5, 6 years, and a lot of the teams, they do an awesome job right now of staying on top of it. But it is hard to have an answer for something you just did not contemplate. Tampa Bay Lightning, they're getting the full brunt of that right now. Vegas Golden Knights, we could throw them in there. Toronto Maple Leafs, as they try to make changes, they also would be victims of the very same thing.
Julian Breezeball can just lean on that big shiny trophy beside him and go, all right, okay, it's not that bad.
Win, get past.
Oh, All right,
We'll get to the Leafs in just a second, but I want to mention number 165, Matt Rempe, center out of Seattle. Listen, you think with Billy Crystal will be my giant. This guy's 6'8", 205. Plays only George Merozan on skates. He's the tallest player to ever suit up for the Seattle Thunderbirds. He grew up a big fan of Ryan Getzlaf, who was actually Rempe's youth coach. Gave him Getzlaf's hockey card. Excuse me, not Getzlaf was the coach, but the coach gave him Getzlaf's card. That's how Rempe became a big fan. We want to focus on number 168.
Philip Angras, Chase Yoder, Alexander Gordon, Chad Yetman, and the Coyotes on the clock. Yetman to Chicago, Gordine to Montreal, a right wing of center, Yoder center to Pittsburgh, Philip Angras the center to the Oilers. Bolts picked. Nick Capone, thank you for playing us. I am back. I am back. Where are we in this draft? Vancouver is coming up soon. Arizona, then Calgary, then Vancouver, then Columbus.
He's got good vision, reads the game well, he's dangerous around the net. He's got a good work ethic, he's active, he's alert, speedy, reliable. A lot of notes on him. Yeah, what we say?
Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
Our research firm does a phenomenal job. Lawrence Goldstein, Mark Allenberg, Ben Seltzer, and they're pointing out to us all of the Maple Leafs picks are currently playing. And think about that. Yeah, all these guys. This is how bizarre this draft is. We're in October right now, and all these picks are playing right now. Unbelievable.
That's the strategy as we talked about. Okay. And we saw it in the first round with a couple of guys that surprised a lot of people. People moved up. Had a really unique advantage for the guys that were somewhere in the world where hockey was going on.
We're moving on up right now as we go back to Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
Here we go. We got a pick coming in, guys.
With the next pick in the 6th round, the Pittsburgh Penguins have selected Chase.
Oh, we know that. That pick already came in.
His National Team Development Program. The next selection in the 6th round belongs to the Montreal Canadiens. Montreal, you're on the clock.
So Chase Yoder's a guy who attended Dallas Stars games. He's compared to Kentucky's favorite player, Mike Modano. Now it's Alex Radulov. His favorite activity outside of hockey is wiffle ball, and he's got 4 brothers, Dayton, Jordan.
Now this kid, Chase Yoder, is going to where is it? Providence.
Chase Yoder is one of those players that
for high school.
He's a solid two-way player. He knows his role, he knows what he has to do to try to help his team win games. He's a very effective penalty killer. One of those guys that probably is an NHL player. I'll be a depth guy. Brandon Tanev is a guy that I think about often when I watch him play. Another player, a former player that had a tremendous career, Chris Kelly, is one of those players that's just, he's in your lineup because he does everything right. He's on the ice because the coach puts him out there because he can trust him. So here's a player that plays 200 feet. I think is going to Providence.
So here we go. Philip Barklund. How funny, because he goes to Arizona, is a center that gets drafted by the Coyotes. Rody Kerins, another center. He's drafted there by Calgary.
So not a big
now check the NHL draft. The way it looks like now.
The coaches are going to love him, and he's a reliable type of player.
We're in the 6th round. I will quickly roll off all of the players that have been drafted in this 6th round.
And this is Chase Yoder said about going to Providence College. Says I was looking for a smaller school.
Kyle Aucoin, he's a good player. Defenseman to Detroit, Nick Capone to the Lightning. Winger, center, Philip Dallas to Ottawa. Lucas Mercuri, center, Carolina. Albin Sundqvist, center, Anaheim. Benjamin Baumgartner, center, New Jersey. Yevgeny Oskarchuk, left wing, Dallas. Will Cranley, goaltender, St. Louis. Tyrell Bauer, defenseman, Winnipeg. Matt Rempe, center, Rangers. Luke Wright, defenseman, Predators. Neil Saman, center, Colorado. Viti Mitanen, right wing, Toronto. Philip Angras, center of Edmonton, Chase Yoder. I went through all those. Barklund, and then, of course, Rory Kerins. Vancouver has made their selection with the 175th pick. They take Dmitry Zlotiev, the center, another center. These centers are coming off the board quickly. Columbus is now on the clock with the 21st pick in the 6th round, the 176th pick in this draft.
You've seen him play a number of times, and he just loves his player. He described to me as he said, "You really want this guy."
We'll see what Columbus does. I say I go defense here.
all these situations.
Obviously, it's just depth at this
knows
point,
how to
though.
play with good players. He's in every single battle on the ice, and with a little more, if you had a little more skill, he'd be a first rounder. So when I hear that, I hear like a guy that can be, a middle six forward, but someone that has a chance to really be someone that we look upon years later and go, a 6th round pick. How did this guy end up in the 6th round? These things happen sometimes, but based on the words of this scout, it's someone that's been around a long time and has known, has selected and been part of picking a lot of good players. Really like this player.
Dmitry Zlodiev, thing on Dmitry Zlodiev is he's got all the things. He's a really great player. He can play well. He's smart. He does the work well offensively and defensively. He's not a specifically skilled player, but he'll help Vancouver. Canucks are coming away with a pretty solid draft. They're not getting the big names and the big figures that they would have like last year or 2 years before. That's because they don't have high picks. But they're getting a pretty solid draft that time.
Thanks to all those who listed. A serious exit.
Samuel Johansson, defenseman, just got picked by the Blue Jackets. Toronto's on the clock.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path where the battles of the wrong begin. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away your understanding what it means to be among the few, the proud, the greedy.
I've always had a problem with sweaty hands. My feet were so sweaty. The general sports bra area,
My upper lip and my forehead.
It was just stressful. It's really been a tremendous struggle.
Like most people, we don't just sweat under the arms. So we created the Carpe line of sweat
All right.
management product for all
Check.
over the body.
Baseball now. This is the commercial. Toronto's still on the clock, of course.
Honestly, just completely changed my life.
Avoid expensive treatments.
Philadelphia's next behind Toronto, then Washington, and then another Maple Leaf pick. It's 7-7 at the top of the 7th between Oakland and Houston. What a game. The Yankees-Tampa Bay game will start in about an hour.
If you're in a horror movie, you make 4 decisions. That's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
Your car gets attacked every day, leaving the paint dull and faded. Now you can clean, shine, and protect with Shine Armor, the new car polish with super nano ceramic. It's not a wax, but a high-tech ceramic shield that instantly repels dirt and debris. Water dances off. Even a fried egg won't stick. Made in the USA, Shine Armor makes other polishes obsolete. Our exclusive ceramic formula fills in micro cracks and crevices to create a durable barrier. Even fire can't break the protection. Nuts and
Yeah, still waiting here for the Toronto Maple Leafs team to make their pick. We'll see what they.
But wait, we'll double this offer and send you a second set. Just pay a separate
See
fee
what they do
and we'll
here.
ship it to you free. Shine Armor, the ultimate ceramic coat.
Call 1-800-516-6196 or go online at buyshinearmor.com. Call 1-800-516-6196 or go online at buyshinearmor.com. Order now.
Just keep talking there, gentle speed, speed, be gentle. Okay. And maybe I'll try to schedule it.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
Axel Rendell goes to Toronto, a defenseman.
The multi-sponsor.
Connor McLennan, a right winger.
Listed quality candidates.
He's going to play for the Black and Orange. He's a Philadelphia Flyer. And the Capitals are on the clock with Toronto in tow. Toronto, Ottawa, and Boston.
What a moment last night. You're watching Bobby Weisblatt celebrate with his family as he found out he was drafted in the first round by the San Jose Sharks. Yes, they're going crazy because he's a first-round draft pick, but it was also a really special moment as well because the San Jose Sharks decided to have...
That was the thing. Yesterday I kind of ridiculed it. I was like, I don't understand what hand signal Doug Wilson Jr. was doing. Well, I didn't realize it was sign language, which is actually really cool. I don't know the full story on them, but that is really cool.
Plenty moves and still several more to come here as we get into the later rounds of the NHL draft. So we're happy to have Doug Wilson Sr. joining us right
That
now.
was Ozzy
Doug,
Wistfall.
show the reaction by
Wistfall.
Ozzy and his family. Whose idea was it to really put some time and thought into the sign language portion of making that pick?
That's Dougie Jr. He gets all the credit for it. I mean, it was he got to know Ozzy very well and the family, and it was one of those things that was just real and natural.
Darren Bjorklund,
I'm proud.
a goaltender to the Washington Capitals.
Came up with an idea like that, but it was what also was cool is
And now the Leafs will be on the clock.
Brent Burns, Logan Couture, Eric Carlson, Kevin LeBanc, and it was.
They got a few more picks left. The last of the 6th round belongs to Tampa Bay, and then we'll have the final round of the draft.
Doug,
Seems like we've been going on
you've been doing this
forever.
a long time. You played in the league a long time. What does the draft mean to you after all these years?
Well, you know what? Even as you get older or mature, or one of the two, I guess, you remember when you were drafted and how important it is. And it's not just about you getting drafted, but the family members and people who are there to support you and allow you to have that opportunity. And again, to see Ozzy and all our guys go through that moment and share it with their family. And we flash back to that. And I think that's what makes the game of hockey so special, is our guys never forget where they come from.
Well, it's such a big week, not only with the draft, free agency opening up Friday, of course, but also trades ahead of both of these big events on the hockey calendar. And you guys have been very active on that front so far. 2 separate trades with the Minnesota Wild, one acquiring Ryan Donato and the other Devin Dubnyk. So let's start with Dubnyk. How do you anticipate your goalie situation shaking out this year in terms of splitting time or one guy in a backup role? What do you expect?
Well, that'll be decided by Evgeny Nabokov and Navy's done
Joe
a great
Miller,
job of,
a center.
Find quality people.
And he is headed to.
He's known Devin for quite a while, but I think it's going to be a unique year. It's probably going to be a compressed schedule.
Joe Miller, he is headed to Toronto Maple Leafs, and Ottawa will be on the clock.
Too much hockey over the last few years, and I think they look at it that it's an opportunity.
Now with Boston, New York, and Vegas, New York Islanders and Vegas left there.
And ultimately, they're both team guys. I've talked to both of them about it. They want to give us the best chance to win games.
Doug, can you give me a little bit of a health update on some of the guys? It's been a while, obviously, since you guys played, but certainly Eric Carlson was someone that had a lot of injury issues. And
talking about Devon Dubnyk and such as well.
Hopefully recover and be ready to
Cole Reinhardt is
how's the health of this group?
has been drafted by the Ottawa Senators. Good winger of his own. There's no analysis here right now. They're doing right now. Just talking to Doug Wilson,
last year, and
senior, the Sharks general manager, former San Jose Shark.
Carlson, one of the best players in the league. It impacted our team, but there's no excuse.
Boston is on the clock, then New York Islanders, then Vegas, then Dallas, then Tampa Bay, and then the start of the 7th round of the final round of the 2020 NHL entry draft.
Since he's been with us, and he's at 100% training at a high level. Logan's the same way. Tomash is the same way. And I think they're so eager to get back playing that we can't wait when that happens. But our team is 100% ready to go, healthy, and looking forward to the challenges ahead of us when we do start up.
Yeah, the commissioner announced yesterday that they're now targeting January 1st as a hopeful return to play date for the new season. If that's the case, it'll be almost a full 10 months between actual meaningful NHL games for your group. So you said you were talking to a lot of your big name players. What is that conversation like in terms of?
So the thought was, of course, talking about January 1st. How do you guys think about that? January 1st for the NHL to start their games.
We got a bunch of guys that they're hockey rats. I mean, they're so motivated. I mean, you almost don't want them to overtrain, and that's the problem when you don't have a defined starting date. So they've done all the work. They're ready to go.
Riley Durant.
You're skating already.
Riley Durant, a center, taken by Boston, drafted here with the 182nd overall selection.
We underachieved last year, and our guys have a lot of pride, and we believe in our group. But trying to find that sweet spot of not overtraining, being ready, and then being able to ramp up when we do get into the camp, and then the start of a season. Because the one thing we do need to do, which we haven't done the last couple of years, is get off to a great start.
Yeah, very important. Well, thanks so much for the time. I know you've got several picks left to make, so we'll let you get back to it. Talk to you soon, Doug.
Great. Thanks, guys.
When we come back, we are wrapping up the 6th round, so stay tuned. As we mentioned, the Sharks still have plenty of picks.
Ron is right now on the clock.
And many other fascinating moves still to come, so stay tuned.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by EA Sports NHL 21. This year, you'll be able to pull
Down to the clock right now as
inspired by the league's most groundbreaking innovators. Recognize greatness.
It's showing right now.
EA Sports NHL 21.
Lisa, let me help you with that. You should look into shopping online at Chewy. You can get that big bag of dog food delivered to your door. Plus, Chewy ships fast and free.
Matthias
Yeah, check it out. We get all of our pets' food and toys. They even have
Matthias Rajaniemi, a defenseman for the Islanders. The Islanders just drafted. Islanders draft Matthias Rajaniemi, a European holding power play type defenseman for New York. We were able to get him. It's great for them. Vegas will be on the clock, then Dallas, then Tampa, then Detroit will start round 7. The 187th pick.
To save on your prescriptions. Compare prices to find the best discounts.
Good RX. Smart.
Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
For a while, I've had like a kind of negative self-image. There's like this contrast between like the way that I was thinking about my personality and the way that I was thinking about my body. With Noom, I was able to learn how to interrupt those habits and create new ones. So my goal was 35 pounds, and I've lost about 30 pounds now. So I've never been this confident in my body. My name is Sarah, and I changed my life with Noom.
Visit Noom.com and lose the weight for good. Attention CPAP users. Germs and bacteria can grow inside your reservoir, tubing, and mask. And cleaning them can be an expensive, difficult task. When you need to breathe easy, sleep great, and stay healthy, what you need is CleanZone, the affordable, portable CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. Just press, and CleanZone automatically cleans, sanitizes, and eliminates 99% of germs and bacteria from every surface of your CPAP reservoir, tube, and mask in minutes. No water, no added chemicals, no worries.
When I compared quality and price, CleanZone was my clear choice.
I can sleep with peace of mind knowing that I'm breathing clean.
You can get your CleanZone CPAP cleaner for $100 off. That's just $99.99. Plus, we'll give you the CleanZone mask sanitizing bag absolutely free. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-317-5984 or go online to cleanzonenow.com.
Rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
So here we go with Vegas. And Vegas just drafted Noah Ellis, a defenseman for Vegas, and now Dallas is on the clock. Stars, second to last pick in the 6th round. See where they go here. We go forward. We go defensive. There's a bunch of players that are out there that could benefit the Stars' strength.
We continue here with the 2020 draft rounds 2 through 7. I'm Dan Burke alongside Brian Lawton, Dave Reed, EJ Rack, Jamie Hurst, Sam Cosentino. As you look at the big board here, I want to mention Garen Bjorklund at 179, the Capitals. This is a guy who loves playing basketball, claims he used to be really good with a yo-yo. His favorite food is steak, medium rare, along with fries or a baked potato. Enjoy him, Washington Capitals fans. In the meantime, Rory Cairns is a guy from Sault Ste. Marie.
Remy Poirier, a goaltender taken by the Dallas Stars with the 185th pick in the draft. And here's Tampa Bay on the clock here.
And they've really done a good job passing.
We'll see where they go.
Kyle Dubas to Kyle Raptis in terms of coaching. Sheldon Keefe to Drew Bannister. Both have obviously gone on to the pro ranks, especially with Sheldon Keefe and the Toronto Maple Leafs. And now John Dean is the guy in there. So they just keep churning out really good players. When it comes to Kearns, this is a safe guy. 6 foot, 170 pound, left shot center. But John Dean relies on him in all situations. Really took advantage of the opportunity presented to him this year. 9 goals and 33 points last year. That improvement to 23 and 59. So you're looking at a guy here who you can play in all situations. He's super safe, super reliable, really good positionally sound type of player. But when you have a little bit of that offensive upside, it speaks to an NHL team saying, you know what? We could probably place this guy in our bottom 6, and maybe he's going to add a little bit of scoring down the road. If not, then he can just be reliably out there in 5-on-5 situations. Again, at this point in the draft, we're talking of projection picks. Rory Kearns, though, a nice safe pick in that area.
All right, good stuff, guys. We'll get back to you momentarily. From Axel Foley to Axel Reendell. He's the pick for the Toronto Maple Leafs at 177. This is a guy who led all U20 League of defensemen scoring.
Tampa Bay just made the final pick of the 6th round. Another goaltender.
This player is a 2000 birthday. He is passed over twice in the draft. So there's
Amir
Axel Reendell, who can step in and play
Miftakov.
the American League or possibly even come in and maybe play for the Toronto Maple Leafs. He is a right shot defenseman. He plays for Jokerit in Finland in 2018.
A goalie for the Tampa Bay Lightning, Amir Miftakov, played by goalie. I didn't realize this though. As the 7th round just starts, as Detroit is now on the clock. Axel Reendell, the defenseman taken by the Toronto Maple Leafs. Axel Reendell, here's the thing on him, which is quite interesting.
Another player who's got experience.
He has been eligible. He's 20 years old. He's been eligible the last 2 drafts and was undrafted. Now he goes late in the 6th round. But he's been a lot more experienced. We'll have a chance to possibly make the Marlies or the Leafs roster.
He can improve the defensive side and maybe bring some of those offensive numbers down. He's going to have a better chance of playing the National Hockey League. But this is a player. This is only a lot of people think, well, why didn't the Leafs just sign him? Why doesn't the team sign a player as a free agent after the draft? Well, now he's eligible to be signed as a free agent, not as a drafted player. But the Leafs felt that obviously maybe somebody else had the same thoughts as they did later on, and possibly late in the 6th or 7th round. They wanted to make sure that they got him in their system right away.
Next pick to talk about, Connor McLennan goes number 178 to the Philadelphia Flyers. He's 5'8", 163, was an alternate captain for Winnipeg this past season, Winnipeg in the WHL. And Reader, he led all skaters in scoring 2018 World U17 Hockey Challenge.
Yes, he played for Canada. Yeah, 2019 I've been linked where he also had a goal and an assist, a silver medal with Team Canada.
We're going to have Connor McLennan here.
5'8", 163 pounds. So when you're talking
good winger for the Philadelphia Flyers, of course. Now he's playing for the Philadelphia Flyers. As he was just drafted, Connor McLennan.
Highly intelligent forward.
18 years old, flyweight guy. He can push the puck, come through, and he sets his teammates up well.
Every time I hear a smaller forward at compete level, I think it feels boring.
It's up for Philly.
A lot of the comparisons.
Detroit's still on the clock. We'll see what they do.
High energy, but again, a couple of years down the road, that can translate into put some weight on, a little more experience, finish your junior career. These are picks that we hope to see down the road in a couple of years in the National Hockey League. Kind of hone your skills throughout the American Hockey League, but this is another one of the new age players, smaller forwards with tremendous amount of skill.
See what you can do there with the Philadelphia Flyers and Chuck Fletcher and company. And also want to discuss Riley Duran-Larter, number 182 in Boston Bruins, a local kid from Woburn, Mass. His dad, Jim's the head coach at Woburn High School, also played hockey at SUNY.
Well, Riley Durant, I didn't realize, is from Woburn, Massachusetts. He's a Massachusetts native, and he's going to his hometown team. He's going to the Bruins.
Scoring ceremony. He's got a great release. He's going to shoot as much as he's going to make plays. That's what you see for him when you look at the highlights right here. Watch the release, goes to the backhand, shelves it upstairs. Going to play next year in the USHL. That's not uncommon for kids coming out of high school. They'll go to the USHL for a year, or in some cases 2, and then move on to the NCAA. Eventually, you'll see him at Providence College, probably in 21, 22. The Bruins have a chance to keep close tabs on him.
Also want to mention Noah Ellis Wendy, number 184 to the Vegas Golden Knights. He's a guy, age 8. He fired countless pucks in the net in front of his garage. And eventually he caused so much damage he broke the sheetrock of the garage. His dad, Jeff, used a big towel to plug the hole. And that towel was protecting the tiling in the family's kitchen. If you played hockey in a small town, you know stories like this. You're just firing pucks all day, and you're denting your dad's garage. The next pick to talk about is Amir Miftakov. He was 4th in the 2020 World Juniors in save percentage at .919. He actually usurped the draft darling Askarov as Russia's starter.
Detroit still is not picked, but being able to analysis to go back and see some of these late 6th rounders that we're not able to talk about. Amir Miftakov, the goaltender, Russian goaltender from Kazan for now with Tampa Bay Lightning. It was the last pick in the 6th round. Detroit has still not selected their player.
5 games in our Canada-Russia series in November, and there was no wonder why he made it on Russia's national junior team. He was simply brilliant. He's got massive compete to his game, never gives up on a puck, challenges shooters, not afraid to come out and play. It's maybe a little bit too much at times. And Askarov was the guy that everyone thought was going to be the man for Russia. Well, that didn't work out quite so well. Miftakov came in, and he played absolutely brilliantly, getting them to a silver medal last year against Canada. So I love this pick. I also love the fact that he's a 2000-born player. So there's a little bit more known quantity to him. He's an older guy. I'm a huge fan of drafting goalies in their last year of eligibility, especially with late-round picks, because I think that's the perfect place to take a chance on those guys. So when I look at this guy, I love everything about his game. He's a real battler, and he definitely needs to find games this year. Probably in the VHL, maybe bounce up to the KHL once in a while, but he needs to play a lot of games to continue to develop.
All right, so that's the story when it comes to Emir Natakov, another goalie being picked. I love this tweet, by the way. I retweeted it immediately. This is from Dave Minook, who said, I'm not going to say the NHL draft has taken a long time, but Elliot Friedman has already grown back his beard between round 2 and 3. Look at Friedman, he's especially short, and that hirsute look he was rocking. Yes, it was a glacial pace, in particular rounds 2 and 3. I'll tell you something right now. This is a lightning pace as you go to round 7. We are nearing our 7th.
Round 7 coming up still, and still the Red Wings have not picked. We will see when they come back. Round 7, the final round of the NHL draft. Coming up. Detroit on the clock. After them, Montreal, Toronto, and Los Angeles.
Have you ever wanted to learn a new language like French, Spanish, or Russian, but thought it would be too difficult and time-consuming? Then go to Babbel.com and try it for free. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. In 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel uses a modern conversation-based technique that makes language engaging, fun, and memorable. It starts by teaching you words and phrases. Then, sentences gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations about real-life topics. Babbel is created by language experts who use the spaced repetition method to help you learn quickly and remember what you learned. With Babbel, you can speak a new language, because language isn't just about learning new words. It's about learning a culture, a mindset, and a new point of view. Babbel, language for life. Go to Babbel.com and try it for free today.
Kenan Draper to the Red Wings. Not related to Chris, who's been calling out all of these players out and drafting them. As one of the amateur scouts, but Kenan Draper to Detroit. He will help this Red Wings rebuild at some point, a right winger, and the Canadians are on the clock.
Easy recap is very simple. I sit pretty much right here, watch TV, and I have that. It is completely comfortable. You forget you have
when I watch a TV, and I got my hair back.
I feel like it truly has changed the way I see myself.
If you notice it, do something about it. Don't wait, because the longer you wait, the worse it can get.
Get the results you want or get your money back.
Shop our side white sale from as low as $7.99 or $28 per month. Call now, 888-508-0636, or visit shopcapillas.com. That's 888-508-0636.
Have you heard of nuts.com? It's the best kept secret of savvy snackers all over the country. Incredible nuts, dried fruits, organic snacks, and gluten-free treats. There's something for everyone to love, including free shipping with your first order.
Best pistachios ever.
Love the dried peaches.
White chocolate toffee cashews are awesome.
The holy grail of honey sesame sticks. The quality has made me a customer for life. With so much to love and free shipping with your first order, check out nuts.com. A logo can do more than identify your company. It can connect in meaningful ways, energize your team, and inspire your customers. We're Fort Imprint, and we know your logo on the right product can create moments that matter. With 30 years of experience and thousands of products to choose from, we guarantee your order will be ready the first time, on time, and for a great price. Be certain that the right moments will matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at fortimprint.com. Fort Imprint, for certain.
I went there with my brother. He went in the 3rd round. Obviously, I was very happy for him. And then the next few hours, it was a little nerve-wracking to wait.
That's an interesting intro. So people actually watch the 7th round. They're having Lundqvist talk. Well, obviously, just will be searching for a new team on Friday. And Henrik Lundqvist, of course, 20 years ago, was drafted in the 7th round by the Rangers, and he's led that team to a Stanley Cup final and was possibly the greatest player drafted in that draft. Specifically also because the first overall draft pick was also a goaltender. A goaltender who is not playing hockey anymore in the New York media, however, for TPS.
Victor lost to the Buffalo Sabres. So listen, I know you might think to yourself, all right, Stephen Brett, well, listen, if there's players like that available, clearly there could be that. Hang in there. You got to hang in there right now. We're 7 hours into our coverage here on NHL Network and on Sportsnet 1. Thanks to all those listening on Sirius XM. And here come the picks right now. How about that? At number 187, with Steve Yzerman working remotely and Chris Draper making the picks, Keenan Draper gets selected. Very cool story when it comes, as you've been talking a lot about here, guys, fathers and sons, and how it all works. You can only imagine, Dave Reed, the pride and the joy right now in the family as Chris Draper gets his
Yeah, no question. It's always interesting when you
Wait, what?
guys.
I didn't know Keenan Draper was related to Chris Draper.
I know Drapes. We've known for a long time. We used to skate summer hockey together in the Toronto area growing up and throughout our pro career. Yes, no question about it when your son gets that opportunity to step into the new spotlight of the National Hockey League on draft day. And this is you know what, though? This isn't something, well, look at this, the players taking a son. This isn't the case because there are scouts who are paid a lot of money who travel all sorts of miles all over this country and around this world to make sure that their voice is heard, that their selections are made. Teams have their pecking order and their list. It's not, hey, let's just take this guy's son just because. It doesn't happen that way.
So Keenan Draper, so it's Chris Draper's son. I didn't realize, just thought it was funny. But no, it's actually his son. But son is a good player. Not just, yeah, his son is a good player, and so he's now going to be a Detroit Red Wing. Regardless of Red Wings, what a way. Keep that Draper lineage in Detroit.
Sure. He is the answer to a player who scored his first National Hockey League goal before he scored his first junior goal. Draper played in the Canadian Olympic team in the Olympic program. Drafted to Winnipeg, played in Winnipeg, scored a goal, then was sent back to junior. Before he played in junior, he already played in the National Hockey League and scored his first goal. He played in junior in Ottawa. So really interesting story. So all the best to Keenan Draper. I hope this really works out.
It's out the point. We're doing trivia here on NHL Back. It's up there for Reader.
Chicago is on the clock now, guys, as Draper is picked by Detroit. Chicago just took Louis Crevier.
Who is it?
Defenseman Louis Crevier, and now Toronto's on the clock, followed by Los Angeles, Vancouver, and New Jersey.
Lucas Raymond was the pick way back yesterday. That was number 4, was their selection. William Wallinder was also their pick. As you take a look there, Lot, do you have an assessment of what the Red Wings have done so far in this draft?
Yeah, the first thing I'd say to folks out there is don't adjust your TV. Their draft list is that long. You just have to scroll your TV up because I don't know if I've seen a draft list that long in a long, long time in terms of the actual players that are on it. Pretty productive for the Detroit Red Wings. It was a tough season for them last year. These are some of the fruits of that difficult season. Let's just let's call it what it is. Obviously, this is, I like what Stevie's done. He sat down, he's taken a look at the lottery, and he says, look, you cannot guarantee that you're going to pick the way you could right after we went into the salary cap world. If you really go back and you look at, start with Pittsburgh, Chicago, even Washington, LA, these teams were all built on the backs of not really being very good, but being guaranteed to pick it certainly in the top 3. Not the case anymore. We saw that with the Detroit Red Wings. So what's your next best strategy? If you can't guarantee you're going to pick at the top, we did it in Tampa as well. Just as a matter of fact, they did have a 1 and 2 pick. That type of thing is what I'm talking about in back-to-back drafts. What you can do is go for quantity. That's a lot of quantity.
There's a lot of quantity.
They happen to have a great draft. I think it's going to bode well for Detroit.
So Detroit made a really good play. Oh,
people in Detroit can't complain.
Nice, man. Just an interesting note. Talk with the Red Wings. Chris Draper just drafted his kid, Keenan Draper, and Keenan Draper is going to play for the Red Wings. And Chicago also drafted Louis Crevier, John Fusco. Fusco got drafted by the Toronto Maple Leafs defenseman here in the 7th round, and the Kings are on the clock.
After the regular season, and they ended up drafting number 4, I believe, Rookie of the Year in the National Hockey League. Number 4. So yes, Lucas Raymond is a good hockey player, Detroit Red Wings fan. So you know what? This draft will show in a few years down the road. So just because you didn't get the number 1 doesn't mean that you're not going to get a solid.
Long process, though, for the Colorado Avalanche. If you really look at how their team was built, you go all the way back to when Landeskog was the second pick, and then you start rolling it forward. That's like 2011. You see that finished product now, and everybody's so excited about it. We haven't even seen Bowen Byron yet, a guy like that, fourth pick, that there's great hope for, but they haven't seen the Makars, obviously McKinnon, obviously
Otto Jamson, the wing, is headed to LA to play for the Kings.
Yet they don't want to take 8 or 9 years.
Canucks are on the clock, and New Jersey, Buffalo, and St. Louis behind them as well.
So I think Stevie Yzerman, I think he's doing a great job, though. He's gone out, he's made a lot of moves, picked up a ton of picks. He happens to have the good fortune of having a draft that's really deep. Now we need to see that materialize in the next 2-3 years.
Patience is a virtue, but you guys are right. The fan base is clamoring for that. Clearly in hockey town, it's been lean for a couple of years, but they believe in Steve Yzerman. There's a guy who has equity in Stevie Y. If you felt the draft's a little bit long, you're not the only one, okay? How about in the Vegas room? How about guy gets a little shut-eye here? You know, gets a little cat nap, close your eyes for a second, let me know when the next pick comes up. It's been that kind of a day for some of the personnel making the
cats and flies on the plane.
Victor Pearson, another defenseman taken by Vancouver. They've really been going on the defenseman. They take one, and the Devils are on the clock as Vancouver gets that pick to go.
If you think you're being funny, it's not that clever to us who are still doing live television.
I will tell you this email that's coming out from guys that are texting and different things that they watch along with the fans is that the overall feeling is that guys are really happy for the players. Yeah. Just to have a moment to maybe shine, to not be robbed through the pandemic of not having that opportunity to be there alive. So for that is the one kind of silver lining through this day. For sure, for me.
I certainly can appreciate that. Because like I said, this is the players' moment, and we hope they all make the NHL. Look at the odds. It gets harder the later you go. As you can see, round 7 is now underway. And so far, 5 picks have been made. The Maple Leafs drafting John the Count of Monte Fusco at number 189. So see how he does there for the Maple Leafs. You see the Devils right now are on the clock. The Kings just made their play with the Otto Jamson. And so let's take a look at what the Los Angeles Kings have done with their overall draft today. So Quentin Byfield, he got the party started. The all-name team, Helga Bronze. We've got Brock Faber, Casper Seal and Tyvel, Alex Laferriere, not to be confused with Alexis Lafreniere. You got Martin Koniak, who slipped all the way down to 5th round. We had him potentially going early in the 2nd round, and then me and Yamson as well. When you look at the Kings, what they've done lots, how would you evaluate their day?
Very well. I mean, obviously, nobody's played a game since the draft occurred. So don't get too excited. Had this discussion with people before, but in terms of laying out a
that was still on the clock. We're looking at Detroit's draft is really good, but LA had a pretty deep draft too, and I love this Byfield kid that the Kings got.
I'm not really quite sure, if there was a little bit of misinformation that was floating around out there. We'll have to find that out from the LA Kings down the road. They certainly had a tough choice to make between Tim Stützle and Quentin Byfield, but I'm not sure it was maybe as tough as advertised. It might have been
Arizona just traded up
in terms of trying to get the Ottawa centers and maybe fight. Maybe they wanted Stützle more because that was the narrative as we got closer and closer to the draft.
With the Devils.
People were talking about it.
Not sure the exact trade that just came in, but the Devils just made a trade with Arizona, so Arizona moved up to take it.
You've got a 6'4", already over 200-pound center who controls the puck extremely well, who skates extremely well, and who is one of the youngest players in the draft. Excellent choice. And you know what? I'd probably be saying the same thing about Tim Stützle. Either player, you've got a 1A and a 1B right there. They both got, and that was the interesting part of the draft is you had Alexis Lafreniere was number 1, and then the consensus number 2, pretty much for everybody. Very few people didn't have a Byfield, Stützle, Byfield, and the majority it was Byfield number 2 in the majority of rankings and many scouts. After that is that section of 40, but for sure, Ottawa, I'm sure, was sitting there going, we'll take the guy.
Elliot
you don't.
Ekfjord.
The decision was all up to Rob Blake and the Los Angeles.
Elliot Ekfjord.
I think it'd be a fantastic.
Ekfjord, right winger,
from a few GMs,
who is now headed to Arizona in the draft. And now the Sabres will be on the clock. Sabres are on the clock. Behind them, St. Louis, Toronto, and San Jose.
And then with Sanderson and then Drysdale, one of those guys will come out and say, well, we had him too, for sure, I think. I always love to see that.
We'll
No, we'll find it out. You'll hear that. May not hear it necessarily today, but certainly in the next next few weeks you will hear that. Brian Burke said the other day about Morgan Riley in the story in the year when Riley went 5th. He was injured that year, but came back and found out that was the guy that we had first on our list.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're talking about the draft all day here today, but Friday's a huge day as well. The hockey world free agency coming, so we can kind of forecast and look ahead there because there's some news here involving the Ottawa Senators. And Stephen Wino is tweeting this. GM Peter Dorian says the Senators have not qualified Anthony Duclair. So Anthony Duclair now becomes a UFA, unrestricted free agent. He's in the market. Friday, his name could be bandied about a little bit, right?
Not as surprising. Anthony Duclair played terrific for Ottawa, so I don't mean it by any slight towards him. In terms of his performance, what's going on here is that some players are going to find out that you can earn or bring yourself through the arbitration process to more money than you can get.
Albert Lekasin, defenseman drafted by Buffalo. Now he's the next pick.
It won't be the last time, but by virtue of
And the Blues are on the clock now.
having a process open to you where you can compare yourselves to other players around the league with the goals that Duclair scored, that is probably what the Ottawa Senators came to that conclusion that we do not want to give this player the ability to go to arbitration, put a number on the board that we don't want to have to at least walk away from. And even that is set at like $4.5 million. So if the player doesn't get that, he can always walk back. A lot of complications going on in National Hockey League. This is the new world. These aren't part of the pressures of a flat salary cap, but they're also part of the realities of the complexities of the CBA.
Yeah, nobody would deny Duclair's talent, his goal scoring ability, but we try to figure in the numbers.
It was a great story, too, for them last year.
Oh, no question. Definitely stepped up for a team that's close.
Noah Beck.
Peter Dorian, though, happy with the moves.
A defenseman now taken by
So on the way, the 7th round continues joke.
the St. Louis Blues here in the 7th round.
The NHL career he's had as he's flourished. We keep those picks coming up to 195.
And Toronto's on the clock now. San Jose, the Rangers, and the Panthers are behind him as well.
By EA Sports NHL 21. This year, you'll be able to pull off new deeds and moves inspired by the league's most groundbreaking innovators. Recognize greatness in EA Sports NHL 21.
When pain wears you down, you need fast relief. And new ICI Dry Spray delivers. Feel it working instantly, providing powerful relief to muscles and joints. Icy to dull, hot to relax. New ICI Dry Spray.
Ever wonder why someone would go to the ends of the earth and leap into the unknown? Maybe a better question is, what are you waiting for? Pacifico is good for those who follow their own path. That's living life anchors up.
Someone calls.
Toronto on the clock. Who do you guys think Toronto should get?
Or they have an annuity and only get
Here in the 7th round, they didn't really go for anything. Defenseman or forward. I think they go here for another goaltender.
And they say, can you help?
And we say, at JG Wentworth, helping you is what we do.
Call JG Wentworth to get your money now. It's a simple call, and you may be able to keep getting monthly checks in addition to a lump sum. Trusted by more than 50,000 people to get their money faster, with over $349 million in cash payouts. And we're rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. There's no cost, no obligation, no pressure.
I tell people it's your money.
And I'll do all I can to help you get it now.
They're so relieved, so happy. I really love my job.
If you need your money now, call JG Wentworth at 877-CASH-NOW. That's 877-CASH-NOW. We're here to help.
Your car gets attacked every day, leaving the paint dull and faded. Now you can clean, shine, and protect with Shine Armor, the new car polish with super nano ceramic. It's not a wax, but a high-tech ceramic.
And yeah, we're still sitting here waiting for that. Now it's a commercial with no, no cover on for it, so I can see.
Polish is obsolete. Our exclusive ceramic formula fills in micro cracks and crevices to create a.
Let's take a look at the MLB. Now, that game's got to be late. Now, 9-7 A's in the bottom of the 8th. So Oakland is 3 outs away. Oh no, because it's game 3. They're not 3 outs away. 6 outs away.
Just pay a separate fee, and we'll ship it to you free. Shine Armor, the ultimate ceramic coat. Call 1-800-516-6196 or go online at buyshinearmor.com. Call 1-800-516-6196 or go online at buyshinearmor.com. Order now.
Wyatt. Shingotha. Wyatt Shingotha. I can't believe that's a name. I'm sorry. Nothing against him. I can't believe that's a name, but Wyatt Shingotha is a center taken by Toronto with the 195th pick. And the Toronto Maple Leafs pick him, and now San Jose Sharks will be on the clock. Rangers behind Florida, Carolina behind them.
All right, we continue here with our 2020 draft coverage presented by NHL 21 Theater right now. Fantastic game for all you gamers out there. Adnan Brookline, Lot, Dave Lee, alongside Hirsch, Raj, EJ, and Sam Cosensfield as we continue. Take a look at that big board now, and at number 195, that's right, 195, that's where we're at right now, from Algonquin, Wyatt Shingothi, the center out of Waterloo, committed to the University of Denver in 2021-22. EJ, what do you have for us?
Well, he's described by scouts as just a bulldog. I mean, he's got that really good, sturdy hockey body, 5'10", 200 pounds, so a thick build, just a worker, ultra-competitive kid, tough to knock off the puck. One scout described
so they're showing this
throwback, really an all-around
White showing me
200-foot centerman with some skill, a little bit of moxie to his game, which we like to hear that word attached to hockey players, and someone, as you mentioned,
and Alex Young just got picked by the Sharks as well.
In the USHL. And again, for fans out there,
the 196th pick, and the Rangers on the clock as well now. Florida behind them, Carolina behind them, Edmonton as well.
For all those kids who want to continue to move forward, but I think the Toronto Maple Leafs have one of those guys that we watch them develop in Denver. Might be someone that could come in and be a player for them at some point down the road, maybe in a bottom six role.
Clearly, you can take any talent you can anywhere you need it. So good stuff there, EJ. With regards to Shingothi, a depth player, a guy that can still help out the Maple Leafs moving forward. And certainly the Maple Leafs, you look at their drafting on the moves that they need to make moving forward as well. So the seventh round continues. We're almost at pick number 200. Let's go back to our friend Sam Cosentino. Cos, fantastic job all day today. But you know what? The work is never done with him in your shoes as our draft prospect guru. Let's go ahead and forecast next year. I already know you're looking ahead to some of the names and some of the storylines we can look forward to next season, right?
Oh, there's no question about it. And there are a lot of guys all over the place once again in what has become truly a worldwide draft. But the point I wanted to make about next year is, how are we going to see these players, these 2003 born players? When you
Hugo Ollis, another goalie.
That was canceled.
Taken by the Rangers.
Throughout the course of the year, some of which will be played in Europe.
And the 198th pick of Florida,
which is played here in Canada.
Coming up now. So they're on the clock. Behind them, Carolina.
There's going to be more.
And Florida just took Elliot Ekmark, center position. Carolina on the clock, Edmonton behind them, San Jose, and Nashville.
But on the safety of those involved in trying to scout games. So real challenges lay ahead for these NHL teams. A lot of them will have had a little book on what happened at last year's Under-17 World Challenge. So if you're even looking beyond 2 years to the draft, that book won't exist because the World Under-17 Challenge was canceled. So there could be a big chasm here in what we see and how things are done. The other part I want to quickly mention, guys, the human element in all this. A lot of people have lost their jobs. A lot of really good people who've done their jobs really well have lost their jobs. Jason Booth, Andrew Shaw, a whole bunch of names come to mind there, and we can't be forgetful of that.
It's a good point, Cos. It's a really
Carolina on the clock right now. It's set. Yep.
Teams are putting together, and lots again. You can speak to this. Having been a GM, looking at what all these teams put through, and it's hard when you're trying to get all these scouts in there. And it's important to some of that to lose their jobs all this time.
Yeah, it is. And, analytics is taking over the world, not specifically hockey, but in all facets of the world. Big data is certainly the way that a lot of companies are going. But I will tell you this, because you guys know I love analytics. But if you really love analytics and you go back and you look at past drafts and the history of how teams have done, now that we can apply some analytics to it, it's still incredibly valuable to have boots on the ground. There is not enough data that suggests, forget about the scouts, you can go another direction, you can save money, you can run it. That is not true. And I've done this with people in other sports too. You go back and look at baseball, who has a lot of metrics that are really meaningful, and you look
Alexander Passion with the right wing type player.
All you amateur scouts that are watching right now.
He just got selected by Carolina. With the 200th pick in the draft, the Oilers are on the clock. San Jose behind them, Nashville, and Detroit.
In terms of some of the lower leagues that we evaluate kids in, the way baseball is able to do it. You're an expert on this, you know. Yeah, if you really take the time to study that, you will not end up with the answer that you don't need scouts. You need scouts if you want to do the best job possible. And the fact of the matter is, for an NHL team, there is no way that they make more money in any area other than coming up with the right names at this time of the year. Yeah. That's how you save money. Younger players, they're cheaper players. You get more out of them. That's the name of the game. Hockey is not quite ready to fall off that cliff into a straight analytics view of players.
Yeah, as always, you want to have
talking amateur. We got different metrics at pro, so that's another story. Yeah. But on the amateur side, it is not there.
Yeah, you're going to tell me analytics certainly has a place in hockey, but specifically for juniors, it is absolutely vital to scouts do what they bring to the table. So you cannot underestimate what all these hardworking people do. All right, back to actual picks. 198. Elliot Ekmark was the pick. A smart two-way center with good vision. An NHL comp, Alexander Kerfoot.
Well, still on the clock and still haven't made their pick yet, though.
NHL debut for 4 games last year. He didn't score any points, but he got 26 points in 31 games in the Super Elite League, which is the top league, obviously, in Sweden. 5'9", 162 pounds. Again, a smaller forward with tremendous playmaking and vision, the soft hands that makes his teammates better. That type of player, we see it so many times. Excellent skater. He's a smaller type of forward. He keeps his feet moving. One of the scouts, one of the comments was, smart two-way center with good vision makes players around him better. That goes a long way in the game. It's not an individual game where it's not one person against one person. It's 5 against 5, including goaltenders. I don't always include them in the offense.
Jeremiah
It's 5 against 5
Lindewall.
when you're battling on the ice. And if you
just drafted by Edmonton right there with the 200th pick. San Jose now is on the clock.
So for Florida, future consideration down the road. Young,
line there, Nashville, Detroit, and Arizona.
Will develop his game in the SHL. Again, we've seen
almost halfway through the 7th round.
Cookie cutter players right now. Johnny Gaudreau style. Maybe not as much offensive skills as Johnny Gaudreau. We're talking about Alex Kerfoot, more of the comparison, but still, many of those players being drafted.
201 picks in. We want to focus on number 199, the Carolina Hurricanes. Alexander Kosh, we heard Lots talking about him earlier, 5'8", 154, and yet another guy here, Lots, playing for UFA, off to a good start in the new season, 5 points first 3 games.
Yeah, just graduating, obviously, to the KHL, played the MHL last year in the junior program for UFA, but I was looking for this team to have the hat trick, and they eventually got it here, but I thought that Kosh would go much earlier, I have to be honest with you. Like, you know when scouts are in to see other guys, and we talked about Amira, who went in the first round, and then you had Mohamedullah, however you say his name.
Mohamedullah.
Thank you very much. Shakir, who was kind of a surprise pick by the New Jersey Devils. I think it's an excellent pick. This is a guy that's shown great progress over the summer, like Kirby Dach. We've talked about that. And then Pasha was the other guy that I thought would end up being included. Not as close to those guys, not at first line level, but I certainly thought he would be in the first 3 or 4 rounds. That didn't happen. He still gets drafted. Congratulations to him and to UFA, a team we don't talk a lot about over here in North America, a program we don't talk a lot about. It's a long, long way from here, that's for sure.
Well, you're
Adam Raska,
taken
with the 201st pick now by the Sharks. Sharks take Raska.
And number
With the 202nd pick now, Nashville will be on the
Quick
clock.
5, the big name, 6'4", 215, playing for Sudbury. He is their number 2 pick overall in the draft, their first round selection. And then Helga Grons, Brock Faber, Casper Simon-Tybel, and the rest of them. For more on the LA Kings and what they did at the draft, over to Jamie and EJ.
Yeah, and we have a very special guest now, Rob Blake, joining us from Staples Center. Rob, we have reached the end of a monumentally lengthy draft. This is my first draft, and I'm told it's not usually like this. So what has this day been like for you now that all your picks are in the books?
Well, no, definitely a little longer than the usual scenario, but all in all, I think it was successful by the league putting it on, and with all the different technical capabilities that they had to come up with, all the other teams and everything, it seemed to run pretty smooth once we got going here.
Yeah, there's no question about that. This is a task to do, and give credit to everybody involved because
Gunnar Wolf Fontaine,
even if it's a little
another great name and another great hockey player.
Last night, and your pick at number
2, you take Quentin Byfield.
Taken by
There was some scuttle that maybe you guys were going to go for
Nashville.
What was the conversation like amongst your scouts in the
Detroit is on the clock. Detroit just took Chase Bradley with the 203rd selection.
Well, I think once we got down to the lottery and understood where we were picking, it came down to a few players and within the internal debate, and obviously coming up with Quentin being the guy coming out of that debate and moving forward on that. But with the extended time, I think a lot of the video and the preparation the scouts did really focused on some of the later rounds, because we had to be prepared. The draft was early, and I think once the extended time got pushed back, lots of video and a lot of focus and debates became internal.
Now, Rob, I know you drafted Quentin because of the player that he is, but in doing so, he made history by becoming the highest drafted Black player in NHL history. Have you thought at all about what impact that might have, a positive impact that might have throughout the
Ben McCartney, the left wing, also.
I think in hockey in general and in the world in general, it's terrific to see that. He's a very grounded person. We did a lot of interviews with him leading up to the process, and the topic had come up a couple times through the agency and that, but a lot of his focus is on becoming a hockey player, hockey first, and doing that. But within that, he will take this onto his shoulders, and terrific.
Ben McCartney taken by Arizona. There's the 204th selection.
Guys in the pipeline there when I go back and look.
Now Calgary is on the clock. We're getting closer and closer to the end of this draft. Behind Calgary, San Jose, Anaheim, and Carolina.
When you think about training camp,
For some picks here.
will be in a couple of months.
Also, the Rays and the Yankees will be warming up soon too. It's the top of the ninth, and the A's are trying to get more runs too in that game. They're up by 2. Trying to get back into the series and
the extended time
evade elimination.
To see the maturity level at those young ages. You saw some of the players that moved on into the playoffs, and they had 4 or 5 months off to recuperate from the season and to train, and then they were very dominant come playoff time. So it'll be interesting to see where the young guys get to. And like I said, we've always been very conscious about surrounding them with the Kopitars, the Carters, the Browns, Quicks, and Dowdies, guys that have won championships, will also be a very good veteran presence for them all.
I understand that you loaned 5 of your prospects over to, I believe, the German league for the next few months because of the pause over here in North America. A lot of guys not being able to play regular hockey games. What benefit do you hope that time over there will have on their development?
Well, I think the structure part of it, with a
Ilya Soviov, defenseman, taken with the 205th pick by Calgary. San Jose is on the clock.
Much creative than probably what these kids would have been getting in their own setups in their own hometown. So just another avenue to provide a little bit of that structure that we look for.
Rob, before I let you go, you won a Stanley Cup with the Colorado Avalanche in your career. One of your teammates is one of our colleagues here, Dave Reed, and we spent most of our lives with Dave this afternoon, actually. So I just want to ask you, what was Dave really like? Because even though we've had all this time together, we don't really get to know him that well. What was he like winning a cup with him?
He gets a no, he just keeps talking. He can never get a no. God hasn't changed. It's funny, we had it on in the war room, and Glenn Murray mentioned the same thing as he played with Dave Reed in Boston. He said, look, the other guys can't get any words in. So that's what it was like to play with Reed. But no, he was terrific. We experienced some great times together there in Colorado, but he was definitely energy every day and excited to come to the rink for that.
Oh, Blake, I love you very much. The only reason I have a cup is because of we brought you over, and you know what? I wouldn't trade you. I would trade you again for Aaron Miller. No problem. I didn't have to babysit you.
Linus Oberg,
one of the older players.
the 206th draft pick. He goes to the Sharks. It's not their last pick, and it doesn't look like anyone will trade any of their picks. Just try to pick the guys as we're getting into the final stage of the draft.
Cookies. She was pregnant with our daughter at the time. So tell us, I love him. I don't want to hear those bad words from any more.
You're making his point for him.
That's fine. Rob's a smart man. He knows what he's talking about. I'm not going to put up with that Glenn Murray stuff, though. Let him know. Next time I see him, I'll talk to him. Love you, Blakey.
Thank you. so much. Have a good night, Rob. And if there's one guy that we need working 6.5 hours of draft, it is Dave Reed.
That's
Great job.
He's our guy.
He's our guy. We're very
Ethan Bowen
to
to the Ducks.
Let's have another round.
Day 2.
Who's round 8?
217 total picks. And
Ethan Bowen to the Ducks. There are 10 more selections in the NHL draft, and then we'll be done. Carolina, then Nashville, then San Jose, then Washington.
AARP.
Joining AARP.
Actually, I just did.
Call or go to joinaarp.org to join today for just $12, and your second membership is free and get instant access to discounts on eye care, prescriptions, savings on travel, dining, and deals from top retailers. So many ways to save. Instant resources, tools, and tips to help manage your money, maximize your health, and so much more. Great offers find you wherever you are. And AARP is the largest advocacy group for people over 50. Your voice will be heard.
I love the local retail discounts. I'm nowhere near ready to retire, and AARP has been a tremendous resource for that. And we check out hotels, the dining. AARP saves us a lot of money.
Plus, when you call today, you get this trunk organizer and AARP the magazine free.
Call 1-800-710-5243 or go to joinaarp.org now.
Despite today's challenges, learning doesn't have to stop. On Coursera, you can earn affordable bachelor's degrees online from world-class universities. From courses to professional certificates to degrees and more, Coursera is your course to success. Join for free at Coursera.org.
Every customer has their own Safe Flight story. This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got a chip. They drove to Safe Flight for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, it was no cost to them. That's service you can trust.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
Ronan Seeley, defenseman to the Carolina Hurricanes. That's just crazy. I'm just laughing. Ronan Seeley, defenseman to the Carolina Hurricanes. And then Nashville is on the clock. Behind them, San Jose, Washington, and Florida.
Stand up if you are
We'll
first
see you here.
college student. Stand up if you're a mother. If you are actively deployed, a veteran, or you're in a military family, please stand. The world in which we live equally distributes talent, but it doesn't equally distribute opportunity. And paths are not always the same. I will tell you this, Southern New Hampshire University can change the whole trajectory of your life.
Just keep flying there and gentle. Speed, speed. Be gentle with your hands. Okay. Maybe I'll try to schedule it.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. So you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/home.
Our NHL draft coverage continues as Jamie
So the
Hirsch
Sharks
we are mercifully
still on the clock, still have not picked.
And the 200
Chase McLean, as we had said, went to Nashville.
At 202, his mom actually wanted to name him Wolf, but settled on Gunnar Wolf, and his name became a huge hit for guys who love D2, the Mighty Ducks, because the Iceland star player is named Gunnar, and the head coach is Wolf. Bottom line says Gunnar Wolf Fontaine, 202 to Nashville. We're keening on Ronan Seeley, a guy who recorded 4 assists November 22nd versus Saskatoon. That tied up the most assists by a defenseman in a single game in Everett franchise history. Everett in the WHL. Lots, what do you have?
Timothy Spiritsov to the Sharks. That's also a very good. Remember all the Russians that the Sharks had in the late 90s and early 2000s. That's a very San Jose Shark name, and now he is a San Jose Shark. Timothy Spiritsov. And now, well, I believe is the final draft pick all night for the Washington Capitals. And the Devils did not take a 7th round pick. I believe they traded out of the draft, so they'll have an extra pick probably around round 6 next year.
But the minutes, they were so much bigger this
So
year.
Washington's on the clock, then Florida, then Boston, then the New York Islanders.
And you're on your way to building yourself into a really nice
And
Now that's
The Caps use their final draft pick to select Oscar Magnuson,
At 207. Another guy was interested.
a left wing. So Timothy Spitzeroff, a right wing,
Maybe I'll put on a little bit.
Magnuson, a left wing.
Only half off.
Florida on the clock right now. Then Boston, then New York Islanders, then Vegas. I believe it will be Dallas and then Tampa Bay.
Concept was at 1:35, so it's about 6 hours ago.
No. I guess Dallas must have done a trade. Buffalo will have 260. Will have that.
As yes, we are nearing the end when it comes to these picks. When it comes to Magnuson, this is a guy that we were talking about earlier in the day. Peter, what do you have on him?
Well, again, another player. We talked about slight of size, 5'10", 166. He played in the J20, the Super Elite League, 48 points in 38 games, comparable to Alex Iafallo, but he's a left winger, strong two-way game. He's energetic, hard work. He competes every single game.
So that's Oscar Magnuson.
The hard, quick release of the wrist shot is something that stands up. 22 goals in his 38 games. Washington Capitals going to the Swedish bin of talent, I guess you could say. They went up to Malmo in the Sweden juniors for Oscar Magnuson.
Let's take a look at those Capitals picks of the draft. Here's
so Caps go get Magnuson.
Because again, a team that's trying to, pick up the
Devin Levy,
a lot of picks today, obviously.
a goaltender that Florida takes with their final selection of the night. So now Boston will be on the
comebacks. And we talked about him the other day here, Lots. This was a guy allegedly had 3 concussions in a 10-month span. The agent came out and said, no, it's a couple neck injuries. It's not all concussions, so he could be a good pick for them.
Yeah, it's been about 3 years, correct me if I'm wrong, but Washington moved up to 22 to take him, I believe, in the first round.
That's right.
It just feels like it was a long time ago right now. But this was the big play on a serious note for the Washington Capitals. They were coming to
So Boston on the clock, New York Islanders, Vegas Golden Knights, and Buffalo Sabres. And the final pick will be held by the Tampa Bay Lightning, the Stanley Cup champions. But yeah, they
in terms of coming back.
The whole thing with LaPierre was somebody had to take him. I was disappointed the Devils weren't able to take him, but somebody had to go through and take the risk. And so they took the risk. Washington took the risk, and they've got an elite player. He won't play in Washington this year, but he doesn't have to. He will be better. He really fell.
But he did end up with a great team.
Fell to 24, and he goes to a team that is right now. Right now, they could win the Stanley Cup. They could. I don't think they will, but they could. They're that good.
The biggest Swede that could end up on the Washington Capitals, Henrik Lundqvist, and his relationship with Backstrom and some other guys. Do you think that's a possibility?
I haven't talked to anybody about that. I'm just following all the rumors and the rumor mills. I think it could be a possibility. This is a team in Washington that is still in the mix to go for a Stanley Cup. They're not in the team of rebuilding mode, even though this is draft day. We're talking draft. So you're looking for a number one goaltender. Do you go into the playoffs with an unproven goaltender in Samsonov? What if there's an injury? That's your biggest question mark.
They're saying Lundqvist possibly in the playoffs, but to Braden Holtby, no?
We need you to play. We'll give you 30
I don't know why a lot of people don't think they're signing Braden Holtby. I think Braden Holtby is going to return a cap.
The supposed backup. If Lundqvist wants to continue to play and wants to be a number one, I'm not sure if I would say Washington is the place for Henrik.
I don't know if there really is anywhere. They're talking about Henrik Lundqvist being a number one. I don't think there's a place in the league where Henrik Lundqvist could be number one. Maybe Detroit. Not many other places.
He's not going to be a number 3. That was the problem in New York. He was going to be the number 3. So, yes, I think it's
there's no always be number 3, but I don't think there's any place, unless it's like a team like Detroit or Buffalo, that is number 1. But not a team who the Avalanche or
take my chance to win a Stanley Cup. I think it'd be a great fit.
Especially the Caps. He's not going to be number 1.
It'd be very interesting. It'd be a very interesting move, though, to see him in a Caps uniform.
Right, and to summarize, you're essentially saying that you would validate that he'd be willing to come in and almost play a support role to Samsonov. Now, at the end of the day, you know this better than anybody because you played on enough teams. You played on Stanley Cup winning teams.
Lawson's still on the clock, still been picked, but we're getting close. I don't know why.
I think there has to be almost a kind of contract in terms of between the head coach, general manager, Brian McClellan, and Hank. Look at Samsonov is our guy right now. You need to come in and support him. You outplay him, maybe you'll play, but it has to start with that.
Yes.
Because I don't think any team right now, and I hope that I'm wrong, because I love Hank. He's been an amazing player in this league. It's, for me, it's complicated to see him potentially go play for somebody else. But if a guy still wants to play, he absolutely should do that. Nobody's earned that right more than him. But I do find it hard to believe with all the choices on the market right now that someone will necessarily anoint him as the number one starter. I think he could be that. I don't think anyone's going to say, okay, we've got our number one starter. I don't think the Colorado Avalanche can bring him out there and say, okay, we got our starter. Maybe, because we haven't heard from them yet. They do have a couple goalies, but
we've got 5 picks left when it comes to round 7 right now. We want to focus on the number 2.
So of course, they're talking about Lundqvist starting in all these games.
This guy, the
He's
2019
not.
CHL Player of the Year. Only
Okay,
one
not going to
goalie
start.
ever drafted directly from the CHL. He's going to Carlton Place, as a matter of fact. Oz, what can you tell us about Devon Lovey?
You know what? This is a really cool story because here's a guy who's going back to his minor hockey days as
I talk about Devon Levy here.
Numbers with Black St. Louis. Then he goes to Carlton Place. And 37 games.
He's a Quebecois. He played with Carlton Place.
Save percentage. He plays for Canada East at the World Junior A Challenge. That game goes into.
He's big time. He played a few different areas and played goaltender. He's a good goalie. But not someone. I'm not sure really where he fits in Florida. I just think they wanted to fill up some depth. Toronto traded up with the Bruins. Bruins traded out of the draft, so the Maple Leafs have someone in mind here in the 7th round with the 213th selection.
Kind of put those parameters in place that we're not looking at a guy at this size or this height or whatever else. After a while, it's too hard to ignore the numbers.
We'll see where the Maple Leafs go here.
A case for himself. This is a great reward for a guy who's worked hard and played extremely well his entire career, dating back to his days in minor hockey.
All right, Cos, good breakdown there of Devon Lovey. So when you look at the Florida Panthers, and again, we assess what they did today. Lots was talking earlier about Spolanek, what you can expect there. He goes in the 3rd round. But Anton Lundell, he's the guy that got the party started here from the Florida Panthers.
Yeah, he is, and that was a good one. I think that Florida was probably a little bit surprised to see him slip down lower, but the way the draft played out, this is why every team basically ran twice as many mock drafts this year as they normally do, because there was that much potential for variance. Billy Zito, he's cut his teeth as an agent long before he was assistant GM, very close ties into the Finnish market. He's had a lot of clients from there. He knows players well. He's got good contacts. I think this just really fell in his lap, though. This is a guy he's probably really comfortable with. A guy, Reader, that you pointed out.
Anton Lundell. How does he fit in with the Florida Panthers? That was when we first would see that.
Well, it started like out here.
How he'll play.
As you said earlier, that already is wearing 11
in Florida
for his club in Finland. That's impressive for a young guy.
He's played 2 years in the Liga, which is the top league, the SM League, the top league in Finland. And Lundell, HIK, is a pretty impressive organization to start as a teenager. And he has now been giving a letter, and he is his 3rd year, and he's still a teenager. I would suspect that Anton Lundell would have a very good opportunity.
Toronto's still on the clock here.
The contract
they
situation.
Have not
he may have signed the contract with HIK, saying that if he did get the opportunity to go play in the National Hockey League, that they would release him from his contract. We have seen that many times. But Lundell is set. He's played 2 full years with the men in Finland, and he is ready to step into the National Hockey League for the Florida Panthers. And I kind of look at him as a possible Mikko Koivu style of player, very responsible defenseman.
And Toronto's made their pick. As they say, Lundell is ready for the NHL. I don't think he's ready yet. I think 1 more year in Finland would be perfect for the guy. Ryan Fairburn, a center taken by Toronto now. We're down to the final 4 selections. The New York Islanders, the Vegas Golden Knights, the Buffalo Sabres, and the Tampa Bay Lightning.
And one would think for players selected in that.
And we've got another 3 months to go. January 1st is the hopefully the date that we start the National Hockey League up again. And that would give this young man 3 more months to play in a leadership role with a solid team in Finland's top league. So it'll be an interesting transition. Young players develop so quick. It's 1 year to the next, from 18 to 19 to 20. These guys, you give them 3 or 4 months of playing, and they come out a completely different player. So we'll see if that happens with Lundell.
There's just 4 picks left here when it comes to round 7. It's the top some loose ends. I do want to mention the guy, Louis Crevier. He was a defenseman at Chicoutimi. We had him at 230. I wasn't even sure he was going to get drafted. He went 188 to Chicago. He's the tallest player ever to suit up for Chicoutimi. So kind of interesting. A couple of guys were 6'8" and up getting drafted. Kremia's guy 6'8", 209. He was passed over the draft from a year ago. Like I said, there's 4 picks left. The New York Islanders right now are on the clock, so only the second to assess. Again, we're just kind of wrapping things up. The Islanders lots. They didn't have a lot of picks today.
No, quiet day for them, obviously. They went all in at the trade deadline, and like Tampa Bay Lightning, they got a lot of mileage out of their picks. None bigger than J.G. Pageau, who was terrific for the New York Islanders. It just gave them some strength.
So here we go. Yeah, still here with the draft.
Really
looking at some of these Islander picks. Not many, but they're not.
And that's what teams.
They're building. They're not really building anymore. They found themselves a way to get into playoffs. They made the conference final. They were a bounce away in overtime from forcing Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Final. They were that close. They get Henrik Tikkanen, a Finnish goaltender with the Swedish name, the Swedish first name, the goalie depth. He's the guy that is going to go play for the Islanders. And the final pick in this 2020 NHL draft belonging to a team from the Western Conference, it's Golden Knights property, and it's the 215th selection.
First and a second rounder, Pageau.
And
Vegas.
Plus, they re-signed him to a 5-year deal. So he had a great playoffs. He had a great finish with the Islanders. And
all right, we have a final
in
Houston.
Play from first to third.
Oakland comes back and beats the Astros. They stay alive and they force Game 4 tomorrow. If Houston wins, onto the ALCS. If Oakland wins, Game 5 for all tomorrow.
Draft picks today, and hopefully it provides dividends and provides the Stanley Cup in the near future.
Also, right now we got the Yankees and the Rays playing right now. The Padres Dodgers will be playing about a little less than 2 hours. Top of the first, one man on first base, 2 outs, and then the Rays are at that.
Pete Peters, yeah, you're right.
Well, his name is Peter. It's close.
Yeah, the exact same. Not the exact same.
One letter off.
Yes, you're right. One letter off. It's pretty close. Pete Peters, a great goalie.
You're right. Good point. Good point. I'll give you that. I played with Pete. Fantastic goaltender. Fantastic.
Like it was
great, but that would be one who's very close.
Very close. We are 2 picks away here. God, I have a lot of pressure right now.
One tradition we won't see today that we've seen in the past a lot as we approach the final pick of this draft is a lot of times the home team will end up who's ever hosting the draft with the last pick.
Oh, interesting.
Explain why that's not going to happen. That's your job.
Well, the thing is, we're obviously here in the virtual draft. Clearly, that's not going to be happening. There's no home.
Thank you.
Maxim Marushef to Vegas, a center that is taken by the Golden Knights. And now Buffalo is on the clock. And the last team behind Buffalo are the defending Stanley Cup champion, the Tampa Bay Lightning.
So the trades from the draft the last 5 years.
Sorry, we've got the most trades in the last 5 years, 2020, but there were only 2 trades in the first round. For the second round, it split out. There were a few player trades before the draft began. Matt Murray, notably, and then early the Bonino trade. And then there was a trade with Leah Anderson. Then there were just pick trades. Pick for pick.
More than ever. And teams, quite frankly, we talked about things. They are looking at algorithms in terms of pass history.
Jacob Konechny, a center, goes to the Buffalo Sabres. The final pick in the NHL draft, everybody. We're at our conclusion. The final selection in the 2020 NHL draft. And it belongs to the Lightning. Konechny goes to the Sabres. We'll see who the Lightning take for the final selection for the 217th pick in the 2020 NHL draft. And let's see who it is. There's 2:26 left on the clock they can use if they want to, or if they just want to put it in. Shouldn't matter. This is the final player that will say, hey, I was drafted into the National Hockey League. Maybe I didn't make it, but this guy can, whoever this player is, can say, today does, I was drafted into the National Hockey League. Those other players may make the NHL, maybe better, but they weren't not drafted. Let's see who this guy is that gets drafted into.
I'm not sure about that. I think 8 is
The
enough
NHL.
when it comes to a full 8 hours, which you're like 10 minutes away. I almost kind of like keep stretching this out. I kind of get you these ideas on this. 10 more minutes as we're about to get the final pick in here. Certainly, listen, this has been a fun day when it came to a virtual style. We applaud everybody doing a phenomenal job. It really has been an incredible experience. I want the final words, though, from
Well, here we go.
Commissioner, as Bill Daly also doing an incredible job today.
Here's the final pick, guys. Mic's off again, of course.
Before I announce the final selection of the 2020 NHL Draft, I'd be remiss if I didn't, on behalf of the National Hockey League and Gary Bettman, thank everybody involved in what was a most unusual draft. First and foremost, I'd like to thank our staff here, Steve Mayer, Dan O'Neill, Patrick Bither, Ivan Gottesfeld, our legal department, our CR department, all of whom worked very, very hard in putting this draft together. I want to thank all of our clubs and club owners for their support throughout this process in making this draft a success. And most importantly, I want to thank all of our fans for being with us through thick and thin, through this season, allowing us to award a Stanley Cup in Edmonton in the bubble, and to be with us for this draft. We can't tell you how excited we are for the next time we get together.
Here we go, guys. Here we go. He's just kind of wrapping it up, like, oh, thank you. But here we come. Final pick.
We wish everybody to be safe and healthy as we move forward. And again, thank you for your support. Now, for the 217th and last selection in the 2020 NHL Draft.
I have no idea what's happening.
The selection is Declan McDonald.
Declan McDonald.
I apologize for that. We had a little technical glitch here. But Declan McDonald, the final pick of the second
Declan
round.
McDonald, right winger.
With that concludes.
Is a member of the Tampa Bay Lightning, the two-time Stanley Cup champion Tampa Bay Lightning. Welcome, Declan McDonald at Tampa. Lakeview, New York, American player, 63 games played with the Kitchener Rangers in the Ontario Hockey League. 21 goals scored, 21 assists. This guy is just, he's a hard worker. See what happens with him, but, it's just that type of thing. But he gets to say he was drafted into the NHL. So Declan McDonald becomes a member of the Tampa Bay Lightning, and this is it for the stream. I will see you tomorrow for the NFL, and I'll see you on Friday for basketball, and before that for some free agency stream stuff. Good night, everybody, and happy hockey, everybody. The longest stream I've ever done.
The 2020 NHL Draft is presented by